smiling. Professor Serafina pointed at the walls of her office where they were currently. Unfortunately, I have already set up a magic nullifier barrier here, so that won't work. Originally, Serafina had planned to allow her 2 former students and student council members to leave as they wanted. Although they were her former students, Serafina knew that they were still important and influential figures, so she couldn't cross any lines or go too far. However, after hearing about the attempted robbery of her vault from the main cast members, there was no way she could just let them go. She was going to make use of her former students. Unlike her, who excelled in attack on everything and splash damage attacks, the 2 powerful boys in front of her were best at close combat and 1 versus 1. That meant that, unlike her, they could take out the jinns attacking in the courtyard without harming any students in the process. Also, she was quite curious about one thing. Ren, or Kanki's brother, had put up quite an impressive show during the Battle Royale. For that, he was rewarded with a dorm upgrade and moved into the Grand Royale dormitories. However, that was not the only reason for Ren's move. Principal Serafina also wanted to keep a close eye on him. Students like him, who had been turned away by their own families and shamed, were the most likely to turn to the evil side. Thankfully, Serafina had already confirmed that Ren had not yet gone to the evil side, as the flow of mana inside his body was identical to a human's, and she wanted to keep it that way. She truly cared about all of her students, even if they had an interesting and doubtful past like Ren's. Staring at Kanki's furious and angry face, Serafina smiled before muttering, "What would happen if these 2 happened to meet again?" Sighing, Kazuki said, "Well, I guess we have no choice, Kanki. It'll be nice for us to contribute to the school after all. The whole reason we're today is because of this. Like hell, we have no choice." "Just say N." Interrupting Kanki's rambling mid-sentence, Kazuki turned to Serafina and nodded his head before saying, "Both of us are willing to participate in the school-wide assembly and give a speech." Then, before Kanki could disagree any further, Kazuki left the room, dragging Kanki by his collar out of the room with him. Left alone in her office, Serapha sighed before stretching her hands and staring out of the window. The jinns and devils were on the rise. Only a couple of years ago, no jinn or devil would have dared to step foot into the Celestial Academy. Yet, now, countless jinns were even amongst their school's administrators and even trying to infiltrate the academy. In one certain incident, they almost succeeded in kidnapping the elven princess Alia despite the academy's security. Unfortunately, though, Serafina was not able to help out in any way as she was often away from the school, taking care of matters that were far more important. It wasn't just in the academy that jinns were on up. It was all around the world. And, as a top ranker, Serafina had obligations that she had to fulfill, and she had to obey orders from the High Dominion. She wanted to stay at the Celestial Academy all day and protect it. However, the High Dominion wanted her to be guarding the boundaries of the human realm. To be fair, the government was right, as Serafina had killed over 100 jinns who were trying to secretly occupy the realm. But alas, of course, as a top ranker of the entire world, Serafina could easily identify these jinn school administrators and take them out. However, that wouldn't solve the problem. Those jinns would just develop new technology to circumvent Serafina's jinn identification method and then get in. However, amidst all of these developments, Serafina had gained one good thing: her creation of the Celestial Academy Jinn Extermination Team. A group of students, the main cast, who were strong enough and smart enough to defeat jinns in case of an incident. Sighing, Serafina shook her head. What was she thinking, giving such an important role to a bunch of teenagers? Staring out the window and the courtyard, Serafina solemnly pledged, "I will stay and defend at the Celestial Academy like a good principal every day. Starting now." If the High Dominion wanted her to leave to defend the borders, she would kindly decline and tell them to ask someone else. Checking her smartwatch, Professor Serafina immediately got up upon realizing that the assembly would start in less than an hour. Leaving the administrative building, Serafina headed towards the center of the island, where the massive multi-purpose building stood. Since she didn't walk around the academy often, some students were staring at her, but Serapha didn't mind. In fact, She would even prefer it if, instead of staring, the students simply walked up and attempted to interact with her. Opening the double doors into the building, Serafina stared at the auditorium-like building that was filled with empty. Raising her wand to the roof, Serafina smiled before softly saying, "Activate." Boom, boom. The next second, bleachers emerged from the wall, slowly moving further and further outward. In less than a second, 3 bleachers on the back, right, and left of the auditorium were standing, towering over Serafina's small figure. Pacing around the auditorium, Serafina attempted to discern the fastest possible way for all 800 students to exit the gym once the djinns pulled the emergency alarm. She needed to eliminate the djinns in the courtyard as soon as possible, so she could focus all of her attention on the vault robbers. Finding something, Serafina smiled before brushing back her blue hair and walking up the stairs to the stage. The auditorium had 3 bleachers all against their respective walls, and in the middle of the bleachers and right before the stage was a gigantic open space. Bang, bang, bang. Hearing the sound of doors opening and banging shut, I remained in my room, simply staring at the countless pieces of paper on my desk. There were about 30 minutes left until the assembly started, but some of my fellow Royal Dormitory students were leaving early to get good students. It was first come first serve seating, so there was probably a line already formed at the multi-purpose building by now. Besides getting a good view of all the events, the people at the front were more likely to be chosen as participants for their grade level. In the assembly, there would be a variety of teamwork events where the first years, second years, and third years would all compete to choose the volunteers from each grade level. Teachers would simply roam around and choose a random person from the grade level bleacher to participate. For winning the competition, your entire grade would receive points, and the participants would also receive an individual prize, such as a front-of-the-line lunch pass for the cafeteria. At the end of the assembly, all the points would be tallied up, and the grade with the most points would receive a day off. While the other years would have to go to school like a normal day, the grade who won would get to stay home and relax. Needless to say, students were hyped up and wanted to win. It was so bad that in our second year, when some random student participated and lost the event he was in, he was shunned for a whole week. Sighing, I leaned back in my chair and shook my head. Usually, I would dismiss the idea of me being chosen to participate as before I was just some random delinquent. But now I had a reputation attached to my name, and my fame would only increase when the other first years realized I moved into the royal dorms. Also, a certain teacher seemed to be out to get me. Class rep? Seriously, what is this bullshit? I wouldn't lose if I was chosen. That was the easy answer I decided on. The assembly would end more than midway through due to the emergency alarm pulled by the djinns, so the grade with the most points by then would receive the day off. So, winning and losing in the events still mattered quite a bit. Getting up from my chair, I made a quick meal for my cat and poured it into his bowl. Simply watching the time on my smartwatch count down, I sat down on my bed before beginning to gather some materials. Manifesting a heavy that was far too big for me, I began cramming the pockets with various materials I would need. There would still be time for me to stop by my dormitory after the emergency alarm was pulled and the robbery started. But then, the security guards would spot me. Looking in the mirror, I realized how suspicious I looked with this big hoodie, despite the sun shining bright as ever outside. I really needed a storage magical artifact. Corruption wasn't cutting it anymore. Adding some touches to make myself look less suspicious, I took one last glance at my dorm before walking to the door. Putting my ear on the door, I made sure it was completely silent before slowly and silently opening the door. Exiting my dorm, I walked through the lavish royal hallways, staring at fancy lamps and pieces of artwork as I passed. Reaching the common room, I sighed in relief as I realized it was silent. Usually, I wouldn't be scared or nervous about meeting the main cast, but today was different. Today, they knew I was most likely their enemy, and I knew they were my enemy. It was like Batman meeting the Joker at some random coffee shop. The two of them obviously couldn't start fighting and attacking each other in public with so many people around. So what could they do besides just glare at each other? slipping through the golden couches. I was about to exit when a familiar voice called out from behind me, "Ren." Before I could respond, rapid footsteps approached me before eventually stopping right behind me. As I felt my collar being gripped by someone, a sudden soft voice pierced my ears. "Ren, don't tell me you're using that permanent royal dormitory pass I gave you for bad things?" Shaking my head, I pulled out my student ID, which had been changed to display Royal Dormitory Resident, instead of Regular Dormitory Resident. Staring at my ID for a moment, Charlotte let go of my collar and opened the door leading outside. "Well, congratulations. I can't say I didn't expect it after your performance." Heading outside, Charlotte stopped for a second, blocking my path, and turned around. With a grin, Charlotte said, "Don't let it go to your head. You're still a part of my night order, you know." "I know, I know." After nodding my head, I left the royal dorms, following Charlotte as the two of us headed toward the center of the island. As we entered the area where the normal dormitories were located, crowds were already forming, and students were everywhere. Not wanting to push my way through the crowd, I was about to scale the building to my right when Charlotte's voice sounded from in front of me. "Not planning to leave your boss stranded, are you?" Smiling, I quickly replied, "Of course not, boss." "Good." Walking back towards me, Charlotte pointed at the sky. "Because we already have a ride waiting for us." Following Charlotte's finger, I gazed up at the sky, immediately noticing a helicopter-like transportation device hovering in the air. All of this for a 5 to 10 minute walk. "I can leave you behind if you'd like." Rapidly shaking my head, I watched in utter joy as a ladder slowly approached us from the air. Within a minute, the two of us had climbed the ladder and were now sitting side by side in the helicopter. Sitting in the helicopter, floating in the sky far above the students, I stared out at the vast island below me. From here, the school genuinely seemed like a paradise. Everything looked so luscious and green, and the bustling crowds added to the cool and nice atmosphere. But I knew better. Never judge a book by its cover. Gesturing to the pilot of the helicopter, who resembled one of the security guards who protected the royal dormitories, Charlotte turned to me. "Done admiring the view yet?" Shaking my head, I leaned out of the helicopter, watching the sparkling blue ocean glitter under the sun's rays. Just yesterday, it had been frozen. What the hell kind of climate change was this? As the helicopter began to move, I sighed before leaning back in my chair and placing my hand in one of the many pockets inside my massive, corrupted sweatshirt. Feeling a soft and spiky texture on the palm of my hands, I glanced towards it. Inside my pocket lay a very peculiar yellow fruit that hadn't seen the light of day for a long time now. After obtaining it during the World Tree incident and my fight with the corrupted figure, I was immediately pulled into a dream. Then, after that experience, I had almost completely forgotten about the yellow mango-shaped fruit despite its usefulness. Well, I wasn't complaining. At least I had it now. It would be quite useful for this upcoming incident, if I used it correctly. Letting go of the fruit and feeling it drop back into my pocket, I stood up in the helicopter, feeling the window rush onto my face as the helicopter slowly moved toward the center of the island. Placing my hand on the bar inside the helicopter, barely managing not to fall out of the helicopter, I leaned outward. The wind rushing into my face, combined with the sun's rays and beautiful view of the island below, made for an unforgettable experience. Hearing a scoff behind me, I turned around just to see Charlotte smiling while staring at me. "Are you a dog or something? Putting your head out the window just to feel the wind?" Shaking my head, I sarcastically replied. "No, but I would say I'm a cat." Sitting back down, I reluctantly looked away from the island below and at Charlotte, who seemed to be waiting for me. Leaning back on the rough cushion, I sighed before asking, "You didn't give me this amazing helicopter ride for free, did you?" Stretching her hands out, Charlotte grinned before also turning to face me. "You know, I noticed something quite peculiar has been going on in the academy. I was wondering if you happened to know something." Shrugging my shoulders, I maintained a nonchalant demeanor before questioning. If both Charlotte and Ruby could easily discern my lies, I didn't know what I would do at this point. Just give up on lying, and always tell the truth from now on. Peculiar behavior? What do you mean by that? After silently staring at my face for a couple of seconds, Charlotte explained. I've received some interesting news regarding the recruiters. Apparently, the principal has asked 2 of them to stay for this assembly. Isn't that normal? Shouldn't the principal want recruiters to be at the assembly to give the students a better chance of standing out and garnering attention? That would be true if not for the fact that these recruiters are not coming to recruit but to participate in the assembly. Saving me from responding, a voice called out from the front of the helicopter. Ahem, princess, we have arrived. Looking down from the helicopter, I saw the center of the gigantic building right below us, with students crowding in from all sides. Dismissing the previous topic, Charlotte gestured to me, so I quickly grabbed the ladder before dropping it out of the helicopter. Bang! As the bottom of the ladder collided with the metal top of the building, a loud clang sound echoed, causing some gazes to look up. Looking at Charlotte's disappointed and angry face, I softly replied, ... my bad. Within a few seconds, over 100 of the students crowding in were now staring at our helicopter with their fingers pointing upwards. Is that a helicopter? What the hell is a helicopter doing on this island? Could they really not make the 10-minute walk here without a damn helicopter? Whose helicopter is it? Wait, who's inside of it? Since the helicopter had lowered a bit, the sound of the students chatting amongst themselves still reached Charlotte and I's ears. Staring at me, Charlotte coldly said, "Well, it's your problem, so solve it yourself." Then, without waiting for me, Charlotte emerged from the helicopter, her golden blonde hair fluttering with the wind. Looking up, the students saw Charlotte, who was right below the sun, carefully descending the ladder. Is that an angel? No. Is that the princess? As excited cheers emerged from the crowd due to their princess's appearance, I sighed in helicopter. Getting caught in a personal helicopter with the princess? Well, why don't I just throw my plans of secrecy away? If it had been any other day, I would have been fine with being seen with the princess, but today, I needed to remain a mystery. Leaving the helicopter right after Charlotte would cause everyone to watch my news moves, even when I was inside the assembly. How was I supposed to sneak out when everyone's gazes were locked on me? Before I could even think of a way out, a voice once again sounded from the front of the helicopter. If you'd like, sir, I can give you a parachute, and we can rise a bit higher. That would be perfect, thank you so much. As the helicopter began to rise further and further up, people eventually stopped watching it, assuming that everyone had departed and Charlotte was only the passenger. After a few seconds, the helicopter was now at the height of the clouds, almost completely invisible from everyone below. Picking up the parachute from the pilot's hands, I sighed before staring at the multi-purpose building, which was still below us. Peering through the clouds and downwards, I found a decently hidden spot before putting on my parachute. Waving to the pilot, who was still at the front of the helicopter, I said, "I'll be on my way now." Without wasting another second, I fastened the parachute onto my back before leaping out of the helicopter. Feeling the air rush onto my face and pull back my hair, I sighed before admitting, I get why dogs put their head out of the window now. It truly was an exhilarating feeling. Parachuting was something I would never dare to do or even come close to Earth, yet here I was, enjoying it and acting like it was nothing. To be fair, in comparison to the other things I've done in the past, it was indeed nothing. As the roof of the multi-purpose building and the island fast approached, I enjoyed the last few moments of free fall before tugging at the string on my parachute. Slowly, my descent began slow to a stop too as a long and vibrant colored parachute popped out of the backpack behind me. Gliding downwards, I aimed for a back area of the multi-purpose building where no students were located. Landing on the roof of the multi-purpose building, I threw off the backpack and parachute, leaving them atop the roof. Then, I swiftly jumped off the roof and silently landed on the ground, with no students seeing me. Sighing, I rushed to the front, where a crowd of students still stood, attempting to enter. Taking out my smartwatch, I quickly checked my messages before pushing my way through the crowd. Jin, Meet at the left side of the bleachers. Han, let's go the middle, we'll get a better view. Jin, I just got in, all the center seats are taken. Han, already left side, it is. Jin, you got that. Rin, on my way, give me like 5 minutes. Han, don't blame us if there are no seats left. Jin, don't worry, you can sit on Han's shoulders. Rin, am I some sort of child to you? Jin, Han, why my shoulders? Question mark. Putting down my smartwatch, I finally entered the multi-purpose buildings. Around me were 3 massive bleachers, each on the side of the building, with them being marked first, second, or third. Finding the bleacher marked first, I pushed my way through more students before finally arriving at the massive first-year bleacher. Despite the assembly being almost 10 minutes away from starting, more than 3/4 of the seats were already filled. Using my enhanced eyesight, I peered towards the left of the bleacher, finding Han and Jin sitting at the very top row. Walking up the stairs, I arrived at the top row before passing by some other students and arriving at my friend's seats. Looking up from his smartwatch, Jin chuckled before saying, "You know, I really thought you wouldn't make it." "And why is that?" "You're too popular for us now." Sitting next to Jin, I sighed before sarcastically replying, "I was already popular in the academy. Just for the wrong reasons." Chiming in from the other side of Jin, Han responded, "Oh yeah, the proficiency, that's enough, Han." As the 3 of us discussed our school life after the battle royale, students seemed to be infinitely blood through the entrance. Within 5 minutes of my arrival, the first-year bleacher was already filled to the brim. And there were still people looking for seats. Crammed between Jin and some random student, I sighed before wishing I had got a reserved seat. Peering at a place right before the bleachers, I saw a couple of chairs lined up with some familiar figures sitting down. Charlotte, Batis, Kevin, Zach, Liam, Alia, Lily, Ruby, Irene, and a couple of other top-ranked first years were sitting down at the front of the bleachers. Shaking my head, I turned on my smartwatch before asking Jin and Han, "Up for a game of Mystic Brawl?" Seeing them nod their heads, I was about to click on the application, but a loud voice interrupted me. "Please at least try to pay attention to this. You are still a student council member, technically." Raising my head to the source of the sound, I saw Astrid, dressed in a normal academy uniform, sitting right next to me. Are you fake one or are real? Then, why are you here? "This is for first years. The principal and first years said it was my job to keep an eye on you." Turning to Jin and Han, who had their smartwatches out and were ready to place, I signaled that I needed a second. Then, turning to my other side and facing Astrid, I sighed before asking, "I take it they don't know I'm the one who recommended you?" Nodding her head, Astrid sighed before leaning back against the wall. Although I was able to discern it was Astrid due to my enhanced eyesight, the other students weren't able to. She tied her hair differently and wore the normal academy uniform instead of the student council jacket. And there were over 400 students, alone, sitting on this bleacher, so even if she was dressed normally, the odds of someone noticing her were low. Looking at me, Astrid asked, "How did you know?" "Know what?" "My plan. You acted so shocked when you saw it. Like, you had already seen it before." "And by pure coincidence, an attack like that is going to happen in less than 2 hours from now." Having no explanation, I resorted to sarcasm and said, "Because I'm the one orchestrating it all." Propping her legs up, Astrid seriously said, "Look, you know I have a certain amount of trust in you since I appointed you to the student council." Making direct eye contact with me, Astrid continued, "As long as you don't break that trust, I'll continue to trust you, alright?" Nodding my head, I paused before saying, "I can assure you that I have no intentions of harming any students or faculty members or the island as a whole." After silently gazing at me for a moment, Astrid sighed before nodding her head and standing up. Turning to me, she rapidly said, "If anyone asks, I was watching over you, alright?" "Why the hell would they ask me, the target, if you were looking over M?" But, before I could finish my sentence, Astrid had already disappeared and was not near the bottom of the first-year bleachers. Sighing, I turned back over to Jin and Han, who had already started a game without me. Get me in next. Looking at their smartwatches, Jin and Han nodded in unison before desperately mashing the screen of their smartwatch. Recalling my conversation with Charlotte earlier in the helicopter, I gazed at the stage at the front of the multi-purpose building. The recruiters were participating in this assembly and not recruiting. What did that mean? What did the term participating entail or mean? Right before the stage and in the empty area between all the bleachers, I saw some faculty members already setting up for the first event. With my future knowledge of the book, I already knew that the first event would be a teamwork game. 2 students would be selected from each year, and they would work together to try and get as far as they could on a balance beam. One of the faculty advisors would cast a binding spell that prevented the 2 from unblinking their arms to ensure no cheating happened. As students gazed with curiosity at the balance beam that was being set up, I sighed before adjusting my gaze downward. Seeing Jin's screen flash with a recognizable orange color, I immediately exclaimed, "Did you start another game without me?" "PFFTNO. It's the same game." Seeing Jin and I gaze at each other, Han sighed before seriously saying, "We just finished, so get on." Pulling out my smartwatch once again, I was about to open the game application when a sudden loud voice surprised me. A male figure with a suit on had emerged from backstage and was now standing in front of a microphone. Using the microphone, which was imbued with sound magic, the male figure pointed at the curtains at the back of the stage before excitedly announcing, "And I introduce you to the only principal of Celestial Academy." Ignoring the announcement, I clicked on the game application, only to be met with an error message. "You do not have Wi-Fi or any internet connection. Please check with your school administrator if you believe this to be a mistake." Glancing at Han and Jin's smartwatches, I realized that it wasn't just me who had lost connection. The school had turned off all smartwatches to force us to pay attention to the stupid assembly. Sighing, the 3 of us put away our smartwatches before Jin angrily exclaimed, "What is this, a prison, a dictatorship? Where is our basic right to Wi-Fi?" Struggling to hold in my laughter, I watched as Han tried to talk reasonably with Jin. Are you saying that access to Wi-Fi is an inherent right that every human should have? Yes. But what about inherent rights like owning property, having liberty, the freedom to vote, eat, and drink? Do you really? Internet connection is up there. Well, when you phrase it like that. Silencing the 2's conversation, the curtains slowly opened, revealing a tall figure with dark blue hair on stage. After waiting a moment for the curtains to finally open, Principal Serafina elegantly and slowly walked to the center of the stage. Not even glancing at the microphone, Principal Serafina announced in a loud tone that echoed throughout the entire multi-purpose building. "Without further ado, let the games begin." Clap, clap. As almost every student in the building broke into applause, clapping sound silenced every other sound. Finally, after a few seconds, the sound of clapping disappeared as the hype died down. Seeing this, Principal Serafina walked toward the edge of the stage before pointing ahead and saying, "Teachers, pick 2 students from your grade to compete." Ignoring the other years and their bleachers, I peered ahead and saw a group of first years gathered a distance away from the teachers. The teachers, ignoring the excited and desperate gazes of their students, huddled up and started to discuss. Then, after a few seconds, a familiar figure emerged from the huddle. Professor Robinson. Sighing, I shook my head and watched as he slowly approached the bleachers of the first years. He was out for revenge. He wanted the people who embarrassed him in front of the recruiters and made his demonstration go terribly. Stopping in front of the line of chairs right before the bleachers, Professor Robinson simply ignored the crowd of students in the bleachers. Staring at the line of students sitting down in the chairs, Professor Robinson pointed at 2 familiar figures, Liam and Ruby. Confirming that they were indeed chosen, Ruby and Liam hesitantly stood up before walking to the center of the multi-purpose building. Behind them, the bleachers erupted into cheers, hopeful that their volunteers would win against the other years. The other year's volunteers were already present in the middle, as the second year had a boy with short brown hair and another boy with short black hair. And the third year had chosen 2 girls, one with short jet black hair and another with long white hair. Aren't those two opposites? Seeing the 6 students gathered at the center, Principal Serafina pointed at the balance beam before saying, "Whichever pair that crosses the largest distance on the balance beam will receive 10 points." As the principal finished her instructions, a teacher emerged from the crowd, walking towards the 6 students. As each pair of 6 students were bonded together, their arms linked, each crowd began yelling cheers. "Go first years, second years, on top for life." Were too old to be losing these first and second years. As the teacher finished bonding everyone together, the pairs gathered at the start of the balance beams. Jin and Han, besides me, were already over having their smartwatches' internet taken away as they excitedly watched the balance beam. Following their gaze, I saw they were watching Ruby and Liam, who, with their arms linked, seemed to be discussing a plan. The two of them were back to back as each of their arms were linked behind their backs, making them unable to be used. Even though they were facing opposite directions, they still seemed to be discussing a plan as their mouths opened every so often. Staring at the two of them, a slight feeling of discomfort emerged in my body. Before immediately proceeding, as if it had never existed, not ignoring the prickling feeling that had emerged for less than a second, I thought out loud, "Am I annoyed?" Confirming the feeling, I continued gazing at Liam and Ruby as they discussed. Realizing that the feeling was still there, I placed my hand on my body, confirming that nothing was off. Why was I being jealous? Ruby was simply hanging out with the main cast because she had to do so in order to not seem suspicious to both the school and her villain supervisors, who wanted information. Even though I doubted that Ruby was actually feeding information, the Gemstone Order was probably already happy with having an agent already so deeply embedded in the Celestial Academy. There was also the possibility that Ruby had left the Gemstone Order for the main cast. Both possibilities explained why Ruby was with the main cast, and from my observation, I could tell that Ruby enjoyed spending time with Irene, a member of the main cast. Lily, who had recruited Ruby to the main cast, simply wanted to reform her as she knew Ruby would become a villain, like Irene, with her future knowledge from the book. The one thing Lily didn't know was that Ruby had already become a villain far before entering the academy. It was a contractual relationship between her and the main cast, that was all. In the past, I had been fine with it, even encouraging it. Ruby, having joined the Gemstone Order at a young age, had probably lived a not-so-good life as she had to resort to becoming a villain so early on. However, with the main cast, she could rectify that and live a good life where she was treated as a hero and had all the things she wanted, including friends and freedom. But then, what was my relationship with Ruby? A friendly one, perhaps? Or maybe something more positive? Or more negative? Sighing, I kept my gaze on the two as they discussed, not allowing the prickling feeling to bother me. As my eyes glowed with a fiery red intensity, I immediately realized that I was staring too hard. However, before I could look away, Ruby, perhaps sensing a gaze on her, twisted round. Liam, who was tied to her, also got pulled around and yelped in pain. However, Ruby continued looking around. As I was turning away, Ruby seemed to pause his twisting and look in my direction. Was she looking at me? Sighing, I fully turned around and ignored her gaze. If Ruby found me, Liam would find me, too, and that would disrupt my entire plan. Taking out my smartwatch, I was about to send a text to ensure that, just in case she was looking for me, she knew I wasn't ignoring her because I wanted to. However, as I clicked on the messages application, a familiar error screen popped up. You do not have Wi-Fi or any internet connection. Please check with your school administrator if you believe this to be a mistake. Putting down my smartwatch slowly, I watched as the second years went first. After making it up the stairs, the two stood on the thin metal tube, with their backs touching each other. The two of them carefully sidestepped forward in unison, slowly gaining distance. However, one of the students sidestepped too far forward, causing both of them to lose balance. The next second, both students plummeted to the floor. Next up were Ruby and Liam, who employed the exact same strategy as the second years. However, unlike them, Ruby and Liam were in sync, easily passing the point where the second years fell. As the two of them neared the middle of the balance beam, the first-year bleachers started screaming louder than ever. "Get to the end. You two can do this. Do it for US. We forgive you for the battle royale." On the other hand, Professor Robinson, and admittedly, I, stood silent and still just watching the two of them. I was never much of a screamer or one to make a scene. Then, a second later, Ruby extended her foot too far right, causing Liam to be pulled backward. Bang! Just like their predecessors, the two of them plunged to the floor where the teacher was waiting with his spell, ready to untangle their arms. Slightly less interested now, I watched as the two third-year girls with opposing appearances stepped onto the balance beam. Instead of being back-to-back and slowly sidestepping forward like the previous pairs, the two girls were actually facing each other. Surprising everyone even more, the two girls didn't even bother to plan their steps and immediately started moving. They seemed to be in sync as they easily passed the point of the second years. And in a few seconds, the point of the first years, Ruby and Liam. Speeding their pace to the jog, the girls seemed to be in complete unity as they jogged at the same pace with the same balance all the way across the balance beam. Jumping off the balance beam, the girls simply bowed before turning to the teacher and having their arms disentangled. As the scoreboard updated, giving the third years 10 points, the bleacher of the third years erupted into cheers. "We did it. I'm gonna be honest, I didn't see it at first. But I was gravely mistaken." While the cheers of the third years continued echoing throughout the building, Liam and Ruby rapidly returned to their seats. Although you would expect the first years to be mad Liam and Ruby hadn't won the event and had cost them points, no one said anything. After the war, during the battle royale, they seemed to learn their lesson. On the other hand, the second-year students returned to their seats under the shameful gazes and disapproving nods of their classmates. As the cheering came to a close and all the students returned, the principal stepped forward onto the stage once again. Staring at the area where the balance beam was, Principal Serafina snapped her fingers, causing a huge bout of fog to appear. The fog colored a light gray, encapsulated the entire center of the multi-purpose building, preventing anyone from seeing the balance beam. A second later, the fog disappeared. No longer was there a balance beam, but 3 gigantic podiums stood, each facing the stage. Smiling, Serafina paced around the stage for a couple of seconds before finally announcing, "Anyone up for a game of trivia?" "Me, please, me. Choose me, I'll 100% win." Ignoring the cheers of the desperate students who wanted to volunteer and win individual prizes, Serafina continued. "The winners of the balance beam have received an award of ... a free vacation." "That's right, on the Academy's money. The two girls will get an all-expenses-paid free vacation." Pausing for a moment, Serafina allowed the students to gasp in shock before stepping forward. Then, an over-exaggerated voice, Serafina said, "For this event, the individual WHO wins will receive a ... top-of-the-line private and personal chef for 1 week ... Are they trying to tempt me?" Sighing, I shook my head. I couldn't compete ... right? Who cared about a personal chef? I was going to rob the principal's vault, where magical artifacts beyond comprehension were probably held. Why do I risk it all just to win some stupid personal chef that I don't even need? Right? Though I tried to push the thought of competing down, it kept emerging and replaying in my head. Inhaling, I watched closely as another teacher, who had long black hair and blue eyes, approached the bleachers. Pausing for a moment in front of the bleachers, the blue-eyed teacher seemed to think for a moment before raising her hand. Then, in a swift motion, she flicked her hands upward and pointed at the center of the bleachers. "Dak, you're up. Win for us, or suffer the consequences. Just remember, I'm your teacher, so you're representing me when you get up there." As the unknown student gulped and got up from his seat, I leaned back in my chair. It was trivia anyway. I wouldn't have been able to win ... yeah, so it doesn't matter. Gaining some confidence from the cheers of the first years behind him, the unknown student confidently sauntered down the stairs. Approaching the end of the bleacher stairs, the unknown student raised his hands before cockily turning around. Waving his hands up and down, The unknown student smiled upon hearing countless more cheers. Still facing the students, the unknown student, for whatever reason, stepped backward. Bang! A second later, he overstepped his back foot and landed back first on the hard floor of the multi-purpose building. Almost instantly, the cheering displayed was replaced with a deathly silence. Staring at her student lying down on the floor, the black-haired and blue-eyed teacher simply sighed as if she had somewhat expected this outcome. Waving her hands up and down, the teacher looked at the bleacher of first-year students before yelling, "Anyone else wants to give it a try?" This had to be a second chance this world's creator had granted me on. I couldn't pass up on it now. Without any hesitation whatsoever, I reached over to Jin and grabbed Han. Then, using my C-rank strength, which far surpassed the other students, I lifted Han up, making him visible even though we were at the back of the bleachers. Then, with Han above me, I yelled out, "Me, me, me, me." Noticing the student practically floating in the air, the blue-eyed teacher sighed before saying, "All right, you in the back, you're up." Looking back at her student, who was still slumped on the ground, the teacher sighed before continuing, "I'll take this one to the nurse." Jin, who had been staring at me with a smile upon seeing me lift Han up, exclaimed, "I know you can win if you try your hardest." Han, now sitting back down, angrily glared at Jin and me. "Don't bullshit me, you two probably had this planned from the start, didn't you?" In unison, both Jin and I shook our heads. After pausing for a moment, Han continued and angrily exclaimed, "I'm not going up." Interrupting Han mid-sentence, I pointed downward at basically every student in the first year. All of them were staring at Han with expectant, jealous, and curious gazes. Smiling, I patted Han on the shoulder and said, "You sure?" "Are you foo?" Stopping Han mid-sentence, I forced a decently sized piece of physical corruption into his palm. "You know, I wouldn't set you up for failure, right? Just trust me, alright?" Pausing for a moment, I added, "If you really don't want to go, I'll go for you right now. I'm sure they won't care if I go instead of you." Sighing, Han shook his head. "No. I still owe you for the Battle Royale placement rank." Looking down at the physical piece of corruption in his hands, Han questioned, "And what exactly am I supposed to do with this?" "Whenever it's your turn to answer, look at it. The answer will displayed on it. Oh, and make sure to cover it so people can't see." Playing with the physical piece of corruption, which resembled black Play-Doh from Earth, Han sighed before reluctantly stepping forward. "If I lose, so help me God, Ren. You are so damn screwed." Folding under the pressure of the first-year gazes, Han walked down the bleachers stairs, making sure not to lose his step. Shifting my gaze away from Han, I curiously turned to face Jin. Seeing him meet my gaze, I curiously asked, "Why'd you go along with it?" "I mean, I didn't tell I was going to get Han selected, did I?" Placing his finger under his chin, Jin seemed to think for a moment before remarking, "Well, I know you're somehow going to find a way to win, so I'm not worried about Han. And a private chef for a week sounds amazing." Stopping for a moment mid-thought, Jin scanned my body for a moment before asking, "And why did you choose Han to go up and not me, Ren? Because it would be too easy for us to win if you went up." Shaking his head, Jin smirked before leaning back in his seat and watching Han. Standing a distance from the first-year bleachers, Han placed his hands on the lecture right before him. To his right and left were two students from the third and second years. The second-year student was a female with golden blonde hair that was tied up in ponytails and amber brown eyes. The third-year student was a boy with jet black hair and matching jet black eyes. The upperclassman did not seem nervous at us compared to Han, who kept glancing at the palm of his hand. Rubbing my hands together, I scooted over so that I was right next to Jin. Placing my mouth to his ear, I quietly whispered, "You search for the questions on your smartwatch. I type them and send them to Han, alright?" After taking a moment to comprehend my words, Jin hesitated before whispering back, How am I supposed to search things up if there's no internet, though?" Having thought of this problem already, I sighed before pulling out my personal smartwatch, which was a different color from my school's. I thought that there was a possibility that the jinns could have used some method to block communication between school devices, so I had brought an extra smartwatch just in case. Handing it to Jin, I replied, "Use this one." Taking the smartwatch, Jin played around with it for a second before confirming that it indeed had an internet connection. As Jin continued messing around with the smartwatch and becoming familiar with it, Serafina realized that all the representatives had been chosen. Staring at the 3 students, each in front of a lecture, in front of her, Serafina announced, "Please wait a moment." At that moment, a teacher from each year stepped forward before pointing their wands at the first, second, and third year bleachers. A second later, a massive bubble appeared, encapsulating the bleachers and the few students sitting in the chairs right before it. This happened with every other bleacher unit. Finally, there were 3 big bubbles covering each bleacher in the building. Seeing the students' confusion, Serafina continued announcing, "From now on, you will be able to hear me. But I won't be able to hear you. This bubble blocks any noise from you guys reaching the representatives." Staying silent for a moment, Serafina stared around before pointing to a book that had appeared in her hands. "I will start the questions now. So representatives, be ready. After I ask a question, if you believe that you know the answer, tap the red button on your lecture. The first student to tap the red button after I've finished asking the question will answer the question and will receive a point if they get it correct. If this first student gets the wrong answer, another representative will have the opportunity to steal this question, and the student with the incorrect answer will lose a point." Opening the book to some random page, Serafina continued. "Does everyone understand?" "Yep." "Yes." "Indeed." Hearing the 3 students confirm that they were ready and understood the instructions, Serafina began. "In what year was Celestial Academy established?" Staring at Jin, I watched as he frantically typed. A moment later, Jin whispered to me, 17 years ago. Not skipping a single second, I changed the form of the physical corruption in Han's hand, so that it formed a 70. Boom. Hearing the first buzzer go up, Principal Serafina raised her hand before pointing at the source of the noise. "Second year representative, what is your answer?" Without any hesitation, the blonde girl eagerly said, 17 years ago. After confirming that the answer was correct, Serafina announced, "Correct, that's 1 point for the second years." Turning to Jin beside me, I said, "We have to be faster." Nodding his head, Jin stared at me with one of the most serious expressions I had ever seen on him before solemnly replying, "I understand. Were the 2 of us really taking this more seriously than the Battle Royale? I mean, we had just napped around for some time in the Battle Royale, and now, here we were, hyping ourselves up for some trivia game." Boom. First year representative. Again, what is your answer? The Celestial Academy's mascot is the bald eagle. Correct. That's 4 straight points for the first years. 1 more point, and he'll win it all. The second years have 1 point, and the third years are in last place with 0. Although Han couldn't hear it, the first year bleachers erupted in cheers at his correct answer. "1 more, you got this." "I'm glad the other guy got injured, because we got you instead." "Have my kids." Ignoring the last cheer, which came from a man's mouth, I sighed before turning to Jin. Jin's palms were sweating, and his hands were trembling as his gaze was locked onto the smartwatch. Nodding my head in approval, I said, "1 more, Jin." Perhaps too focused on the screen of the smartwatch, Jin stayed silent and ignored my question. Patting him on the shoulder, I replied, "Imagine it. Just imagine the 5-star food we'll get every week from the private chef." "Can you smell it, Jin?" "Smell it. It smells like victory." Finally moving in response to my loud voice, Jin simply turned to me and gave me a thumbs up before returning his faithful gaze to the smartwatch before him. Although he couldn't see it, I also gave him a thumbs up before prepping my hands. Changing the form of corruption on Jin's hands was just like drawing. I positioned my right hand as I was holding a pencil, and my left hand was flat as if it were a canvas waiting to be written on. Raising the imaginary pencil in my right hand, I closed my eyes for a second before locking my gaze onto the canvas, or my flat left hand, below me. After a bit of hesitation to build up hype, Principal Serafina flipped to another page of the book that she was holding before opening her mouth. What was the original name of the body of water that is currently surrounding the Academy's island? Please note, I am asking for the original name, not the current name. Raising my hand, I heard the sound of Jin's fingers bashing against the screen of the smartwatch. Is my smartwatch screen going to be fine after all this? What if it gets cracked? Clearing my head of stupid thoughts, I immediately plunged my finger downwards towards my left hand as Jin spoke. Half Moon Bay. As the corruption in Han's hand began to take shape, I rapidly drew out the letters Half Moon Bay onto the palm of my left hand. There was a bit of delay between my drawing and the corruption as the corruption moved slower than my hand. Finishing my drawing of the letter, I flicked my head upwards and peered to the center of the stage, locking my gaze on Han. In unison, Han silently raised the palm of his hand with the corruption, glanced at it, and then immediately lowered it. His hand was partially hidden from the lecture in front of him, so unless you were right in front of him, you wouldn't have been able to see him subtly raising his hand. Of course, my amazing eyesight bypassed that restriction. Silently thanking my eyes, I watched with anticipation as Han slammed his hand down on the buzzer in front of him. Boom. Hearing the buzzer, Principal Serafina didn't even bother to glance at the other students, who were silent and ashamed. Sighing and looking at that book, Serafina asked, "First year representative, for the game winner point. What is your answer?" Han, now having full trust in our answers as we had helped him over 3 times by now, confidently raised his hand. Half Moon Bay is my final and only answer. Without even waiting to see if the answer was confirmed by Principal Serafina, Han turned around to face the first-year bleachers. Looking at his fellow classmates, who were silent to him due to the gigantic bubble around all the bleachers, Han raised his hands. At the same time, Serafina slammed shut the book before announcing, "That is correct. Congratulations, first years. For winning the trivia event, you have won 10 points. First years are now officially on the leaderboard." In unison, the bubble surrounding all the bleachers popped, allowing the screams and cheers of the first-year students to be set free. Everyone on the bleachers stood up and raised their hands, imitating Han, while cheering louder than both the second and third year combined. "Easy win." WHO said, "We're fucked." "Sorry, second years, can't you hear you from all the down at the bottom?" "I just won 10 gold from a bet. You saved me." Han, paying no mind to the cheers, nonchalantly walked straight back to the bleachers without uttering a single word. As Han stepped foot onto the bleacher, the crowd of students at the front extended their hands in front of him. Staring at the hands, Han walked up the stairs while high-fiving every single person as he passed. Reaching the last row, Han put down his hand before silently sitting next to Jin and me. Staring at Han's emotionless face, I couldn't help but blurt out, "And, who the fuck do you think you are?" Who the hell was this? Where was my smart and always concerned Han? We already had the confident and cocky one in the group, Jin. I don't know if my mind can handle having 2 Jins in the same group. Jin, breaking into laughter at my statement, also stared at the bold-faced Han with an expression of disbelief. "What, Han? You got a bit of fame, and now you've decided to become Ren for a day?" Staring at Han after hearing Jin's words, the thought suddenly entered my head. Is this what I look like? Goddamn, I am such an asshole. Feeling a pat on my shoulder, I turned to face Jin, who grinned and replied, "At least you're self-aware." Han, no longer able to keep up the fake image of boldness, burst into laughter at Jin's words. Desperately trying to cover his mouth and keep his expression neutral, Han stuttered out, "Ugh, just another day in the life." In unison, both Jin and I questioned, "Are you done now, Han?" Leaning back, Han returned to his normal expression, with his eyebrows raised, and nodded his head. As Principal Serafina left the stage to prepare for the next event, Jin energetically said, "Aren't we forgetting something? We're getting a free private chef for a week. No more of that shitty and cold cafeteria food." Nodding my head in approval of Jin's sentiment, I looked at Han. Then, in an unbelievable turn of events, Han looked confused. With an emotionless tone, Han shrugged his shoulder and asked, "Who's we?" Feeling the pressure of our two gazes, Han folded and returned to his original face before laughing and muttering, "Ha ha. Guys, I'm just kidding." Looking at the opposing bleachers, I saw the second years were somewhat panicking while the third years keenly observed the center of the multi-purpose building. Did I forget to mention something? The year with the lowest amount of points at the end of the assembly is forced to spend a week cleaning the school's facilities. The individual rewards like the all-expense-paid vacation and private chef that the three of us were receive weren't cheap. The school needed some way to get back a portion of the money they had spent on this massive event. So they gave the cleaning staff and janitors a week paid break after the Winter Wonderland event was over. During this week, the year with the lowest amount of points would be forced to clean the school. These tasks included mopping the floor, cleaning walls, picking up trash, rearranging chairs, and even cleaning the bathrooms. After school, every single student in the year would be forced to clean for over 3 hours a day. Needless to say, no year wanted to do it. And staring at the scoreboard, which displayed the first and third years tied for first with 10 points and the second years at 0, I could see tensions were growing. Shaking my head, I patted my two friends on the back before standing up. Everyone in front of us on the bleachers was already standing up to see the stage more clearly, so it wasn't abnormal. There was one more event until the emergency alarm was pulled, so I needed to sort some things out. Looking down at my two confused friends, who were still sitting, I said, "Can you take care of my friend for a second?" Staring at each other in unison with annoyed expressions, Han sighed before asking, "Are you really planning on leaving your clone here with us and just taking off?" During the battle royale, I had introduced and acquainted Jin and Han with the corrupted figure as it was necessary for the plan to succeed. Shaking my head at the two's annoyed gazes, I explained once again, "No, it's the opposite. Actually, Lily had known about my corrupted figure from the start, as in our dream, I had used it to fight Zack, who at that time was possessed by the spirit. And, by now, she had probably noticed that I had used it during our fight in the Battle Royale. She had seen me above ground on the surface, fighting Kevin and Jin, and Alia had seen me in the underground space. Leaning down and hiding in front of the standing figures in the row in front of me, I manifested a small physical piece of corruption in my pocket. After a second, I placed that small piece of corruption on the ground before sitting back down. Then, I manifested 2 more pieces of physical corruption before turning to Jin and Han. After gesturing for the 2 of them to open their arms, I placed the piece of physical corruption into their hands. "Could you place it in your pocket?" Seeing them reluctantly place the piece of corruption in their pockets, I said, "Well, it's quite simple from here. When I say go, take the thing out of your pocket and throw it on the ground." Manifesting a detailed clone of me with the exact same structure required a lot of corruption and energy. But manifesting a couple of undetailed figures that barely resembled me did not. And with this many people around, the 2 would basically be the same to anyone's eye besides mine. Jin, nodding his head, raised his hand before saying, "One condition." "And that is?" "Tell us what it's for." Leaning back and resting my hands, I simply shrugged my shoulders and replied, "Today just feels like one of those days, you know." Han, with a suspicious and confused expression on his face, slowly asked, "You still haven't answered the question, Ren." Looking upwards at the sky-high ceiling of the multi-purpose building, I calmly replied, "Han, you know, if you don't take risks, you can't create a future." From beside me, Jin immediately responded, "That's still not an answer, Ren." Extending both of my arms in opposite directions, I wrapped my hands around the shoulders of both Jin and Han. Pulling them closer to me, I quietly whispered into both of their ears, "You know, Principal Sir Pahina has been pissing me off recently. So it's about time for some revenge. You're talking about Principal Serafina, the world-class magical and top-ranked hero in the entire world, right Ren? That's the person who you're planning to get revenge on, right?" Bringing their ears to my mouth, I slowly nodded my head before replying to Han's troubled expression. "Someone has to stand up for what's right, Han. And if no one else will, I will. Jin, honestly thinking this was a joke, played along and asked, what exactly did Principal Serpahina do? To incur your might wrath, when, She forgot my name, recalling a moment from long ago, when I had just returned to the Celestial Academy from my suspension. A prickling feeling appeared in my chest. When I was turning in my apology letter, Principal Serafina was there, and, instead of saying hi or hello, she walked right past me. In all reality, I wasn't mad or anything, but I needed a reason to convince Han and Jin. And that was the only realistic one I could come up with. What else could I say? She killed my dog, so I wanted to get revenge on her. Han, knowing from the piece of corruption that I had given them that I wasn't being sarcastic, sighed. There are over 800 students in the school, Ren, why would she? Shaking my head, I patted Han on the shoulder before swiftly replying. Han. This is why you're hard stuck gold in Mystic Brawl. And what the hell does that have to do with anything we're talking about? Looking down at the piece of corruption I had left on the floor, I grinned and replied, honestly, I just wanted to bring it up. I can't lie. You've been getting way too cocky since that whole trivia thing win. It hasn't even been 5 minutes since I won. Jin, seeing my vision like a true friend, chimed in from the other side. See, here you go again, bringing it up, like we know you won. Alright, Han. Chuckling at Han's furious expression, Jin and I leaned back while closing our eyes. Han, realizing our joke, regained his composure and sighed before joining us. Hearing some commotion arise and more students starting to stand up, I attempted to lean forward to see the stage. However, my arms were linked around the shoulders of Jin and Han, and they were leaning back. Unable to push myself upward, I leaned against the wall of the multipurpose building with Han and Jin beside me. With my eyes still closed, I attempted to discern what the students nearby were saying. No way, is that a __? It is a __? What the fuck? How did they get a D_? According to my memory, which I admit is pretty blurry at this point, the next event for this assembly was supposed to be an agility game. The principal and faculty teachers were going to set up an obstacle course in the middle of the multipurpose building, and students would compete to see who got the fastest score. But why did it have such a big reaction? It was just a normal obstacle course, wasn't it? Without even opening my eyes to look, I could tell that something was wrong. The event must have been replaced. The principal knew about the emergency alarm and the Jin attack, didn't she? Having an obstacle course while the emergency alarm went off would be terrible. The students inside the obstacle course wouldn't be able to escape and be forced to stay in the multipurpose building until they eventually did. In contrast, the principal probably wanted to clear out the multipurpose building as soon as possible to find and kill the Jins before they could attack any students. Removing my arm from Han and Jin's shoulders, I leaned forward, opened my eyes, and peered toward the area right below the stage. Holy shit, even I couldn't hold back my surprise when I saw a massive and mystical creature simply standing there. Is that a damn griffin? Staring at the figure with a lion-like body, but 2 massive wings emerged from both sides of it, I sighed out loud. The fur at the top half of the griffin was a pure white, except for its golden beak, while the rest of its body was colored a dark brown. The griffin was a very rare creature, even in this world where magical beasts were seen quite often, with there only being about 100 in existence. And that number was rapidly decreasing. They were either obtained by randomly finding them in the wilderness, or receiving them as a reward for completing a dream. However, killing magical beasts like the griffin gave special magical items that could be used to craft very powerful items, so griffins were often killed instead of used. But this wasn't just any griffin, was it? No, it was Liam's griffin. The griffin that Liam would tame later on in the story and keep with him until the very end when he fought the final villain. A griffin is so powerful that people used to shake in fear just from seeing it fly in the sky. Also there was another reason why the griffin was so powerful and useful to Liam. It had a special ability called Purity Checker. Yes. This griffin could, similar to Ruby, look into the souls or bodies of people with its eyes and determine if they had good intentions or bad intentions. That meant Liam, unlike many others, could identify undercover villains and jinns with his griffin. This allowed him to cleanse out the Celestial Academy of all its criminals with the help of Serafina in his 3rd year. Usually, I would be fine with this as I, of course, had amazing and good moral intentions. I wanted to save the world. How much more morally good could I get? The problem, then, the griffin doesn't see your entire purity and morality. It just sees it at this moment. And what was I planning to do at this moment? Break and enter into the principal vault in an attempt to steal some stupidly powerful magical artifact that could help me. That's not very morally good, is it? Some people might say that Griffin's ability wouldn't work, as pretty much every student in this room has a morally bad thing they want to do right now. Like wanting to win the event to get individual rewards. Or other bad things that aren't even related to the assembly. But, the Griffin has the ability to distinguish between their severity and whether they are actually planning to carry it out. Most people here have selfish things they want to do, but either restraints are in the way, or they don't have the courage or confidence to do it. On the other hand, I am genuinely carrying it out, so the Griffin would most likely notice me and see my bad morals. Ducking downwards, I hid behind the standing figures of the people in the row in front of me. There were at least 800 people in this room, so the odds that the Griffin randomly decided to examine my soul were low. Unless someone commanded it to. That person, whether it was Liam or the principal, could figure out I was up to something bad and preemptively stop me. Han and Jin, also leaning forward, just glanced at the massive griffin in the middle of the room before also turning away. It seemed that they also knew about its ability to examine souls. Seeing them hide next to me, I curiously asked, "And why are you guys hiding from it?" In unison, the two replied, "And why exactly are you hiding, Nen?" Shaking my head, I sighed and pulled them back to their seats. "It won't notice you unless you're actually planning to do whatever bad thing you're thinking about." Escaping my grasp, the two immediately ducked down again before replying. "But we are planning to do it." Chuckling at the seriousness of their words, I sighed before also hiding with them. It was normal for them to be paranoid. Imagine a creature that can essentially read your mind and see if you have good or bad intentions just appears. However, this ability of the Griffins was different from Ruby, who could actually see a soul's size and see its specific desire at all times, rather than just one moment. The Griffin could see the morality of an intention, which is solely what you're planning to do at this moment and nothing else, whereas Ruby read and saw your soul as a whole, reading the desire of your whole life and how badly you want it or the size of its flame. Wait. Why am I even thinking about Ruby right now? Clearing my face and thoughts, I stared down at the Griffin, trying to form a new plan. The Griffin had keen eyesight as a magical beast. Maybe even similar to mine. Right now, I was hidden by people, and like me, the Griffin couldn't see through physical objects, so I was fine. But, when the emergency alarm went off, and the crowd rushed out, the Griffin would be able to identify me. So, sending clones of me out wouldn't work. I had to confuse and distract the Griffin. Wait. What if I? Finding something. I ignored the principal walking up to the stage and retrieved all my physical pieces of corruption. Give the black thing back. Right. After retrieving my physical pieces of corruption from Jin, Han, and the floor, I stared at them before reshaping them. As the shape of the corruption changed and the weight altered in my hands, I smiled. They weren't clones of me anymore. Keeping the physical pieces of corruption with me, I kept my head down to avoid the Griffin's gaze and intently listened. Within a few moments, the principal's voice echoed throughout the multi-purpose building. For this next event, as you can see, we have a very special guest with us. After a short pause, Serafina continued. In this event, you will have to hang on to this Griffin's body for as long as possible without it shaking you off. So, like those carnival games where you get on the mechanical bull and have to stay on it while it tries to throw you off. As Serafina's last words echoed, The entire crowd of first years in front of us jumped up and down in excitement. They didn't even want to win the individual reward. They just wanted to touch and ride a griffin. As the cheers got louder, I eventually gathered the courage to peek my head for a moment before immediately ducking back down. Within that short second, I spotted a very familiar figure walking over to the bleachers, who was obviously coming to choose the first-year participant. Professor Zia. I swear to fucking God if you choose me. I had put up with her bullshit choice of making me class representative. But this was too damn far. Surely, she wouldn't choose me. Surely. Jin and Han, hearing my anger and furious muttering, also peered their heads up for a moment before hiding again. Patting me on the back, Jin said, Ren, there's no way Professor Zia hates you this much. Nodding my head, I sighed before basically lying down on the floor of the bleachers to hide myself. Professor Zia knows of my incident with Liam at the start of the year, so she should think I'm a person with immoral intentions. That means she won't choose me, right? However, despite Professor Zia having to be near the bleachers now with the pace she was walking with, when I glanced upward, nothing was said. Eventually, the students in front of us began to whisper. Why hasn't she chosen anyone? Is SHE looking for someone or something? Hey, no teacher biased allowed. Choose randomly. Choose me, please choose me. Yes. Choose him, please. Not daring to peek my head for a single moment, I stared at Jin and Han. Professor Zia knew I would be with the two of them, and it was just a matter of time until they found Jin and Han as they kept peeking their heads up. Giving a quick wave, I was about to start crawling away when a sudden voice sounded from ahead of me. Ahem, the principal has told me to pick a specific student. But it seems like he is not in attendance, which is not very surprising to me. Instead, I will be choosing someone at random. Oh Lily, you're the first person I saw. Will you please go up instead? Letting out a sigh of relief, I vowed to personally thank Professor Zia the next time I saw her in class. Also, really, Principal Serafina? She really told the teachers to choose me specifically for this event? I mean, it wouldn't be far-fetched to the teachers considering the fame I was gaining for winning the Battle Royale, but still, she was targeting me. Disapprovingly shaking my head, I remained hiding with Jin and Han, just patiently waiting for the alarm to go off. Back at the front of the bleachers, the main cast stared at Lily with confused expressions. Ren was definitely here in the room. Liam had literally seen him enter when he was secretly guarding the doors. Identifying Ren as someone with bad intentions through the use of the griffin would take a huge weight off their back, as they wouldn't have to guess anymore if Ren was participating or not. Lily, staring at Professor Zia in front of her, sighed. She couldn't decline and just say Ren was actually somewhere here. Only the teachers were supposed to know that Ren was the student to be picked for this event. So, Lily would be revealing the fact that the principal and the main cast were partnered. Nodding her head, Lily reluctantly got up before heading towards the griffin that was right below the stage. There was another reason why the griffin was this next event. While Ren was a huge threat to their plan and needed to be taken care of, taking out a griffin for the sole purpose of identifying him was way too much. Instead, they brought out the griffin just in case the worst happened. In the end, the principal and main cast valued the lives of the students over the principal's vault. So, if they had to choose between saving the students and the vault would be robbed while the students were fine. In case that scenario happened, the principal decided to bring one of the most valuable things from her vault, the griffin. Although the main cast didn't get to see the inside of the vault, knowing the griffin was there, and not even the most valuable thing in the vault, made them even more curious about what else was inside the infamous vault. Walking towards the vicinity of the griffin, Lily spotted two other students approaching as well. From the right, a second-year boy approached with blonde hair that was parted in the middle to reveal his forehead and matching yellow eyes. To her left, a third-year girl was walking with jet black hair, which was tied into one long ponytail, and dark red eyes. She's oddly similar to someone else I know, isn't she? Shaking her head and dismissing the coincidence as something random, Lily stood before the griffin. Although it was invisible to everyone else, Lily could feel the magic barrier in front of her due to the massive amounts of mana particles gathered together. Twisting her head, Lily stared at Principal Serafina, and Principal Serafina stared right back at Lily with a confused expression. In response to the principal's gaze, Lily simply shrugged her shoulders before pointing at Professor Zia, who was still examining the bleachers for some reason. After shaking her head for a moment, Principal Serafina gave Lily a thumbs up, basically saying, "Well, the show must go on." Looking away from the principal, Lily stared at the majestic griffin in front of her. It was like a combination of an eagle and a lion from Earth. An eagle, known for its tenacity and fearlessness, combined with a lion, an animal celebrated for its noble and bold appearance. Surprisingly, the griffin, the product of the two animals, actually lived up to or maybe exceeded the lion and eagle's reputation. The second year and third year also carefully observed the griffin, looking for the best mounts to mount it. Lily, shaking her head, took a quick glance at the chairs where the main cast was sitting. Near the end or in the middle of the event, the emergency alarm would go off. So, Lily had to be ready to hop off the griffin and run towards the exit. Currently, Astrid, or the student council president, was supposed to be in charge of following Ren. However, considering that Professor Zia hadn't even found him in the bleachers, it was likely that Astrid was lost as well. Or maybe, by some miracle, Astrid has managed to locate him. The main cast and Lily's job was to eliminate any possible threats that could throw off their plan. Principal Serafina and the unknowingly recruited Kanki and Kazuki were to take care of the more serious threats like the jinns, who would actually kill and harm students, while Serafina and the two alumni of Celestial Academy took care of protecting the students. The main cast would venture underground to temporarily guard the vault. And, once the safety of the students was ensured, which should be quite fast considering the recent construction of the courtyard that had been specifically done to stop jinns, Serafina would help protect the vault as well. Dismissing her thoughts, Lily stared at the bigger problem that lay in front of her. After Ren's fight against both Kevin and Liam simultaneously during the Battle Royale, the reputation of the main cast takes a plunge. The once group of students, who were thought to be unbeatable and all-powerful, had almost lost to a former creep. Needless to say, their prestige had taken a steep downfall. While no one dared say it to their faces, they would have to be deaf to not hear the rumors and gossip circulating around the academy. And this opportunity to reclaim the main cast's honors had just been handed to her in the form of winning this event. As the mana particles dispersed, dispelling the magical barrier surrounding the griffin, Principal Serafina's voice sounded. "Contestants, you have 30 seconds to choose your place on the griffin. After that, the last one standing or clinging to the griffin will be victorious." As the last words left her mouth, Principal Serafina pointed her wand at the griffin before muttering, "Sit, lie down." And like a good dog, the griffin obediently followed the principal's directions, sitting and then finally lying down on the floor of the multi-purpose building. "Your time starts now." After a couple of moments of hesitation upon seeing the mythical beast just lying down on the floor with his back to the ceiling, Lily finally moved. Being the first to move and regain her composure, Lily looked for the best spot immediately. The wings ... number. The tummy? No. The back. As Lily began contemplating her options, the black-haired ponytail girl walked towards the griffin. Then, without any hesitation, the dark red eyes golden sat on the part of the griffin where the body and wings met. Within a few moments, Lily also chose her spot, walking over to the head of the griffin, where its golden beak stood. Climbing on top of the lying griffin, Lily finally reached her desired place or the right ear of the griffin. And finally, the second-year boy decided that the tail of the griffin was the best place. Seeing the three contestants all on the griffin, Principal Serafina announced that they had chosen their respective spots. "The game will begin ... in 3, 2." In unison, Principal Serafina once again took out her wand before pointing it at the griffin. Shake. Almost immediately, the griffin seemed to wake up as its gigantic eyes flicked open. Not knowing, or perhaps not caring about the three humans on it, the griffin stood up without any sudden movements. Then, like a dog drenched in the water, The griffin began furiously shaking itself without any sign of stopping. As the griffin shook left and right, the blonde student at the tail of the griffin desperately clung to its fur. However, the tail, being the smallest part of the griffin, easily threw the blonde-haired and yellow-eyed student off. Fortunately, the student managed to snatch and cling to the fur at the bottom of the griffin's tail at the last second. With his legs dangling, the student desperately grasped the fur of the griffin. On the other hand, the black-haired ponytail student was quite comfortable. When the griffin furiously shook to the right, the student got thrown against the back of the griffin. And, when it shook left, the student simply hit the bottom of the griffin's wing. Since the student was between the bottom of the griffin's wing and the body of it, it was almost impossible for her to fall off in the left and right direction. She could still fall front and backward, however, her tight grasp on the fur of the griffin prevented that. Finally, Lily used a similar strategy, banging between the ear of the griffin and its head. "You got this. For the third years, Rena. Caleb, do this for the second years. Lily, we believe in you. I'm so confident that I'll get a buzz cut if the third years somehow lose. I'll shave my head off if the second years lose. I'll get normal haircut if the first years lose. Yeah, let's go first years." Bam. As a couple of seconds passed by, though, seeming like millions of years to the participants who desperately hung on to the griffin, an eventual bang sound echoed through the auditorium. The second-year boy's descent from the eagle had been so fast that no one had actually realized it until he fell against the hard floor of the multipurpose building. For the next 10 seconds, the griffin continually rapidly shaking its bodies, while the two girls desperately clung on. The red-eyed third year seemed to be in a better situation than Lily, as her expression remained calm and persistent. On the other hand, expressions of pain and discomfort leaked onto Lily's face as her body continuously banged back and forth between the inner rear of the griffin and its head. Seeing the situation reach an impasse as neither student refused to let go, Serafina sighed before pointing her wand at the griffin. Principal Serafina had purposely started off harshly by commanding the griffin to start shaking rapidly so that this event would end as fast as possible. At any moment now, the emergency alarm could go off, and Lily, alongside the third year, would be dizzy, stunned, and stuck on the griffin while the others evacuated. As Serafina's wand rose, the griffin suddenly stopped and halted its shaking, giving the two girls a moment to recover. Then, no more than a second later, Principal Serafina said while pointing her wand at the griffin, "Flip." Before the two girls could even comprehend Serafina's words, as their brains were stunned, the griffin suddenly moved. Then, in a graceful motion, the griffin jumped up in the air. Before slowly flipping, its head getting closer to the ceiling with every passing second. At the apex of the eagle's flip, where its beak was at the highest point possible, the two girls now flipped completely and lost their balance. Both girls, at the exact same time, lost their grip on the eagle and plummeted towards the floor. Lily, having chosen the ear as her spot, was slightly above the third-year girl as they simultaneously began their descent. Bang, bang. As the sound of the students crashing into the floor echoed throughout the multipurpose building, Principal Serafina immediately announced, "Lily and the first years, congratulations on Emeraseni. This is not a drill. Emergency. This is not a drill. All students evacuated to the courtyard. Please head to your designated class spots. Your class representative and classroom teacher will take attendance." Interrupting the principal's speeches, the alarms on every wall in the building began to blare with announcements. "Are you fucking serious?" The entire building remained silent, except for one little mutter that sounded as the last announcement from the alarm played. Confused, almost every student in the room gazed at the principal. Were they supposed to follow the alarm's directions? Or the principal's? Thankfully, the students did not have to choose a side, as not even a moment later, the principal announced, "You heard the announcements. To the courtyard." A second later, all hell broke loose. These were noble and smart students. They did not want to die. For the principal to have confirmed the alarm, something dangerous had to be going on, and they wanted to be no way near it. Students began jumping off the bleacher, rudely ignoring the stairs, and rushing towards the exit. Thankfully, it wasn't an all-stampede as students did not dare push each other around but calmly and silently rushed out of the building without using any physical force. Lily, regaining her composure, rushed over to the chairs where the main cast sat despite the alarm blaring. Meeting up with Lily, Liam quickly gathered the rest before announcing. As the principal said, "We are simply here to take care of the small details without getting hurt. The Jins are for the principal, Kanki, and Kevin's BR. So, you can call Kanki by his name ... but you have to say Kevin's brother, do you?" Lily, letting out a sigh while the others chuckled, interrupted. "Oh, come on, do we have to go through this routine every single time?" Kevin, raising his hands in protest, immediately replied, "You act like this is my fault." Ignoring Kevin's sudden interference, Liam continued. "First, we ascertain Ren's intentions and whereabouts. Then, it's on to the vault where we take care of any small fries." As the main cast nodded in approval to Liam's words, a sudden voice sounded from behind them. "He's all yours." Turning around, the main cast did not see a person standing behind them, but an entire griffin. The griffin had its gaze locked on the multi-purpose building exit closest to the first years as his face flicked around so fast that it actually seemed like it wasn't moving its head at all. Just as Liam was about to tell everyone to exit and leave the griffin be, he felt a sudden tap on his shoulder. Thinking it might have been someone bumping into him accidentally, Liam simply ignored it and opened his mouth again. However, before he could speak, it happened again. Furiously, Liam turned around, looking to see who possibly could have bumped into him twice. Yet, he was met with himself. Quite literally. A person with his face, his exact height, and the air was standing right in front of him. The main cast, also seeing Liam's replica, was at a loss for words. Though it was easy to identify between the fake and the real, as the fake's facial features were far less defined and more pixelated, the main cast was still on edge. Before Liam or the main cast could even say anything, the replica opened its mouth. "I am your father, Liam." Forgetting about everything else, Liam simply stared in absolute shock and confusion. However, Lily, recognizing the movie references, immediately deduced the culprit. Speaking directly to the clone, Lily said, "I guess we can see this as an admission of guilt, Ren." The next second, the clone simply ignored them and casually walked over to the exit, entering the crowds of students trying to exit. Ruby, seeing the soulless replica, smiled before pulling out her smartwatch. The others, regaining their composures, immediately used a prepared exit, slipping past the crowds of students and immediately exiting the building. Feeling the sun's rays beam down on him, Liam led the group, running towards the courtyard, which had conveniently finished construction just today. Kevin, running side by side with Alia, genuinely asked, "Are we just going to ignore that?" Alia, her silver hair falling backward as she ran, simply shrugged her shoulders. Liam, seeing the grass in the distance, was about to scream out when he abruptly stopped. Standing in front of the near-perfect replica of himself yet again, all Liam could mutter out was, "How did you get ahead of us?" The clone, ignoring Liam's question, simply replied, "Wow, it feels weird being an asshole. I don't know how you do it 24/7. My sincerest apologies go out to you." Calming himself down and reminding himself of the face behind the replica, Liam simply pushed it out of the way before continuing on. Smirking, Kevin ran past the clone and followed Liam, while the other girls simply ignored it. Except Ruby, who was at the very back of the group. Stopping for a second, Ruby helped the clone up before staring at it for a couple of seconds. "You haven't made a replica of me ever, have you?" Almost immediately, the clone of Liam began furiously shaking its head, oddly resembling the griffin from earlier. Chuckling at the clone's antics, Ruby gave it one last wave before pointing to its smartphone. "Contact me if you need anything, but there will be a price ... paid in snowballs." Then, Ruby turned around and dashed towards Irene, who hadn't noticed her absence yet. As Ruby's figure disappeared and moved closer to the courtyard, the clone simply stared at its hands for a second, seemingly pondering something. Then, The next second, the clone furiously started shaking its head again as if trying to forcibly remove a thought from its head. Within a couple of seconds, the clone simply disintegrated, leaving no trace of it behind for the other students to see. Back on the field, the main cast rushed towards their assigned spot, where somehow Professor Zia already stood, despite being way behind them. Dismissing it, the 3 boys and 4 girls stopped in front of Professor Zia, waiting to check in. They had to check in and then immediately leave for the vault. The Jinn infiltrators would only start their heist on the vault when the Jinns outside began attacking, so they still had time before anything happened. Professor Zia, after staring at them for a moment, checked some things off on her clipboard before slowly shifting her head to Liam. Ahem, Liam. You have already been checked off. While Liam furiously ran towards the group of his classmates behind Professor Zia, Lily simply raised her hand before saying, ... He came here, then came back to get us. The group of students who had already been checked in with Professor Zia stood in a circle. Which was odd considering the fact that they were at each other's throats just a day before during the Battle Royale. Liam, carefully maneuvering his way through the other groups of students, arrived at the circle. That bastard has to be here. He's probably trying to make a fool out of me to the rest of the class with that damned clone. Using his height, Liam peered over the circle of students, expecting to find an exact replica of himself in the middle. However, to his shock and disappointment, there was nothing. The students simply circled up and talked like normal. Seeing Liam, one of the students hesitated before curiously asking, "Liam, do you need something?" Shaking his head, Liam continued to examine the circle of students, making sure that no spot was unchecked. "No. It's nothing." Flap. Interrupting Liam's search and drawing the attention of all of the students, a loud sound emerged from above them. In unison, Liam and the circle of checked-in students looked upwards in shock. Right above Liam, a gigantic griffin floated, easily flapping its wings to stay afloat in the air. "Oh, right. She said it was mine for the day." Recalling a conversation between Lily and the principal about the griffin, Liam suddenly came up with an idea. Ren's cloning of Liam had been enough alone to reveal to the main cast that he was planning something. But it wouldn't be enough evidence to convince the Academy security, who would believe them if they said Ren had the power to create replicas and clones of random people, and that he, for no reason whatsoever, made a clone of Liam. Just to piss him the hell off. Seriously, why did he choose to clone Liam when there were 6 other options? Although the principal trusted the main cast, she would still need sufficient evidence before allowing them to detain Ren prior to their heist. Again, that was the whole reason why the griffin was brought out, as it would serve as evidence. The clone of Liam had to be here. And as discussed earlier by Lily and the principal, clones did not fool the griffin. All Liam had to do was look for himself, and then the griffin would identify Ren's intentions as evil, giving them evidence to detain and preemptively stop him. Huh? Feeling a tap on his back, Liam turned around slowly. Could it be Ren? The replica of himself? Had this idiot come to him? Never mind. Seeing Lily and the rest of the main cast behind him, Lily sighed before pointing upward at the griffin. "Well, we have 2 choices. Look for Ren and his clone of me with the griffin, or just head to the vault right now." Seeing the main cast begin to ponder, Lily reminded, "Remember. Once we enter the vault area, we cannot leave it until the entire heist and Jinn attack is over." Irene, taking less than a second to reply, confidently replied, "Let's just head to the vault. We already know he has something planned. Who cares if we capture him now or later?" Nodding his head in approval, Kevin said, "We made specific counters for his abilities. If we manage to lose to him in the cave, then I think we should just give up and try something else. Maybe sewing, or even see." Still pointing upwards at the sky, Liam then asked, "Well, what do we do with the griffin? Why don't we just ride it off into the sunset like a bunch of true main characters?" Slowly turning around upon hearing the different voice behind him, Liam cleaned his fist. Before Liam could even say anything, Zack interrupted. That sounds like a plan. After we save the vault and stop the attack, though, of course. Ignoring Zack, Liam stared at the shitty replica of himself with an eerily calm expression. "You're down in the vault already, aren't you? That's why you keep sending these clones as distractions." Faced with Liam's calm expression and words, the clone of Liam remained perfectly still, showing no reaction. Leaning forward, the replica of Liam smiled before placing his mouth to Liam's ear. In a voice so quiet that no recording device or anybody else could hear, the replica whispered, "What if I'm already in the vault?" Pushing the replica of himself away, Liam emotionlessly replied, "Then, you'd already be captured." Wanting to get rid of the replica in front of him, Liam showed no discretion as he pointed up at the griffin. "Over here." However, to Liam's surprise, the replica of himself did not move and stayed completely still. "Would it be so hard for you to believe that my intentions are pure?" "Yes, guess you're right." Holding him the peace sign with his right hand, the replica of Liam disintegrated just before the griffin was about to examine him. One might argue that Ren could have just thought of a good gesture at that moment to bypass the griffin's purity test, but that would mean that Ren would have to carry it out. And that good gesture that he had to carry out would have to be bigger and more important than his intention to rob the vault. Turning back to face the main cast, Liam waited for their answer to his previous question. Alia, seeing Liam now facing them again, didn't bother to ask about what just happened and instead immediately replied, "I don't see why the griffin can't come. He won't be able to come with us into the deeper areas of the tunnel, but he can serve as a guard." Nodding their heads, the rest of the main cast approved of Alia's idea. Then, just as they were about to depart and call out to the griffin, Professor Zia's voice finally sounded. "The you are, Ren." Completely forgetting about heading to the vault, Liam's gaze locks on the figure standing by Professor Zia. "Didn't you hear the announcement? The class representative is supposed to help, not show up 10 minutes late." Scratching his head, Ren said in a joking tone. "Well, I'm here now." With her fists trembling, Professor Zia resisted the urge to do something violent. Before handing the clipboard to Ren. Glancing at the clipboard, Ren quickly realized that it was just a list of event students in his class. Seeing Ren read the document, Professor Zia said, "A couple of students from the class are still missing. I'll go looking for them. You remain here and check off any students who arrive late." Not giving Ren a chance to reply, Professor Zia began walking before halting for a second. "Put an X next to their names, so I know who was late." Glancing between the clipboard and Professor Zia's departing figure, Ren hesitated before raising his hand. "There's an X next to my N. It's a different X." Within a couple more seconds, Professor Zia had disappeared into the crowd of the students around them. Behind Ren, Liam, at a loss for words, finally managed to regain his composure before asking the main cast. "Another clone?" Ruby, still staring at Ren and ignoring Liam, rubbed her eyes for a moment before confirming the presence of the soul. Kevin, glancing back and forth between Ren and Liam, eagerly responded, "Well, we know an easy way to test that theory." Lily immediately shook her head before interrupting. "The jinns are bound to attack the courtyard soon. We'd be doing more harm than help by creating a fight here." Pausing for a moment, Lily gestured for everyone to be quiet before pointing at the griffin. However, Ruby, ignoring Lily's instructions, let out a small sound, hoping it would reach someone. While the griffin moved forward and closer to Ren from Liam's instructions, Ruby kept glancing behind her. Yet, Ren remained completely still with the clipboard in hand. Whether by chance or not, Ren suddenly stretched his hands and lifted his clipboard up, covering his head from the sky above. As the griffin's gazes inched closer and closer to Ren's figure, Ruby kept emitting louder and louder sounds. Hearing one of the sounds, Irene concernedly asked, "Are you feeling ill, Ruby?" "What are those sounds?" Shaking her head, Ruby simply pointed at her throat before replying. "Hiccups." Tapping Ruby on the shoulder sympathetically, Irene continued curiously watching the griffin. At that moment, Ruby heard a faint whisper enter her ears from behind, "Close your eyes." As Ruby closed her eyes, she managed to catch a glimpse of a green bird soaring through the sky right above them. Pop. Then, as a large popping sound echoed from above them, disrupting the griffin and blinding the main cast, Ren immediately moved. On the way, He tapped a familiar figure's shoulder before whispering directly into her ear. My clones could never dream of imitating or even coming close to copying your beauty in their wildest dreams. Without another sound, Ren dashed forward, hiding himself among the countless crowds of students. Liam, being the first to regain his eyesight, looked up at the griffin, hoping it had discerned Ren's intentions in the time given. Yet, the griffin had nothing to show. Seeing the rest of the main cast regain their eyesight, Liam did not hesitate before announcing, "To the vault." While the main cast ran on land, carefully slipping through the gaps in the crowd of students, the griffin followed ahead. In the corner of the courtyard, a small area was still marked with the sign, "Construction in progress." That was not where the main cast and griffin were headed. Instead, they headed for the opposite corner, where the grass was a bit elevated. On the other hand, Ren's figure could be seen jumping over the fence and ignoring the sign that read "Construction in progress." Irene, seeing Ruby's skin a bright red all over, became more concerned before eventually asking mid-run, "Are you sure you don't have a fever or anything?" At the same time, on the opposite side of the field, two confused figures could be seen standing next to the principal's fierce figure. Kanki, with a deadpan expression, stared directly at Kazuki without saying a single word. Though his silence spoke volumes. Unable to avoid Kanki's deadpan stare, Kazuki let out a sigh before saying, "What is it, Kanki?" In a combined furious and sarcastic tone, Kanki copied Kazuki's tone before replying, "Oh, it'll just be a couple of minutes, Kanki. Come on, we're already here. We might as well." Hearing a perfect replica of his voice, Kazuki was at a loss for words. Beside him, Principal Serafina chuckled before muttering, "Some things never change." Kanki, putting one hand down in his pocket, was about to take out his smartwatch to call for pickup when Principal Serafina stopped him. Raising her hand, Serafina stared at the two boys before smiling and saying, "Kanki, it just happens I have the perfect way for you to take out that anger you're feeling right now." After hesitating for a moment, as if she was trying to build up suspense, Serafina pointed to the surrounding forests. "It just so happens that we have a couple of extra visitors today." While Kanki got even more furious, clenching his fist and shaking with anger, Kazuki stared at his smiling principal for a second. Having been the student council president and on the student council itself for all 3 years of his schooling earlier, Kazuki had grown close to the principal. So close that he could sometimes tell what she was thinking or feeling just by staring at her face. He was no therapist. But she did not seem shocked or worried in the slightest. And considering the fact that the emergency alarm had just gone off during the school's most important event. Kazuki could easily realize something was off. Kazuki knew that she was a good principal. But then, he didn't know why she wasn't worried or concerned. An emergency alarm could mean anything, from fires to invaders to even air attacks. Yet this great principal and ranker in front of him was simply standing still instead of trying to investigate the cause of the alarm. Shaking his head, Kazuki stared at his principal before asking, "Do you, by any chance, know something about this emergency alarm that we just heard?" Principal Serafina, making eye contact with Kazuki, grinned before curiously replying, "And what makes you think that?" Kazuki, about to dissect her expression to seriously explain why he thought something was off, opened his mouth. Yet, before any words could escape Kazuki's mouth, he suddenly felt someone tightly gripping his shoulder. Kanki, grabbing Kazuki by the shoulder, pulled him back before stepping up to the principal and saying, "Oh, there just so happens to be an emergency alarm when the two of us here. And you're not even doing anything about it." "Oh no, I'm hard at work right now." In reality, her words were true. Simply, her presence was preventing the jinns from attacking. The jinns weren't stupid enough to all flood out of the forest when a top ranker in the entire realm was casually sitting here. Instead, they were waiting for Serafina to be distracted or leave to go investigate the cause of the emergency alarm. Serafina, however, was also in quite a precarious position. She couldn't go after the jinns right now, as they would simply grab one single student before she could do anything and use him as a hostage. Seeing Principal Serafina's sarcastic remark, Kanki's facial expression tightened before he eventually asked, "Just tell us what you want us to do, all right? We'll do it. Is that enough for you?" Serafina, sensing some movement in the trees around here, still kept her gaze locked on her two former students before replying, "Oh, if you're volunteering, I'll gladly take your help." Immediately after those words came out of her mouth, Principal Serafina dropped the sarcastic and joking tone. Her facial expression immediately transformed as she looked dead serious, with her eyes shining an amethyst purple. Pulling the two boys, Principal Serafina explained, "When I leave, the students here will be attacked." Discreetly pointing at the surrounding forest, Serafina continued, "They will flood out of the forest, all from different directions. What I need you two to do is stop that." Hesitating for a moment, Principal Serafina pointed at the area of the courtyard, which had a sign next to it that read, "Construction in progress. Make them all come out there. Use the hole over there as a funnel for them." Seeing Serpahina's dead serious expression, Kanki and Kazuki also both dropped their attitudes before gazing at the hole. After taking a moment to comprehend everything, Kazuki rapidly asked, fearing the jinns would attack at any moment, "If we create a field that only allows them to attack from that area, won't it be too suspicious? I mean, they'll realize it's a trap and that we know, right?" Nodding his head in affirmation, Kanki stopped for a moment before speaking. "We have to entice them. Make it seem like that area is the best spot for attacking." Patting the two boys on the back, Principal Serafina smiled before replying, "The jinns are getting restless. I can only act as a deterrent for them for so long before they start to not care and attack regardless." Nodding their heads, the two boys replied in unison, "We'll take care of them." Principal Serafina smiled at the two boys before leaving them with their last instructions. "Once they'll all funnel and group together, I'll be there to deal them all a killing blow." Having already predicted something like that due to Principal Serafina's fame as a splash damage attacker, the two began planning. Taking one last glance at the courtyard filled with students, Principal Serafina noticed that the tunnel to the vault from the courtyard had been opened. Previously, there was a special elevated area in the courtyard, but now it was nowhere to be seen. "Oh good, they're already down there." Taking her last step of the courtyard, Serafina began speed walking towards the administrative building. Just because she couldn't help in the courtyard right now didn't mean she couldn't be useful somewhere else. Who knows, maybe some jinns had already sneaked into the vicinity and were scouting out the area around the vault. Boom! As Serafina opened the glass doors of the administrative building, a booming sound echoed from behind her. Checking the cameras on her smartwatch, Serafina checked that no one was hurt before continuing on inside. Walking past the empty reception desk, Serafina quickly made her way to the office, where a secret tunnel to her vault was located. Back in the courtyard, Kazuki and Kanki had already begun. Unbeknownst to them, all the teachers in the courtyard had been told by the principal that the two boys were currently in charge. While she investigated, tapping his foot up and down while examining the border between the forest and courtyard, Kanki muttered, "She set us up again." With all the evidence laid out, Kazuki couldn't even make a case to deny it. "Maybe this will count towards your required community service hours." Ceasing their joke and muttering, the two boys quickly got to the work. Kazuki headed towards the construction area to begin creating the funnel while Kanki began luring them in. To lure them towards the construction area, where the gigantic hole in the ground was, Kanki decided to bait them. Hearing all the side conversations between students as they discussed the cause of the emergency alarm, Kanki sighed before loudly yelling, "Everyone, quiet!" Staring at the source of the noise, the students all looked at Kanki with confusion. After a short second of silence, all the students practically ignored Kanki and began talking once again. To be fair, Kanki only looked and was 3 years older than them, so they couldn't fathom the idea that he was currently their leader. After turning to the teachers for help, Kanki smiled as silence descended upon the massive ground of students. Getting over 700 students to shut up was a much harder task than expected. With all the students' gazes on him, Kanki proudly pointed at the area of construction before confidently announcing, "Me, teachers, please move your students to that area and line up with them. Make a nice and well-rounded rectangle." Right now, there were countless students gathered around the massive courtyard. But within the next few seconds, the half of the courtyard opposite the construction became clear and devoid of any students. Seeing the teachers and students all huddled up, Kanki was about to speak, when he saw, out of the corner of his eye, a single teacher away from the construction area. Although it wouldn't change anything, as there was already more than enough bait near the construction area, Kanki still gestured for her to move. Professor Zia, sensing the students' gaze on him, quickly replied, "It seems I'm missing a couple of students from my class." Shaking his head, Kanki replied, "You can look for them now. I'll make sure your class is watched by another teacher." Nodding her head, Professor Serafina slowly walked off the field, glancing at the forest nearby with every step. Seeing almost every student gathered in one area, their backs to the fence with the construction sign, Kanki glanced at Kazuki. Seeing him nod his head, Kanki smiled before taking a step forward. After watching the fight from the Battle Royale, Kanki was ready to do some fighting himself. He couldn't let his own blood outshine him, could he? Raising his hand, Kanki swiped at the air in front of him. In the next moment, a sleek and clean pitch-black katana appeared in his hands. The katana, in contrast to the shining sun above them, seemed to swallow up all the light around it. It wasn't just any katana. It was an S-rank magical artifact. Convincing his father to purchase and trade for the katana had been a rough and tiring endeavor, but Kanki, with 100% certainty, could say it was worth it. Nicknamed the Devourer of Light, the katana was one of the less than 50 S-ranked sword artifacts in the world. Lightly gripping the katana in his hand as he walked towards the group of students, Kanki slashed at the air in front of him as a test. Swoosh! As his katana gracefully moved through the air, it seemed to cut through the sun's rays that reflected downward on the grass. Finishing his test swing, Kanki stared at the area of air in front of him. It was pitch black. The small area of pitch blackness in front of Kanki stood out amongst the clear and white air all around him, seeming almost like a cloud of fog. Yet, it wasn't. It was regular old air. There was just no light to make it transparent. Weighing the katana in his hand, Kanki almost felt like he wasn't actually holding anything, as it seemed almost resistant to the properties of gravity. Looking back at Kazuki, who was behind the fence and standing next to the hole, Kanki saw that he was holding up 5 fingers with his hand. That 5 fingers turned to 4 the next second. A countdown. Gripping the katana, Kanki sighed before activating his transportation ability. Reality phase, or the ability to phase through any physical inanimate and animate objects, even humans, for a short period of time. During this period, Kanki becomes invisible to the human eye, but he can still damaged and hurt by spells and attacks. Like a ghost, Kanki sped up before phasing through the hundreds of students gathered in the courtyard. Seamlessly passing by all the students, Kanki's ability was deactivated just as he reached the fence surrounding the hole. At that point, Kazuki only had one finger up, with his other hand gripping an ocean blue spear. As Kazuki slowly lowered his last finger, Kanki suddenly came up with a plan. A plan to get revenge. Imagine if news spread that the principal sat back and did nothing while 2 alumni courageously defended the academy from djinns. The principal said to wait for her to take out the djinns, but Kanki had plans to do anything of the sort. At that moment, the whole forest suddenly seemed to shudder, as the trees began to shake frantically as if they were unstable. Kazuki, lowering his last finger, simply stood still as countless figures emerged from the forest, revealing themselves to the students. However, they didn't just stand there and wait. Instead, the djinns, one by one, emerged from the forest before making a mad dash across the courtyard toward the students, who were facing away from them. However, there was just one thing in their way: a giant hole and the fence that surrounded it. Snickering as tens of djinns began running at the 2 of them, Kanki muttered, "You know, if they hadn't become djinns, I really think they could have become famous track stars." Flipping his spear, Kazuki pointed the tip at the incoming horde of jinns before smiling and replying, "I'm planning on meeting an old friend today. Could we hurry this up and skip the jokes?" Shaking his head, Kanki jumped over the fence before also readying his katana. Kazuki. You uncultured fiend. What's the point of fighting if you can't say witty one-liners while fighting? Behind them and the fence, the hundreds of students began to turn around, noticing the countless jinns swarming towards them. Raising his hand, Kanki made his final announcement as temporary leader of the school. "Teachers, take care of your students. We'll take care of them." Without any more words, Kanki slung his katana over his shoulders, letting the tip of the katana hang behind him before dashing forward. Why would he wait for the crowd to reach him? Jumping over the gigantic hole, Kanki swung his katana midair, decapitating the first jinn as he landed. As the area around the katana's slash turned black, Kanki immediately met 5 more jinns head-on. Dodging an axe swing by ducking, Kanki lowered his katana while doing a full 360 as he was crouching. Instantly, the 5 jinns surrounding Kanki dropped to their floor as Kanki effortlessly cut their longs. As 5 more spots of darkness popped up, Kanki glanced at his katana, which was now covered by the horrid blood of jinns. Seeing Kanki slay 6 of them within less than 5 seconds, the crowds of jinns began to slow to a halt. Pointing his katana downwards, Kanki leaned against the hilt of his sword before shaking his head and saying, "It's a bit too late for that. You get what you get, and you don't throw a fit." Feeling his cooldown reset, Kanki immediately activated reality phase before rushing forward. Phasing through the horde of jinns, Kanki smiled as he reappeared behind the horde of more than 100 jinns. With Kanki behind them, the only way the jinns could go was forward. Pointing his katana at the horde of jinns, who had their back to him, Kanki smiled. However, all the way on the opposite of the jinn horde, Kanki heard Kazuki's voice echoing out, "Hurry up, will you? Stop trying to act mysterious." As the jinns at the back slowly turned around and realized that someone was behind them, it was already too late. Catching 5 jinns off guard, Kanki swung his katana once, rapidly ending their lives. Then, without skipping a beat, Kanki robotically moved on to the next 5 jinns. Like a killing machine, Kanki would simply dodge for a second before striking, fatally wounding at least 1 jinn each time he swung his katana. As the back lines of the horde decreased, Kanki danced around, flawlessly dodging attacks while simultaneously killing the front of the horde, and began to panic. Coming to a decision a couple of seconds later, the jinns resumed their charge, sprinting toward Kanki and the gigantic hole. Standing completely still, Kanki watched from behind the hole as countless jinns ran forward. Noticing the hole, the first jinn of the horde attempted to jump over. However, he never landed. Seeing the jinn jump, Kanki stabbed his spear forward, impaling the jinn right in the air right above the hole. Not wasting a single moment, Kanki threw the jinn's body into the hole before watching as 4 more jinns attempted to jump over the hole. Repositioning himself to the side of the hole, Kanki angled his spear so perfectly as he swung it forward that it impaled all 4 jinns midair. Shaking the bodies of the 4 jinns off his spear, Kanki did the same thing for every single hole crossed, flawlessly impaling them before they could even land on the other side of the hole. Within a few seconds, the nearly 100 jinns are decreased to less than 30. With Kanki's constant massacre from behind and Kazuki's perfect impaling as if he were fishing, that number decreased to 0 in less than a minute. Staring at the ground in front of him, which was littered with blood and countless motionless jinn bodies, Kazuki sighed before putting down his katana. However, before sheathing the katana, Kanki walked over to each dark spot that had been formed from his katana's slashes. The dark portions of the air disappeared before flowing into Kanki's katana as he walked near them. While Kanki cleared the area of any dark spots, Kazuki made sure there were no more jinns before turning around. The courtyard, once filled with students, was now empty as the teachers had probably evacuated them towards a safer space. After waiting a few moments, Kazuki sighed before sitting down. Serafina was never going to come, was SH. What was that, my dear student council president? Surprised by the sudden voice, Kazuki looked up at the source, noticing a familiar figure levitating in the air above him. As Kazuki stared at Principal Serafina in shock, Kanki finished clearing all the dark spots and walked over, examining the courtyard, which was quite odd. As one small part of it was painted blood red and filled with bodies while the rest of it was completely normal, Serafina said. "There's still a couple more if you two would like tea." "Nope." Interrupting Serafina's mid-sentence, Kanki sheathed his katana before hopping the fence and walking away from the courtyard. Raising his hand as he walked away, Kanki said, "I'm getting lunch at the cafeteria now that it's empty." Watching Kanki's fleeting figure, Kazuki leaned back before saying, "If you really do need our help, we'll be there. But I doubt there's anything that could challenge you, Principal." Giving Kazuki a nod, Serafina quickly said, "Why don't you go on and enjoy a meal as well, Kazuki? You two have been a great help." Without waiting for Kazuki's response, Serafina immediately disappeared before repeating above the administrative building. Descending to the ground, Serafina swung open the doors before making her way down the secret set of stairs hidden in her office. Back in the courtyard, Kazuki simply sat down next to the massive hole, staring at the sky. "I think I'll pass on lunch today." You know, the wealthy report never said anything about it training fucking bodies, man. Hidden in the corner of the hole and surrounded by countless bodies, Ren resisted the urge to puke and pass out from the terrible smell combined with the gruesome sight. If only this enhanced eyesight had an off button. Closing his eyes, Ren hesitated before turning back around. He hadn't been just sitting in this massive hole the entire time, but digging. Having already found the perfectly efficient digging method from the Battle Royale, Ren had already made a massive tunnel that started at the hole. Walking away from the hole, Ren ventured deeper into his tunnel until he finally met the end. Instead of there being dirt, the end of the tunnel was a massive metal wall that stretched horizontally, preventing Ren from just tunneling around it. Staring at the metal wall, Ren sighed. Yeah, so the academy neglects its outside boundaries, which allowed 100 djinns inside just today, but build a fucking metal wall underground. Make it make sense please. Calming himself down, Ren tried to think of a way to break the metal wall while being discreet. Meow. Hearing his cat purr from behind him, Ren's facial expression tightened. When he went back to his dorm, his cat refused to allow him to leave until Ren finally brought the cat in his hoodie. The cat, awakened by Ren's screaming, jumped out of his hoodie. Walking to the walls of the tunnel, which were dirt, the cat pawed at the unstable wall for a couple of seconds. A small hole quickly formed in the wall from the cat's claws, and as it moved away, water suddenly began spouting out of the hole. Staring at the water flooding out of the tiny hole, Ren came to a realization. Oh wait, we're on an island, aren't we? The vault was hidden away at the lowest part of the island, so it wouldn't be visible. When people did underground scans of the island, faced with a wall of metal that blocked his way forward, there was only one thing Ren could do: dig straight down. Having come prepared for the occasion, unlike during the Battle Royale, Ren sat down a couple of sticks of dynamite on the floor. Then Ren made countless holes in the ground below, laying down sticks of dynamite in each of the holes. That should be more than enough firepower, shouldn't it? Stepping back from the dynamite, Ren manifested a dagger before allowing it to shine a blood red. Falling further back into the tunnel, Ren made sure he was far out of the blast range before readying his blood red shining dagger. Raising the dagger above his shoulder, Ren acted like he was shooting a bow as he calculated the perfect trajectory for the dagger so that he hit the dynamite. You know, at this very moment, I think I might just be happy I got transmigrated into this world instead of having to go to college. Going to lectures and taking midterms? Hard pass. Destroying shit with bunches of dynamite in a world filled with magic? Hell yeah. Recalling those American movies where the main characters would set off explosions and then walk away, with the explosion visible in the distance as they walked away in slow motion, Ren smiled. A high school student turned magic school student turned actor. Reeling back his hand, Ren released the dagger from his hands, allowing it to fly forward gracefully. Spinning around in the air, the dagger began its descent, aiming right at the sticks of dynamite closest to the metal wall. Turning around, partially to recreate the scene, and partially out of fear, Ren covered his ears before sprinting away. At the same time, the dagger perfectly landed on the sticks of dynamite, the blood-red tip of the tag embedding itself in one of the sticks. Boom, 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 boom. In quick succession, the first stick of dynamite activated, causing all the ones around it to detonate and finally causing the sticks below the ground to explode. The entire tunnel ground shook, throwing Ren off balance and forcing him to cling to the wall to balance. Simultaneously, above the ground, the explosion shook the ground where Kanzuki was sitting, instantly waking him up from his daydream. Feeling the ground shake, Kazuki quickly stood up confusedly before glancing around. Principal Serafina. Hearing no response from the principal, Kazuki cautiously walked over to the tunnel before looking downwards. Almost immediately, though, he covered his eyes and looked away upon seeing the mountain of corpses below. Not completely dismissing the earthquake, Kazuki simply stood by the hole with his spear ready. Right below Kazuki, Ren slowly uncovered his ears as the sound of rocks tumbling around and dynamite blowing up came to a pause. Turning around, Ren covered his mouth with his hand upon seeing the damage. I might have miscalculated by a tiny bit. Walking towards where the floor used to be, Ren saw a massive crater. The crater completely separated Ren from the metal wall, which was somehow not dented or damaged in the slightest. Well, that was to be expected. In the end, no matter how loud or strong they were, dynamite were a regular human good while the metal wall was imbued with magic, a divine energy. However, Ren could not care less about the undamaged metal wall. Looking down at the crater, Ren didn't see any ground. There was just water at the very bottom of the crater, instead of the floor. The water below the island was visible. Staring at the ocean blue water at the bottom of the crater, Ren peered downwards, making sure the seafloor was deep enough. And sure enough, Ren was looking at the ocean. Picking up his last dynamite stick, Ren walked to the very edge of the hole. Like a rose, Ren placed the dynamite stick in his mouth, holding it there with his teeth. With a stick of dynamite now in his open mouth, Ren manifested yet another blood-red dagger. Shedding his sweatshirt and shirt, Ren took one last glance at the cave. Before assuming a diving posture, Ren, with his two legs stretched out ahead of him, kneeled down on the ground while his head looked straight down into the water. In a graceful motion, Ren used his two back feet to propel himself in the air. Then, mid-air, Ren flipped, with his two hands facing the dark blue ocean water. With his legs up to the ceiling of the cave, Ren rapidly descended deeper and deeper until his hands finally hit the ocean water. Seamlessly, Ren passed through the water, diving all the down to the ocean floor. Clenching his teeth, Ren also managed to keep the dynamite stick from slipping out of his mouth. Flipping around once again, Ren stood on the ocean floor, staring up at the massive body of the land above him. The ocean was pitch black as the island prevented the sun from reaching it. However, that was no problem for Ren with his enhanced eyesight, which was also enhanced by his perk, Sea God's Believer. Basking in the sensation of the water for a second, Ren quickly glanced around before raising his blood-red dagger. Then, propelling himself off the ocean blue, Ren slowly ascended upwards until his dagger was touching the bottom of the island. Pushing his dagger up further, Ren made a hole in the bottom of the island. Eventually, removing the dynamite stick from his mouth, Ren used his other hand to push the dynamite up, embedding it in the island. The stick of dynamite was put in a hole in the island that Ren had made, so no water was touching it. Then, flipping around in the water once again, Ren turned around so that his feet touched the island, and his face stared right down at the ocean floor. Then, in a fluid and graceful motion, Ren struck his dagger upwards, activating the stick of dynamite. Propelling himself off the bottom of the island, Ren surged downwards to the ocean floor. At the same time, the dynamite exploded, causing a bout of damaged rock to fall into the ocean. As the rock descended into the ocean, causing a massive splash, Ren slowly ascended again. Seeing a big hole in the bottom of the island created by the dynamite explosion, Ren emerged from the water. Peeking his head up through the hole, Ren slowly raised himself upward with his hand. Thankfully, The floor wasn't covered with any steel, so Ren could manifest a corrupted shovel and start digging his way upward. Right now, the principal should be defending the incoming jinns attempting to rob, so the vault was completely free to take. Ren had to make a slight alteration to his plans upon seeing the two variables, in the form of recruiters, emerge. Instead of attacking at the first possible moment to catch everyone off guard, Ren had decided to emerge at the last possible moment. Making a big enough hole in the island, Ren raised his legs out of the water before lying down. Staring up at the massive amount of stone separating him from the vault, Ren sighed. Picking up his shovel, Ren slowly but surely dug upwards. At this point, using explosions or any other powers to speed up the process would be impossible. The first explosion worked as the metal wall prevented the sound from reaching the vault area, and the sound of the last explosion had been dampened by the water, but if Ren used any explosions now, they would surely be noticed. Manifesting a corrupted pickaxe, Ren placed it in his other hand before switching tools. For the dirt, he would use the shovel, and for the stone, he would use the pickaxe. A bit above Ren, the main cast stood in front of a large obsidian wall with confused expressions. It seemed Principal Serafina had added some new layers of protection since they had last been here. Liam, walking towards the main cast, raised his sword before saying, "There are no intruders." Yet, Lily, thinking for a moment, shrugged her shoulders before lowering her wand. The rest of the main cast also put their weapons down upon hearing Liam's announcement. And a few meters away from the main cast, a large griffin stood. The griffin, its head not even reaching the ceiling of the underground space, actually had a lot of extra space, despite its large size. However, its entrance into the tunnel was far from noble or confident. Liam and Kevin quite literally had to push the griffins back so that it would fit down the hole and into the underground space. Tap, tap. Hearing the sound of footsteps echo throughout the space, Liam immediately raised his sword. Regrouping with Liam, the rest of the main cast raised their weapons while the magic users began preparing spells. However, as the source of these footsteps came into sight, an audible sigh left the students' mouths. Principal Serafina, now dressed in sleek silver armor that looked more like casual clothes than battle armor, waved before asking, "Any trouble yet?" Putting his sword down, Liam calmly replied, "Not so far." "Well, don't count on it lasting." Walking to the entrance of the vault, Principal Serafina placed her hand on the obsidian, feeling the smooth and glassy surface. After a moment, she turned around to face the main cast before saying, "Well, you all are dismissed for the day. Thanks for your hard work. Your efforts will not go unpunished." Confused and bewildered, the main cast stood there, silently staring at the principal. Hard work? They had done nothing. The main cast had gone from fighting dark elves and protecting the Elden Tree to doing this? Surprised by the change of pace and lack of action, Liam muttered after a few seconds, "This is it?" Sighing, Serafina nodded her head. Leaning downward, Serafina made eye contact with each of the main cast members before finally replying, "You all have already done enough for the school in my absence. It's time I stepped in and actually did my job. All of you must be used to risking your lives to help and protect. It must be normal to you all. But, trust me, that's far from normal. You 7 are a bunch of students too, who deserve to enjoy your young years. Once this is all said and done, let's have a nice Christmas dinner." Serafina, sensing some action around the underground space, handed the main cast a wooden stick. Alia, graciously grabbing the wooden stick, stared at it for a moment before confusedly staring at Serafina. Responding to the student's confused gaze, Serafina laughed and said, "A friend of mine gave it to me. It's a one-time use device that teleports you all back up to the surface." Huddling up, Alia placed the wooden stick in the middle of them before asking, "Should we really go?" Ruby, nodding her head, checked her smartwatch, only to see it out of service before replying, "We'll only be a burden to her if we stay." As the main cast nodded in approval, Alia was about to break the wooden stick with her hands when the walls suddenly started shaking. Before the main cast could react, dozens of holes appeared in the walls, revealing countless figures with masks who were all hiding in the walls. Right next to the main cast, a masked figure suddenly rushed forward through the hole and seized the wooden stick. Propelling himself upward, the masked figure grabbed the stick before jumping over the main cast. Then, as countless other figures emerged from the wall, the masked figure ignored the main cast and stared at the principal, who had begun to fight. Tilting his mask, the masked figure attacked some sort of device to the stick. Then, a second later, the masked figure hurled the stick right at the principal. The broken stick, glowing a dark purple, seemed to ignite as it flew towards Principal Serafina. Distracted by the crowd of jinns in front of her, Serafina didn't pay any heed to the quickly approaching stick. Then, just as the stick got close enough, it seemed to grow class. A dark purple substance sprouted out of the wood before grabbing onto Principal Serafina. Then Principal Serafina disappeared, disintegrating into countless purple particles. Serafina noticed something was off as her surroundings were blurry, and she immediately went down. A second later, Serafina's surroundings suddenly stabilized, revealing the beautiful scenery of the capital city, and right in front of her was a luxurious hotel, even better than the costly and amazing royal dormitories. Regaining her composure, Serafina stared at the hotel before confusedly muttering, "This was supposed to be my reward for those students." Then, it clicked. "If I'm here, then they're back down in the cave." Realizing that she had been transported by the teleportation stick instead of the student, Serafina immediately broke into a sprint. Pure white wings sprouted from her right and left shoulders, making her seem like some sort of angel. Flying over the countless skyscrapers and buildings in the capital, Serafina let out a sigh as she approached the bridge and the body of water below. Dismissing her wings, Serafina descended onto the bridge before running as fast as she could. However, as she got nearer to the academy, it quickly became apparent that something was wrong. That's too much mana. There was far too much mana gathered around the academy. Enough to form a magic boundary. Stopping in her tracks, Serafina quickly cast a fireball spell and sent it flying towards the academy. And just as she expected, the fireball suddenly disappeared right as he approached the academy's gates. They set up a magical wall to stop me from getting back in. They had been prepared. Much more prepared and organized than the students had informed her. No. It was her fault. The students had given her a warning, and despite that, she had somehow failed. Why had she expected everything to go just as the student had told her? She hadn't even considered the fact that the jinns could use another strategy to directly counter her. Shaking her head, Serafina immediately grabbed her smartwatch and opened the Messages application. Finding a group chat with the users, Tokyo Ghoul, and Shadow Kazuki, Serafina began rapidly typing. If this barrier had been made to prevent her from entering, then she doubted that Kazuki and Kanki could destroy it. And even if they could, the boundary would likely be under close surveillance by the group of jinns. By the time Kanki and Kazuki had finished off the guarding jinns and disabled the magic boundary, the students down below would already be dead. Not using any sarcasm, Principal Serafina rapidly began typing. "Need help ASAP. I'm trapped outside. I need you to go to the school administrative building and enter my office. You can enter my office by pressing a secret level approximately 2 meters away from the doorknob. From there, head to my desk, and the pathway down should already be opened. Students are currently trapped down there, and I am unable to help due to a magic barrier that is preventing me from entering. Please let me know when you see this message." With her hands trembling, Serafina anxiously awaited a message back before continuing her run toward the magic boundary. Feeling an invisible force preventing her from moving any farther forward, Serafina took out her wand before casting a barrage of spells. A tsunami, capable of devouring half of the island, emerged alongside countless pure white swords manifested above Serafina's head. Pointing her wand at the magic barrier, Serafina sent the tsunami forward, also causing the pure white swords to fly toward the barrier. As expected, the tsunami was stopped by the magical barrier, and instead of devouring the island, it consumed the magical boundary. The tsunami flowed over the barrier, blocking the sun from reaching the academy and turning it dark for a moment. On the other hand, The pure white swords fared a bit better as they didn't immediately break upon impact with the magical boundary. However, they simply banged into the barrier before turning lifeless and dropping to the floor of the bridge. Rubbing her hands together, Serafina pulled a familiar book out of her pocket before opening it. Scrolling through the various pages, Serafina finally stopped on one, which displayed the image of a sea serpent. Below the picture of a serpent slithering in the depths of the ocean, a small caption was written: Leviathan, the god of the sea, last seen, never, believers, Church of the Sea, rank. Knowing that she couldn't maintain the illustration for long, Serafina pulled out her emergency reserves. In her hands, a couple of mana potions appeared, each filled with a dark purple substance. It's been a while since I've run out of mana. Placing the open book on the floor, displaying the image of Leviathan in the sea, Serafina took out her wand before pointing it downward at the book. Opening her mouth, Serafina's wand began to shine a bright blue as she began to chant. I summon thee, Leviathan, conqueror of the seas, I request thy help. I hope thou accept my request to save. At the same time, below the main cast and the principal's vault, where a battle was taking place, Ren suddenly ceased his diggings. Feeling a shaking sensation in his hoodie, Ren sighed before slowly removing his cat. Oh God, what is it now? First, this bratty cat forced Ren to take it with him, complicating his robbery of the vault further, and now it was interrupting his digging. Had it forgotten who the master was and who the pet was? At this point, the tunnel upward had become big enough, so Ren placed the cat on the ground, hoping to allow it to roam round would calm it down. However, the cat, oddly, instead of running around and enjoying its freedom, simply walked to the wall of the cave. Then, the cat placed its paw on the cave, also locking its gaze on the wall. Paying no mind to his cat's insane antics, Ren picked up his corrupted shovel and continued digging. Hearing the sound of swords clashing above, Ren sped up his pace, realizing that the fight between the principal and Jinns might have already started. On the other hand, the cat glanced back at Ren. Noticing that Ren wasn't looking at it, the cat quickly took a deep breath before sitting back down. Unbeknownst to Ren, the cat's entire body started shining a bright blue. Without any hesitation, the cat placed its shining light blue paw on the wall. Then, after a couple of seconds of keeping its paw there, the cat's body finally returned to normal as the blue hue surrounding it disappeared. Yawning as if it had just done something normal, the cat walked over to Ren before throwing its paw at his leg. Staring at his core, which was angrily scratching his leg, Ren sighed before dropping his shovel. Choose one, either sleep or don't. Sighing, Ren picked the cat up before placing it in his hoodie. And the cat had no complaints, simply lying down and recuperating in the hoodie of its master. Back on the surface, Serafina opened his mouth in shock upon seeing her wand begin to shine an even brighter blue. Normally, gods or mythical beasts didn't accept requests from normal people unless they were part of their supporting church for some reason. It seemed the god of the sea had noticed her. Whether that was a good or bad thing was still unknown to Serafina. Stopping her hand from shaking, Serafina unscrewed the mana potions before placing one of them in her mouth. After gulping down every single one of her emergency mana potions, Serafina closed his eyes before lowering her wand. At that moment, the drawing of Leviathan in the book suddenly began shining a similar light blue. Then, a line formed from the tip of Serafina's wand to the drawing of Leviathan. The light blue between the drawing and the wand grew stronger and stronger as more light blue was added, making the bond thicker. Barely managing to keep her composure, Serafina continued with her eyes closed, taking deep breaths in and out every second. Then, a second later, the bond suddenly disappeared. As the bond between the two objects broke, Serafina suddenly felt a giant breeze flying against her. Even with her S-ranked strength, Serafina was still pushed back by the freeze, flying backward until she finally landed. However, there was no expression of pain on her face. Simply a smile. It had worked. Looking up, Serafina noticed the bright sun was nowhere to be seen. Instead, a bunch of gray clouds suddenly appeared, completely covering the sky. Drip, drop, drip, drop. As raindrops began to descend from the sky, Serafina got up before raising her wand. Attempting to cast a fireball, Serafina focused on the tip of her wand. However, nothing had happened. She had truly run out of mana, and considering she had one of the highest mana capacities in the entire world, that was a major feat. But where had all that mana gone? As the rain increased, causing the previously dry Serpahina to become drenched within a matter of seconds, the surface of the body of the water below the bridge suddenly started rippling. BZZT. Ignoring the notification from her smartwatch, Serafina walked to the edge of the bridge before peering downwards at the body of the water below. The water below wasn't blue at all. It was black. It was as if something gigantic was casting a shadow on the entire body of water. Kazuki, checking the dozen unread messages on the smartwatch, immediately stood up when he saw Serpahina's urgent message. Not bothering to remind Kanki as he should have also received the message, Kazuki reluctantly left the hole behind. Rushing toward the administrative building, Kazuki sprinted and jumped over various obstacles. As he approached the administrative building, he suddenly felt a raindrop hit his hair. Wasn't the sun shining so brightly a couple of seconds ago? Staring up at the sky, Kazuki confusedly realized that it looked like a massive rainstorm was incoming as the entire sky was plagued by great clouds. Why the hell couldn't this damn season, winter, choose one weather? First, snow, clear skies, and sun shining, and now, finally, raining? Just choose one and stick to it like summer when it's always clear skies. Ignoring the sudden change in weather as the protection of the students below was more important, Kazuki entered the administrative building. Pulling out his smartwatch, Kazuki typed a quick message to Serafina and Kanki before rushing by the security desk. Finding Serpahina's office hidden away in the corner of one of the corridors, Kazuki followed the instructions, successfully opening the door on his first try. Seeing a pair of stairs in the corner of her office, Kanki allowed the door to shut behind him before running down the stairs. As he went deeper and deeper below, the sounds of metal clashing and screams became louder and louder. Preparing himself for another battle, Kanki grabbed his spear before increasing his pace to the maximum. Reaching the bottom, Kanki moved through a small little tunnel before eventually spotting a single djinn. Not giving it a second to react, Kanki threw his spear forward, instantly impaling the djinn and attaching it to the wall behind. Raising his hand, Kanki continued running forward as the spear reappeared in his right hand, leaving the dead djinn behind. Reaching the main area where the vault was located, Kazuki hesitated upon seeing around 20 djinns all gathered together. What down here was so important that it required 20 B-level djinns? Dismissing his curiosity, Kanki looked around for a second before eventually spotting the main cast, who were engaged in a battle with some djinns. Despite being significantly overwhelmed number-wise, the first-year students seemed to be actually holding their ground. Zack was at the front of the group, wielding his gigantic battle axe against the group of djinns gathered in front of him. Though the djinns had the clear number advantage, that didn't mean they were able to surround the main cast. With the obsidian wall of the vault behind them, Alia had realized and decided to use it to their advantage. With her ice sword, Alia manifested ice pillars that stretched all the way from the ground to the ceiling of the underground space. The pillars covered the left and right sides of the main cast, meaning the djinns could only attack from the front. The main case that created a funnel for the djinns. After Zack made first contact with the djinns, temporarily stunning them with the power of his battle axe, Liam and Kevin made their moves. Like a wolf hunting for its prey, Kevin would pounce forward with his sword, which was covered in a dark red hue. His dark red hue would slice at the djinn's stomach, forcing them to turn away from Zack and face him. While his attacks were nowhere near fatal, they still stunned the djinns and forced them to look away from Zack. However, just as the djinns stopped attacking Zack and went for their attacker, Kevin immediately retreated back behind Zack. On the other hand, Liam was like a lion, openly using his light blue-covered sword without showing any sign of moving forward and coming back. Liam simply stayed still, forcing the djinns to come to him. His light blue sword cleaved through the hordes of djinns flooding toward them, making the room shine a light blue. These djinns, overwhelmed by their desire to get inside the vault, didn't take a step back and make a new plan. Instead, They continued flooding into the tunnel just as the main cast had planned. Behind the physical weapon users, the magic casters of Alia, Ruby, Irene, and Lily stood with their wands shining. Their goal was to support Zack, who was at the forefront of their plan. In other words, if Zack fell, everyone would fall as the jinns would flood into them. Ruby and Irene, the fire element users, synchronized their spells so that they could save both mana and time. Ruby would only attack once Irene's flame spell had worn out and vice versa. This meant that, in order to reach Zack, the jinns had to step through fire and lava, weakening them even further. On the other hand, Alia used all her energy to maintain the ice barriers surrounding them. Some jinns were beginning to attack and scratch at the ice pillars, so Alia had to be constantly on guard to repair them before any holes were made. If Alia's ice walls were broken, their entire strategy would fall apart as the jinns would swarm them from all sides. Right now, they were just being attacked from one direction, so it would be relatively manageable if they all worked together. However, if they were contested from all directions, their downfall would be inevitable. Finally, Lily worked on slowing the pace of jinns. Shooting beams of water over the heads of Zack, Liam, and Kevin, Lily aimed them right before the wall of fire made by Irene. The pools of water not only slowed the pace at which jinns flooded through as they slipped and fell, but Lily had also added a special effect. That wasn't just any water under them. It was acid water, although its appearance on the outside was normal. If you took one step on it, you would be in for a world of pain. The jinns felt like they were walking on flaming hot charcoal. The jinns were first forced to walk on acid water, slowing their pace and harming their feet. Next, they had to walk through a wall of fire, which would shred all their clothing and put burn marks on their entire body. And then, if they even managed to get this far, they would be immediately faced with a gigantic battle axe that was bigger than them. Finally, they would also have to simultaneously deal with two sword attacks, one who attacked and ran while the other constantly fought. Needless to say, the journey to the vault for the jinns was a painful one. However, it was not an impossible one. Looking at the strategy of the first years, Kazuki immediately recognized the problem that would lead to their downfall. Surprisingly, it had nothing to do with energy or mana problems. On that part, they were actually doing quite well as they saved mana by synchronizing spells and conserved energy by switching out physical attackers. The problem had to do with the size of the vault's obsidian door entrance. The main cast was only blocking a small portion of the obsidian wall that led into the vault. Sooner or later, the jinns would realize that. Then, instead of going through a world of pain and fighting through the main cast, they would simply go up by making a hole in the upper portion of the wall, which was not protected in the slightest. The jinns could easily bypass the main cast, and the first years couldn't even do anything about it, as if they moved from their already fragile situation. Chaos would ensue. Putting his hand on his forehead, Kazuki silently hoped that the principal would return soon before heading ahead. Instead of sneaking at the jinns as he was completely behind them, Kazuki simply ignored them. Thanking the water caster of the first years for creating the small body of water, Kazuki took one last step forward. The next moment, his figure disappeared from his previous spot, and within the next second, his head and only his head were visible on the opposite side of the jinns. It was a bizarre sight, to say the least. Kazuki's head peeked up through the pool of acid water that Lily had created, making it seem as if there were just a decapitated head lying around in the water. The next second, it wasn't just Kazuki's head that was peeking above the pool of acid water, but also the tip of his spear. Preparing himself, Kazuki waited until there was a pause where the pool of acid water was relatively clear of any jinns. Then, he propelled himself upward and instantly emerged from the pool of acid water. His entire head, followed by the rest of his head, emerged from below the pool of acid water. But it didn't stop there, as Kazuki flew upwards, until his head touched the roof of the underground space. Feeling himself start to descend, Kazuki immediately flipped around his spear before stabbing into the nearest ice pillar that Alia created. With one hand on his spear that was attached to Alia's ice pillar, Kazuki simply hung in the air. Zack, who was too focused on paralyzing jinns with his battle axe, didn't even notice anything was wrong. The same could be said for Liam, who was too focused on fending off the horde of the jinns fighting him. The spellcasters of the group were also oblivious to the whole situation as their sight of the acid water was blocked by the physical attackers. However, Kevin, who had time to relax and look around as he retreated, noticed the strange phenomenon. At first, when he noticed the head simply floating above the pool of acid, Kevin just dismissed it as a decapitated head. However, as he kept attacking and dodging, he realized that the head actually looked somewhat familiar. That hair. What? No. It can't be. Taking a risk, Kevin went further out than usual to attack the jinns, trying to get a better look at the floating head. However, the wall of fire Irene made in front of him made it hard to see anything. Retreating with his failed attempt to see the skull better, Kevin glanced behind him at Ruby and Irene. At that moment, Irene's wand was beginning to flicker, so Ruby quickly stepped forward, ready to take her place. Realizing that the wall of fire would fall for a second as Ruby took over, burning the jinns while Irene recuperated mana, Kevin suddenly smiled. He would finally get a better look at the floating head. As the wall of flames began to flicker and descended to the ground, Kevin took a moment to preemptively step forward. Once again, going further out than usual, Kevin glanced at the head. But it was no longer a head. Slowly but surely, the head was moving upwards, and below the floating head, a shoulder could be seen peeking out of a pool of acid water. What the fuck? It was physically impossible for an entire body to be stored below the pool of water, so Kevin stood there in shock. Kevin, get your ass back here. Regaining his composure while listening to Liam's scream, Kevin plunged his sword one last time before retreating back to his position. Instead of there being a wall of flames, there was now a massive river of lava in the ground. The lava was just high enough so the jinns couldn't jump over. However, some jinns still attempted. As they attempted their jump over the river of lava, the bottom of their foot would touch of the lava, halting their jump mid-air. Out of pain, the jinn falls into the river of lava, being consumed by the fiery depths. Forgetting the head and pushing out of his head, Kevin resumed his normal attack pattern. On the other side, Liam deflected one sword slash before ducking to avoid another. Not wasting a second, Liam immediately counterattacks, stabbing his light blue sword right into the chest of another jinn. Then, Liam suddenly swung his sword left and right with the body of the previous jinn still on the sword. One jinn, propelled to the left by Liam's swing, was immediately met by Zack's gigantic battle axe, and the other simply slammed right into the cave wall. However, instead of getting back up and rejoining the swarm of jinns trying to get past the main cast, the jinn simply stopped. Slowly, it gazes more and more up until it finally reaches the top of the obsidian door. Alternating glances between the heavily protected bottom portion of the obsidian door and the completely unprotected top portion, the jinn smiled. Raising his claws, the jinn pointed towards the unprotected top portion of the door before screaming, "Up, up, 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 up and in." Some of the jinns, either ignoring the jinn's scream or not hearing it due to the fight, continued swarming ahead. However, the jinns at the back slowly shifted their gaze upwards, following the finger of the screaming jinn. Seeing this, the screaming jinn turned around before beginning to scale the cave wall. Following his lead, countless other jinns began leaving the swarm and instead heading to the walls. Eventually, they were around 10 jinns all rapidly scaling the walls of the underground space. The frontline physical attacks, to focus on the swarm of jinns attacking them, remained oblivious. However, Irene, who was currently on rest to regain mana while Ruby manifested the river of lava, noticed after a couple of seconds. Not wasting a moment, Irene suddenly yelled, "Lily, they're going up." "They're trying to break through the top of the door." The screaming jinn, reaching the ceiling of the underground space, immediately jumped onto the obsidian wall. Embedding its longer fingernails into the original wall, the jinn hung for a second before using one of its hands to pull out a sword. Seeing this, Lily halted her spellcasting for a second and stared at the jinn. Without a moment of hesitation, the jinn grabbed a small device that had a red switch on top of it before slowly placing the device nearer and nearer to the obsidian door. At that same time, the jinns, no longer impeded by Lily's pool of acid, started increasing their pace as more of them swarmed Zack. Lily, desperately thinking of a plan, opened her mouth before she could speak. A sudden noise interrupted her. Bang! The corpse of the jinn, who was just attached to the obsidian door, was now lifelessly laying on the ground. Before Lily could even react to the lifeless jinn's body, a sudden voice sounded from above her. Looking upward, Lily spotted a figure hanging midair with his spear from Alia's wall of ice. Making eye contact with Lily, Kazuki waved before saying, "The principal sent me to help. Don't worry about those climbing ones, I'll take care of all of them." Not quite believing Kazuki, Lily stared at him with a suspicious expression, the tip of her wand shining a bright blue. Seeing this, Kazuki sighed before pulling out the visitor pass he had received from the principal to enter the assembly. Look at this. Yet, Lily remained suspicious as she knew that the ranks of the school were corrupted and filled with undercover criminals. Without Lily's help, the swarm of the jinns began to slowly overwhelm Zack, forcing him to take a step back. Seeing this, Kazuki sighed before realizing he had no other choice. Looking right below him and beside Zack, Kazuki screamed, "Kevin, tell her I'm your brother, please." Hearing the familiar voice sound from above him, Kevin instantly halted for a second and slowly looked up. Sure enough, right above Kevin, there was his brother hanging from a spear that was embedded in one of Alia's ice pillars. Although Kevin had a lot of choice words for his brother's sudden appearance, he forced himself to stay silent. Hearing the severity in his brother's voice, Kevin immediately turned around and saw the suspicious Lily. Turning back around to face a jinn that managed to get by Zack, Kevin yelled, "Lily, that is my brother." Putting her wand down, Lily fully trusted Kevin's words as she nodded her head before reforming the pool of acid water. Back outside the magic barrier that was surrounding the academy, Serafina immediately noticed something was off. As the bridge started shaking uncontrollably, despite having been fine for at least 20 years now, Serafina took off. Casting a temporary levitation buff with the mana she had just regenerated, Serafina floated in the air before retreating back to the other side of the bridge. Landing on the capital city side of the bridge, Serafina stood with her wand out, staring at the Academy Island. All of a sudden, the downpour of rain started to increase, drenching all the people in the streets of the capital city. Crack! As lightning began to strike all over the city, specifically targeting the crumbling bridge, Serafina stepped back. Right now, she was just a normal civilian. Without her mana, she was powerless and completely defenseless against the powers of nature. Taking cover from the encore of rain, Serafina walked toward a nearby underhang that stretched all the way to the bridge. However, while she was frantically walking toward the underhang, a sudden noise interrupted her. Roar! As the loud sound of what seemed like a beast speaking echoed through the entire capital city, Serafina turned back. She had succeeded. According to the imagination spell, Serafina would be able to use an image or picture to create an exact beast with the same powers, and the more mana you put into the spell, the stronger the best you could summon. Since Serafina drained her massive storage into the spell, the massive water serpent, Leviathan, appeared as a result. There was just one problem, though. Although Serafina could summon the beast, she had no control or power over it, so Leviathan could do whatever it wanted. If it wanted to, the massive water serpent could wipe out the entire capital city, alongside the millions of people living inside. However, Serafina was aware of this spell's limitation and had chosen to summon Leviathan instead of any other mythical being for a reason. Leviathan hated magic barriers. Thousands of years ago, when humans had just evolved to the point where they could begin writing, the ocean was a dangerous place. With no humans powerful enough to slay the water beasts, the oceans were left unchecked, making them the most dangerous place on Earth. Inside the ocean, countless fierce competitors fought each other in order to gain control. However, after many years, only two competitors remained. The massive water serpent, feared for its dangerous speed despite its large size, held control over the Atlantic Ocean. As for the Pacific Ocean, The gigantic octopus-like creature called the Kraken ruled over that area. The two mystical beings could not bear to see another controller over the seas, so they broke out in a fight, which was said to have lasted for days. One of the strategies that the Kraken frequently used to gain an advantage was the creation of magic barriers. With his insane mana manipulation abilities, the Kraken would constantly trap the gigantic serpent inside mana cages. And since the serpent was so big, it was almost impossible for it to avoid being trapped inside. Thus, the water serpent's hate for magic boundaries was created. Returning back to the present, Seraphine resumed his sprint towards the cover from the rain. Behind her, deep within the ocean under the bridge, a gigantic shadow was cast, making the entire ocean seem like a pure black abyss. The normal, plentiful ocean was dry and devoid of any sea creatures, and fish and seals alike were gone. However, there was one beast remaining in the abyss of the darkness. Lying on the ocean floor, a gigantic serpent that seemed to stretch for miles could be seen. Its eyes were closed, and it was completely stationary, but the sheer pressure it emulated cleared the body of the water out. Coincidentally, Ren's cat was simply lying down while watching his matter continue digging further and further upward. As Ren's cat opened his eyes, the eyes of the serpent suddenly opened, revealing its golden-colored pupils. The cat, sniffing at the ground, suddenly opened its eyes wide as if he had just seen its archenemy. Getting off the cold cave floor, Ren's cat walked forward for a couple of seconds before playfully throwing its paw in the air. Seeing this, Ren shook his head before slapping himself. Whoever said that a pet learns from their owners needs to be caught and jailed. Staring at his schizophrenic cat, which simply pawed at the air, Ren sighed before continuing to dig. Crash! Throwing Ren to the right, the island suddenly shook as if something had just banged into it. Back on the ocean floor, the serpent began slithering forward at an incredible pace, crossing the entire distance from the capital city to the Academy Island within a single second. Then, without any hesitation, the serpent lunged upwards, removing itself from the ocean floor. Flying upward, the sea serpent's head emerged from the water, while the other part of its ginormous body remained on the ocean floor to keep him stable. Letting out an ear-piercing scream, the serpent glided towards the Academy Island with its mouth wide open. Propelling itself off the ocean floor, the sea serpent suddenly flew even higher as its entire body emerged from the water. Seraphina, being one of the few to see this sight, saw a gigantic blue lizard simply floating in the air above the water. What th? Some of the civilians, not caring about being drenched by the onslaught of the rain, stopped and stared at the spectacle. It was not every day that you saw a serpent that was almost half the length of the capital city simply floating in the air. Then, again, the civilians saw a lot as they lived in the capital city. A couple of civilians simply glanced at the serpent before immediately moving on as if it were nothing special while muttering, "Damn it! Why did I decide to live in this city?" Levitating in the air, the top portion of the serpent's body stayed the same. However, its bottom portion was interesting. Like a helicopter, the sea serpent's tail was rapidly rotating around its body, so fast that after images of it were left. After charging its helicopter tail up for a couple of seconds, the serpent suddenly threw itself tail first at the Academy Island. The serpent's tail, mid-rotate, slashed right into the magic barrier surrounding the Academy Island. The portion of the magic barrier hit by the serpent's tail immediately crumbled while the rest of the barrier followed suit. Back in the cave, Ren's cat suddenly collapsed to the floor before rolling around so that its tummy was facing the ceiling. Acting as if it had done something amazing, the cat turned to face Ren while meowing and purring. Looking at his proud cat, Ren snorted before muttering, "I'm not petting you. I'm the one actually working and mining." Clack. As Ren's pickaxe swung upwards one final time, he realized that there was nothing left to dig above. He had arrived. Like a hedgehog, Ren peeked his head through the hole in the ground, instantly spotting countless djinns. Afraid of being caught, Ren immediately ducked back down before manifesting his corrupted pickaxe. Picking up his cat, Ren ignored its pleas to be pet before placing it back in his hoodie. Back on the outside, as the magic border shattered into 1,000 pieces before disintegrating into nothingness, the serpent descended. Splash! Falling into the water, The serpent created a splash that sent water flying all the way towards the Academy Island and capital city the entire time. As a flood of water drenched the buildings of the Academy, windows shattered open due to the sheer pressure of the water. Thankfully, all the students were now inside, so none of them were hit by the barrage of water. Back in the capital city, Serafina had called for backup while the serpent was destroying the magic boundary. As the gigantic splash neared the capital city, dozens of mages, each equipped with a cloak and a wand, stepped forward. Casting in unison, the tip of all the mages' wands started sparkling a gray as the water got closer and closer. A moment later, a gigantic shield appeared right in front of the incoming barrage of water. As the barrage of water collided with the massive shield, the formation of the mages started to falter as many were pushed back. However, the formation of mages held their shield steady, not being moved by the incredible amount of water. As the water collided with the shield, it immediately got reflected back, falling back into the giant ocean. As the last bit of water reflected off the shield and back into the ocean, the formation of mages collapsed. Every single one of them, being at least B rank or higher, had used all of the mana on the shield. Yet it only barely managed to defend a byproduct, not even the main attack of an S-rank beast. Shivering, the mages fell to the ground, energiless, but happy. They had just saved countless buildings from collapsing and an equal amount of lives. Serafina, stepping forward, raised his hand, but no water droplets came. It had stopped raining, ensuring that the beast was not going to wreak any more havoc. Serafina slowly neared the ocean before glancing downwards. And sure enough, the ocean was back to its original dark blue colors instead of being pitch black. Even with all her mana, she could only summon the mythical god of the sea for 10 seconds at most. Raising her smartwatch, Serafina called the medic team before walking forward toward the academy. Only to realize she couldn't. The massive bridge that stretched all the way from the capital city, the island the academy was located on, was no more. Gigantic pieces of rubble floated through the ocean below, and besides a few small remnants of the bridge, there was nothing. The bridge, which had taken years to build and that had been standing for over 10 years at this point, was gone. Well, I guess you get what you ask for. Summoning a mythic beast when it was pissed without expecting any destruction would have been stupid. Unable to cast a flying spell to head over the academy due to her lack of mana, Serafina sighed while staring at the bridge. Maybe she could have done it a different way. Thankfully, though, she had already called some other mages about the situation in the academy. Confirming her thought, countless other mages, wearing dark blue cloaks, could be seen flying in the air towards the distant island. Shaking her head, Serafina muttered, "The royal family isn't going to be happy. Because these repairs are not coming out of my pocket." Though Serafina knew she wouldn't lose her job, she had a feeling that the royal family was going to overwork her for the next few months because of all the destruction. Smiling, Serafina stared up at the sky as the dark gray clouds began to disperse, revealing the shining sun. Before the attack had even happened, Serafina had cast an area-affecting weakening spell on all that non-human creatures, so with Kanki and Kazuki's assistance, the students would 100% be safe. Although Kazuki isn't fully human either, isn't he? Wait, will he be weakened by the spell? As Ren began to gather his materials and fill up the hole below him to cover any traces, the cat inside his hoodie suddenly popped down. Turning around, Ren shook his hoodie for a second before realizing that his cat had fallen asleep. In full honesty, Ren had expected the principal to allow the jinns in the vault, then entrap them there and take them easily. However, it seemed like the principal didn't even want the jinns to get a glance inside the vault as she opted to defend it from the outside. Tap, tap, tap. Hearing the sound of footsteps echo from behind the group of jinns, Ren immediately moved further away from the hole that he made. Placing his head on the roof, Ren attempted to discern the voice of the person above. Was it a jinn who was simply late to the party, or could it possibly be some reinforcements that the principal had sent? Damn prick. Oh. Just do this, and you'll be done. Go enjoy a nice meal in the cafeteria. Yeah, My ass! Walking right past Ren's hole, Kanki snorted before entering the underground space, immediately spotting the crowd of Jins and Kazuki, who was hanging from his spear, which was attached to the ice. Kazuki, staying quiet, simply waved at Kanki while simultaneously fending off a couple of Jins who were trying to climb up to the roof. Unsheathing his katana silently, Kazuki slowly approached the back of the group before activating his transportation ability. Phasing through the bodies of the Jins and many rocks that were in the way, Kanki looked for the weak spot in the formation. Or should he say, weak spots? Since the Jins were so focused on attacking and getting into the vault, their backline was almost completely unprotected. Well, of course, Kanki was only one person, so he couldn't exploit it to the fullest, but it would give a break to the main cast and Kazuki, who had been constantly fighting. Stopping behind a Jin, Kanki's ability deactivated as he immediately plunged his katana forward, impaling the Jin in front of him. Shaking the body off his sword, Kanki swiftly turned to the right before raising his katana above his head and slashing it downwards with the maximum force. As areas of darkness appeared above the bodies of the Jins, Kanki continued his onslaught. Yet, no Jins turned back to fight him. Kanki could have killed at least 10 Jins this time, yet he had only decided to kill 2. Rather than revealing his presence and taking as many of the distracted Jins out as possible, Kanki was blending in and slowly killing them. This plan allowed him to conserve both energy and mana while breaking apart the formation of the Jins without them even knowing. However, Kanki had forgotten to account for one thing, and so had everyone else in the room, including Ren. The Jins' numbers were dwindling rapidly as the main cast's fight, combined with both Kazuki and Kanki's efforts, were killing at least a Jin per minute. This could be seen easily as the room, almost nearly filled with Jins earlier, was now empty except for the front area of the room. However, the horde of Jins showed no signs of stopping. Jins cared about their lives even more than their desires. After all, most Jins had only changed from humans so they could survive in the world and gain powers. In contrast to that behavior, however, the Jins continued relentlessly fighting without any care for life. They weren't that stupid. The dead corpses and bodies of their teammates were on the ground, making it impossible for anyone to see them. These Jins saw their teammates and fellow Jins being massacred, yet they still charged forward despite knowing their fate would be the same. It was as if these Jins had no regard for their own lives. Peeking his head out of the hole, Ren confusedly observed the fight between the Jins, the main cast, and the 2 recruiters. Something was definitely wrong. Very, very wrong. Stopping himself from comparing the scenario to the one in the book, Ren took a step back before trying to come to a conclusion from a completely unbiased perspective. Seeing the Jins rushing forward despite seeing their teammates die right in front of them, Ren's head started to ache. The Jins had no regard for their lives. Yet, their inherent trait as a Jin was that they valued their lives more than anything else, even their desires. How could these 2 concrete facts coexist? Were the Jins brainwashed? No, the demon who signed the contract with the Jin would never allow that to happen to their Jin. Unless it was the demon who did the brainwashing. It was possible but highly unlikely. Demons relied on their contracts with Jins to gain power, so brainwashing them into dying was essentially them giving up their own power for no reason. Then, what else? Grabbing his head, Ren decided to ignore the Jin's behavior and move on. After all, he was practically on their side as he was also attempting to rob the vault. Having expected visitors and reinforcements, Ren wasn't too surprised at the appearance of the sudden recruiters, who were also present during the assembly. However, their power did throw Ren off a bit. He couldn't recognize the figures based on their appearance, and he didn't even know their names. But they did seem powerful. Way more powerful than Ren, at the very least. Although Ren had a feeling he had seen them somewhere, this was not the time to delve into the past Ren's memories to recognize them. Maybe another time, though. Staring at the obsidian wall, which was preventing him from the inside of the vault, Ren reached into his pocket. Corruption or obsidian? Which material was more powerful? Having tested this question already, as he knew the vault's entrance was a wall of obsidian, Ren already knew the answer. Pulling 2 corrupted daggers out of his pocket, Ren also manifested a mask, purposely making it different from the previous designs he had used. Placing his hands on the floor of the underground space, Ren lifted himself up until his entire body was in the space. Using his passive stealth skill, Ren quickly hid in the dark portion of the cave before taking a glance around. The main cast and recruiters had a pretty good setup going. The top portion of the door was defended by a recruiter who was using a spear, while the bottom was held by the main cast. And, staring at the rapidly diminishing horde of the jinns, Ren realized that it was just a matter of time before all of them died. Focusing on his eyes, his ears, his mouth, and eventually his entire head, Ren grinned before muttering, "I haven't used this ability for anything but flying in a long time." In a matter of seconds, Ren's head was no longer his head. Instead, a pointed head that resembled that of a dragon appeared atop Ren's body. With two twisting horns and a long snout, Ren looked like some half-human, half-dragon creature. Reaching his hands out, Ren stared for a second, feeling something was off. "Why do I feel weaker?" Although it was hard to discern for others, with Ren's eyes, he could realize that his reflexes and speed weren't slower than usual. Maybe the djinn set up some invisible stun spell, and I walked through it. Dismissing his slowed reflexes and speed, Ren, with his dragon head, slipped into the horde of djinns. He actually fits in quite well with them. With his dragon head, Ren looked as weird as they did, although his body was unharmed, while all of the djinns had scars. Finding himself in the middle of the horde, Ren jumped for a second in midair before opening his mouth. As the blood-red substance and ocean blue mana flowed toward Ren's mouth and combined, a small purple orb appeared above Ren's tongue. As the orb began to grow more and more, eventually reaching the ceiling of Ren's mouth, the room began to shine a dark purple. Reaching the maximum size that Ren's mouth would allow, the purple orb started glittering before slowly moving forward. Kazuki, the only one noticing the giant purple color as he was above everyone else, looked in confusion. However, before he could say anything or react to the strange anomaly, dozens of new djinns immediately overwhelmed him, hanging from the ice pillars below him. As the purple orb left Ren's mouth, he swiftly closed it before landing on the ground and blending in among the group of djinns. Flying above the crowd of djinns, the purple orb headed straight for the top portion of the obsidian door, right where Kazuki was hanging from. Kevin, glancing upwards to see his brother every couple of seconds, was the first to notice this as he spotted a gigantic purple orb getting closer and closer to them. Pointing to orb, Kevin was genuinely at a loss for words as he yelled, "What the hell is that?" Hearing Kevin's yellow, everyone stopped fighting for a moment to glance upwards at the nearing purple orb. Alia, immediately on guard, calculated the trajectory of the orb before confirming that it wouldn't hit them and that they wouldn't be in its estimated blast radius. Calming everyone down, Alia replied, "The orb isn't aiming at us." Pausing for a second, Alia raised her hand and pointed ... not at the top portion of the obsidian door but at the roof. Liam, mid-clash with a djinn, asked in confusion. "Why the roof, though?" Shrugging her shoulders, Irene cast a wall of flames before replying, "Maybe they really hate roofs, I don't know." Ruby, now on her break as Irene had taken over maintaining the fire shield, sighed before asking, "Irene, do you even think before you speak? Or is this straight improv?" Smiling, Irene replied, "I try." Lily, however, remained uncharacteristically silent as she stared at the purple orb that rose higher and higher with every passing second. No, that can't be ... purple orb. My favorite author can't be a plagiarizer ... Can he? Snapping Lily of her trance, Kevin yelled up to his brother, "You might wanna get down." Knocking a djinn off the wall, Kazuki snorted before replying, "Really? I couldn't tell." "Well, you're still up there so I do." Interrupting Kevin mid-sentence, Kazuki, leaving his spear embedded in the ice pillar made by Alia, jumped down. Landing on the ground right behind Kevin, Kazuki immediately pointed into the crowd before announcing, "We have another reinforcement hidden amongst the crowd of djinns." Liam, ducking to avoid a slash from a djinn's sword, nodded before replying, "I was wondering why they were slowing down." Kevin retreated after taking out a djinn's knee in a sneak attack and chuckled before replying, "Stop trying to act smart, Liam. You didn't notice shit, and you know it." In unison, The entirety of the main cast, alongside Kazuki, turned to stare at Kevin. Not even turning around to respond to their stares, Kevin angrily muttered, "Oh, let me guess." Then, Kevin said in his most feminine voice, in a really poor imitation of Lily's voice, "This is not the time to be making jokes, Kevin." Surprised by Kevin's outburst, the main cast silently fought against the horde of jinns for a second. PFFT. Unable to keep her laughter from leaking out, Alia, with her hands desperately trying to cover her mouth, chuckled, breaking the silence. Lily, turning straight around like a predator that had just found its target, stared at Lily with a blank and emotionless expression. Waving her hands up and down, Alia quickly justified her chuckle. It was PFFT so be bad that it was good. Taking down another jinn's kneecaps and sending them limping towards avbutt, Kevin yelled out, "What? You think you can do better, princess?" Kazuki stared at the group of students in front of him, who were snickering while attempting not to laugh, and sighed. They were just children, yet here they were, fighting hand in hand with him against a group of jinns, who could very well kick them if they made a single mistake. Recalling his childhood days when he could do the same, Kazuki couldn't help but inwardly smile. It also made him somewhat sad and depressed that these young students were so used to violence and fighting that they could laugh, but alas, he was the same, if not worse. Recalling his fights during his academy days with Kanki and the other student Technical members by his side, Kanki let out a reminiscent gaze. At some point, the two of them had made it into a competition. Whoever gets the least amount of jinn eliminations has to sleep on the floor tonight. Of course, this competition and betting on jinn eliminations had quickly been shut down by their seniors. But not for the reason you think. They didn't shut it down because they believed it to be dangerous for them to bet, as they would be inclined to go for as many kills as possible despite the danger. It was shut down because of kill stealing. Damn it, Kazuki, stop stealing my damn kills, you fraud. Shrugging his shoulders, the young Kazuki grinned before saying, "Only the last hit matters, nothing else." Furious, the young Kanki pointed his sword at the grinning Kazuki before yelling, "You damn cherry picker. All you do is wait for them to get weak from my hits, then come in." Smiling, Kazuki stole yet another kill from the fuming Kanki before replying, "Don't blame the player. Blame the game." By the end of the fight, their efficiency in killing jinns had actually gone down. Needless to say, the seniors weren't too happy about that. That night, both of them slept on the floor. Back then, during Kazuki's school days, the world was a much more dangerous and precarious place. The student council often went out as a group on expeditions to take down dangerous jinn organizations. Yet, as he gazed at the fearless group of students in front of him, Kazuki couldn't help but think, did they have it worse than me? Not letting his small internal grin appear on the outside, Kazuki sighed before sternly commanding, "Do we have any free hands that could go check on the purple orb?" As Kazuki spouted those words, the purple orb, seeming to move in slow motion, finally reached its destination. Rumble, crash, rumble. Crashing right into the ceiling of the underground space, the purple orb caused an onslaught of rocks and dust. Already prepared, Kazuki pointed at his spear, which was still embedded in Alia's ice pillar above. The next second, the spear suddenly started shining as a net emerged from its tip. Falling downwards, the net perfectly covered the main cast and Kazuki, preventing any rocks from hitting them. As rocks crashed into the net, the spear did not budge, keeping the net protecting the main cast steady and stable. The same could not be said for the jinns, who took the rock slides and ensuing dust head-on without any protection. Though since the jinns' bodies were durable, none of them died, but their pace was slowed, and formation was destroyed. As for Kanki, who didn't even realize the existence of the purple orb, he was able to activate reality phase just in time. Phasing through the incoming rocks, Kanki easily avoided being hit while also finding another weak spot in the jinns' grumbled formation. And finally, the cause of the incident, Ren, was nowhere to be seen. That is, unless you were looking right up at the hole that was created by the massive purple orb. Using all the dust, Ren rapidly scaled the walls before using his daggers to climb up into the hole. One by one, like a rock climber, Ren stabbed his right dagger, lifted himself up, then stabbed his left dagger more up than the previous one and lifted himself up even more. Kazuki, completely ignoring the continued barrage of rocks, stared at the main cast for a second before pausing on Ruby. "You don't seem busy, right?" Doubtful of whether the net would hold up under the pressure of rocks, Ruby carefully nodded before pointing to Irene and saying, "Yes, I'm currently on a break to recover, mana, you could say." "Good." Nodding his head, Kazuki pointed at the ceiling before continuing. "Find out what up there is so important that someone decided to create a damn orb of pure purpleness to destroy it. As for the origin of this maniac, Kanki is probably already investigating." Unbeknownst to Kazuki, his oblivious friend didn't even know there was a purple orb in the first place. Nodding her head, Ruby watched as the rest of the main cast reassumed their formation, with Kazuki beginning to climb back up the ice pillar. As the onslaught of rocks disappeared, leaving massive clouds of dust in its wake, the net suddenly retracted. Within a second, the massive net was completely changed to its original size, back on the tip of Kazuki's spear. Standing in the crater on the ceiling, Ren watched as the Jinns resumed their rush before scratching his head. Something was seriously off. These guys seriously give no fucks. After witnessing an onslaught of rocks that was completely unpredictable, you would think that they would take a step back to plan. But no, these Jinns just continued rushing to their death, watching their teammates die right in front of them. Ignoring the inconsistency with the Jinns, Ren sighed before glancing around the crater. For some reason, the principal was nowhere to be seen in this underground space. Originally, Ren had assumed that she had just been hiding while secretly buffing the main cast, but now he could see that she had actually just never been here. But, then, that begged the question. Why were the main cast so powerful? These Jinns were all B ranks, in contrast to the C rank main cast, so they should at least be struggling. Yet, the main cast had barely any wounds on them, and they seemed full of energy despite facing a constant horde of Jinns. The only plausible explanation Ren had come up with was that the principal was using some S-rank skill to buff them, but that was now out of the cards. Shaking his head, Ren once again put aside the inconsistencies before taking out his two corrupted daggers. The crater actually wasn't just some elaborate distraction that Ren had made. Looking down at everyone in the room, who all had their opens open and visible, Ren smiled. The perfect flash, manifesting a green bird in his hands, Ren was about to throw it forward when suddenly, he felt a presence approaching him. Holding his breath, Ren took out his daggers and slowly approached the edge of the crater. At that moment, a hand suddenly surged upwards, grabbing a hold of the crater and slowly pulling itself back. Staying the same distance away, Ren watched as the hand slowly pulled the rest of the figure's body up until, finally, the figure's entire body was visible. Staring at the Jinn in front of him, Ren was genuinely at a loss for words. How the hell did you get up here? Staring at Ren with a confused expression, the Jinn slowly raised its hand before pointing at Ren. Why you're not one of us? Clutching his heart, Ren barely managed to stand up straight. He had been called a bastard, a pervert, a cheater, and a fraud. But being called a Jinn was way too far. Realizing that the mask and tattered clothes he was wearing made him resemble a Jinn, Ren regained some of his dignity before staring back at the Jinn. What exactly was he supposed to say? Raising his hand, Ren imitated the Jinn pointed his finger at him. I am. You are? I am. Prove it. You prove you're a Jinn. No. You prove. Let's just say we're both Jinns and be done with it, alright? Deal. As an awkward moment of silence took over them, Ren sighed before pointing at the underground space below. I heard there is free money down there. I don't want money. Tilting his head to the side confusedly, Ren stared at the Jinn in silence for a couple of seconds before curiously asking, what is it you want, then? Avoiding eye contact with Ren, the Jinn looked down at the floor for some time until he finally opened his mouth. I want to be a human again. Ren, even more confused than ever, stared at the Jinn's ashamed figure, which was grumbling to the floor. Contracts between demons and Jinns can't be signed forcefully, so the Jinn had to have chosen to become one out of his own volition. Yet it seems he regrets that choice. Unfortunately, in this world, there are no do-overs or restarts. Unless you're Ren, who basically got a do-over after he died on Earth and transmigrated to this world. Realizing something, Ren completely forgot about the Jinn in front of him before staring up at the ceiling. Ren knew how he got here. How could he not know? He had been mercilessly run over by some drunk 50-year-old in the car. Truly an unforgettable experience. Then, the next second, he woke up in the body of Ren, who was about to be expelled from the academy for attacking Liam on the first day of classes. But what about Lily? Had she, similar to Ren, also died in a tragic accident and been transmigrated to this world? Or were her circumstances different? Well, I don't think I'm close enough to her to just flat out ask, how did you die in your past life? Or did you even die? Dismissing all his useless thoughts for now, Ren sighed before looking at the Jinn in front of him with concern. According to Ren's knowledge, which was gained from reading the book, there were no Jinn reversing rituals or potions in this world. Once you became a Jinn, you could never go back. Though Ren felt some pity for the Jinn in front of me, pity wouldn't do anything. Pointing down into the underground space where the main cast, Kazuki and Kanki, were still fighting, Ren looked down at the ground. He knew he was sending the Jinn to his death. Down there, the Jinn would surely die at the hands of the humans down there, and there was no escaping that. Barely opening his mouth, Ren managed to mutter out to the Jinn, "There's free Jinn to human transformation machines down there." Raising his head up, the Jinn stared at Ren, his eyes sparkling, before frantically asking, "Really? Is that true? Please tell me it's true." Ren felt sympathy for the Jinn, he really did. But at the same time, the Jinn had brought upon himself. Even after becoming a Jinn, the figure willingly joined an evil organization despite knowing the pain and damage they caused to other people. He had a choice to become someone like Zeng, yet he didn't. Instead of trying to blend in with humans and make the best of his situation, the Jinn joined an evil criminal organization. And Ren could tell, based on the look in the Jinn's eyes as he stared downward, that the Jinn had killed before. Staring at the Jinn, Ren nodded his head carefully before muttering out, "Perhaps he'll be transmigrated to another world and given a second chance just like when he dies." As the Jinn eagerly jumped from the crater of the ceiling, landing and rejoining the crowd of Jinns surrounding the main cast, Ren stepped forward. He had to get something out of this whole situation now. There was no way he just sent someone off to their death, just to get nothing. Raising his hand, Ren stared at the ceiling before quietly saying, "This is for you, my Jinn friend." Walking to the edge of the crater in the ceiling, Ren crouched down before manifesting a corrupted bow. Staring at the top portion of the obsidian door, which was guarded by a watchful recruiter with a spear, Ren slid a corrupted arrow into the strings of the bow. Aiming at the exact top left of the obsidian door, Ren waited until the recruiter was mid-fight with a Jinn before drawing back his bow. Letting the smooth string go, Ren watched as the corrupted arrow glided by through the air, heading straight at its target. Distracted by the Jinns surrounding him, Kazuki only realized the existence of the arrow as it passed him, as a breeze rushed into his face. However, it seemed like the recruiter had come prepared, as without a second of hesitation, he cocked back his hand. Then, in the next second, his hand surged forward, releasing his ice blue spear right at the pitch-black arrow. Surprised, Ren blankly stared at the now disarmed recruiter, who was still being surrounded by Jinns. Staring at the spear, Ren calculated its projected trajectory with his eyes before it to the path of his arrow. Realizing that the spear was going to intercept the arrow before it hit the door, Ren turned around and raised his hand. As Ren's hand was raised, the corrupted arrow suddenly disintegrated before disappearing a second later. Feeling the corruption return to his boy, Ren paced around, trying to come up with a new plan on the spot. Back down below, Kazuki used his legs to kick down the incoming Jinns as he was left without his spear. Glancing to his right, Kazuki attempted to discern whether his spear had knocked the arrow yet. However, upon seeing no sign of the arrow anywhere, Kazuki rapidly looked around, trying to find where it had gone. Raising his hand, Kazuki recalled his spear while headbutting a djinn that had managed to get close enough. Suddenly, Kazuki's spear switched directions as it stopped flying at the obsidian wall and turned around. Flying right at Kazuki's hand, the spear somehow impaled a djinn mid-air on its way there. Seeming to have a light bulb moment, Ren halted mid-pace before suddenly turning around. Smiling, Ren focused on the corruption in his body before allowing it to flow outwards through his hand. As Ren's hand began to shine a pitch black and more corruption began to accumulate, Ren suddenly waved his hand. Following Ren's internal instruction, the corrupt surged away from Ren's hand and onto his shoulder, slowly covering Ren's entire body. The corrupt worked its way down from Ren's shoulder until finally, the entirety of Ren's body except his head was covered. Since he had a corrupted mask on his head already, there was no need to protect that portion. Covered in the pitch-black substance, Ren's body couldn't be seen, making it seem as if Ren were a zombie. Breathing in and out, Ren calmed himself down for a second before stepping back. Slowly placing his left forward, Ren broke out into a mad sprint as he rushed towards the hole in the crater. Then, without any hesitation, Ren jumped down into the underground space, his entire body covered in corruption. Forcing himself forward, Ren landed on an ice pillar that was opposite Kazuki before rushing forward. Aiming himself right at the obsidian wall, Ren ignored the ice blue spear heading right at his body. Like a bull charging forward, Ren did not stop, trying his best to slip as he jumped from ice pillar to ice pillar. Reaching the last ice pillar, Ren halted for a second, watching an ice blue spear whiz right in front of him. Looking to the right, Ren watched as the ice spear, as if it had a mind of its own, turned around and began heading right at Ren once again. "Are you a damn guided missile or something?" As the spear surged towards him once again, Ren took a moment to manifest two corrupted daggers. Getting one leg, Ren leaned to the right, barely managing to lose his balance and slip off the icy pillar. Once again, the spear whizzed right by Ren, narrowly avoiding him. However, the wind generated by the spear's rush pushed Ren back even further off the ice pillar. With one foot dangling midair and the other foot barely on the slippery ice surface of the pillar, Ren smiled. Throwing his dangling foot forward, Ren propped himself off the ice pillar and jumped forward, heading straight for the obsidian door. Raising his two corrupted daggers, Ren pointed their tips at the door as he got closer and closer to it with every second. As Ren's daggers seamlessly sank through the bulky obsidian layer of the door, Ren sighed in relief, hanging midair while gripping onto his two daggers, which were embedded in the obsidian door. Ren immediately threw himself. Since his entire body was covered in corruption, Ren didn't feel any pain as his corruption-covered legs rapidly kicked against the obsidian door. As dents began to appear on the obsidian door as a result of its constant collisions with corruption, Ren suddenly turned around. This time, there wasn't just a spear rushing toward him. There was a spear, and a human riding the spear like some sort of horse heading right at him. Riding atop his spear like a witch flying on its broomstick, Kazuki headed straight at Ren, showing no fear at the incoming obsidian wall. Ren, unable to remove his daggers from the wall in time, dodged the attack and tried to kick his legs forward. As the spear on Kazuki approached Ren, 6 pitch-black tentacles suddenly emerged from Ren's back, creating a protective shield around him. Noticing the tentacles protecting Ren, Kazuki stood up atop his spear before taking out 2 clean hunting knives. Propelling a tentacle forward, Ren attempted to make Kazuki lose his balance and fall. However, the spear simply circumvented the incoming pitch-black tentacle before heading straight at Ren. Taking a deep breath, Ren sent 3 of their tentacles back to protect himself from Kazuki before propelling the other forward. The 3 tentacles going forward immediately embedded themselves in the obsidian wall before shaking rapidly to make a hole in the previously perfect wall. Weaving around the tentacles, Kazuki attempted to cut one of them in half with his hunter knife, but it was the knife that broke, not the tentacle. Now, realizing the severity of the situation, Kazuki shifted his trajectory to the right so he was no longer aiming at Ren but a few meters to the left of him. Ren's tentacles, not able to reach that far as Ren didn't have enough corruption to maintain them, could only flare while Kazuki flew just out of their reach. Like Ren's corrupted daggers, the tip of Kazuki's spear seemingly embedded itself in the obsidian wall, proving its superiority over the material. Seeing this out of the corner of his eye, Ren immediately sent the tentacles to his left side to prevent Kazuki from coming any closer. Glancing downward, Kazuki was surprised that the horde of jinns was now down to less than 10 as Kanki took care of the few remaining loners. Seeing this, Kazuki immediately called out to the main cast, who had no one to fight against anymore, "Below! Shoot up! Straight up!" Hearing Kazuki's urgent voice, the heads of the main cast immediately flicked upward towards Kazuki. However, Ren's pitch-black cover around his entire body alongside his perfectly made corrupted mask made him blend in with the obsidian wall. That, combined with Ren's stealth stat, made it almost impossible for the main cast to see Ren from such a far distance below. Looking at Kazuki with confused expressions, the main cast paused for a moment before heeding his instructions. However, none of them were standing exactly below Ren's current positions, so their spells just flew up and into the ceiling. As a water orb, an ice lance, a fire tornado, a sword of pure blue divinity, a sword surrounded by a red hue, and last but not least, a battle axe headed straight up to the ceiling. Kazuki sighed. When he said shoot up, he didn't mean ... shoot randomly up at the ceiling. Staring at the swordsmen below, who had even thrown their weapons up the ceiling, Kazuki sighed. Regaining his composure, Kazuki pointed ahead to where the masked figure was before yelling, "Right H!" But, before Kazuki could finish his sentence, a sudden bright flame blinded him before heading straight at him. Pulling his spear out of the obsidian wall, Kazuki allowed him to free fall for a second before immediately stabbing his spear back into the wall. A second later, the bright flame, in the shape of a ball, hit the exact spot where Kazuki used to be, but as the ball of flames made contact with the obsidian, it immediately perished. As the ball of flames disappeared, Kazuki hesitated for a moment, anticipating another attack, yet nothing came. Glancing upward at the masked figure, Kazuki assumed he was the cause of the attack before looking back down. Pointing at the corrupted figure, Kazuki yelled, "Here!" Ren, despite knowing a barrage of mana spells and weapons would soon him, remained still, simply stabbing at the obsidian wall with his daggers and his 3 tentacles. Seeing no need for defense anymore, Ren raised his other 3 tentacles before also commanding them to break the wall. Feeling the temperature decrease around him as a water and ice spell came at him, Ren threw one last dagger strike at the wall. Rumble. Realizing the wall was weak enough, Ren threw his right foot at the obsidian wall, causing it to tilt and become unstable. Demanifesting his tentacles, corrupted dagger, and corrupted body, Ren allowed him to free fall to the ground. Rumble. Keeping his corrupted mask on, Ren narrowly dodged an ice lance before, ironically enough, landing right on one of Aya's ice pillars. Kazuki, realizing the wall was going to collapse on itself, immediately removed his spear, afraid of dealing with any further damage. Falling the round, Kazuki missed his intended landing spot of a nearby ice pillar, so he simply allowed himself to descend all the to the ground. At the same time, Kanki finished up the last of the jinns, leaving a field of dark black spots above every jinn's body. Feeling the ground shake and the wall collapse, Kanki sprinted towards the main cast with his katana out. Landing cleanly on the floor, Kazuki glanced around at the main cast, which now included Ruby, as she unsuspiciously stood next to Irene. In contrast to everyone else, who was silent and staring at the collapsing obsidian wall, Ruby managed to mutter out, "A fire snowball ... I'll have to use that next time." Hesitating for a moment, Kazuki looked to the right, immediately noticing Kanki's sprinting figure. Within a few seconds, Kanki had arrived in the clear around the ice pillar where everyone else stood. Rumble. As the obsidian floor began to lean inwards, Kazuki glanced at his smartwatch, waiting for the message, before finally saying, "The wall is down, but that doesn't mean the vault is robbed just yet." Nodding his head, Kanki concurred with the statement before turning to the main cast. "You all can leave now. I've cleared out all the jinns. There should be nothing stopping you from exiting now. As the atmosphere quickly loosened, The main cast stared at each other in silence before Liam eventually stepped up. Showing no fear in front of Kanki's piercing gaze, Liam shook his head before calmly replying, "Shouldn't you two be the ones leaving? After all, we were here first." As Kanki's expression turned to one of pure anger and Kazuki sighed, Liam paused before continuing in an eerily calm voice. "Don't worry, we're willing to compromise. You two can stay with us here, if you'd like to." Turning around, Kanki seriously stared at Kazuki for a moment before solemnly saying, "You heard them. They don't need our help, so I'm out of here." They said it, not us, so the principal can't blame us if they all die. As Kanki began to walk towards the exit, Kazuki reached out his hand before tightly gripping Kanki's shoulder. Leaning forward, Kazuki quietly whispered directly into Kanki's ear. "It's like looking into a mirror, isn't it?" "Shut it. You do know we can't leave them, right?" "And why not? They seem so confident." "Let them fend off the robbers all by themselves like the grown-ups they are." Smiling upon realizing Kazuki had just fallen for his trap, Kazuki leaned forward even further before replying, "Then, they'll get all the glory and fame for protecting the vault, while we'll be left with nothing. Imagine all that Jin killing a minute ago was for nothing." Pausing upon seeing Kanki's eyebrows raise, Kazuki got even closer and continued, "And worst of all, that brat will get all the credit while you're left with N. That's enough. They'll die to the robbers, so now fame of glory will be bestowed." Gripping Kanki's shoulder even tighter, Kazuki grinned and replied, "And who do you think will be blamed for that? If they die down her protecting the vault, we'll be the ones at fault. The news will paint us as a bunch of cowards who abandoned some first years to save our own asses. But they're the ones who told us to L. Does that matter? In the eyes of the media, we'll be blamed for their deaths, named as abandoners, and socially killed." Realizing the logic behind Kazuki's words, Kanki swiped the hand off his shoulder before reluctantly turning around. Seeing this, Kazuki rejoined the main cast before pointing to the approaching Kanki and saying, "I guess we'll be taking your compromise." Rumble. Interrupting the group's reunion, the obsidian wall leaned even farther inward, causing the ground to shake even more. However, nobody worried about the ground shaking, as there was now an entrance to the vault visible. At the top of the leaning obsidian door, a small hole could be seen, leading straight into the vault. Without any words being spoken or any gestures being made, everyone knew what to do. Casting a temporarily floating spell on everyone, Alia allowed everyone to levitate up to the base of the obsidian door. Levitating up, the 9 students landed atop the base of the obsidian door, which was ramping upwards. Not skipping a beat, Liam and the other members of the main cast, alongside Kazuki, activated their movement abilities to move forward at unbelievable speeds. Unfortunately, that left just one person standing confused and furious at the boss of the door. If Kanki used his reality phase movement abilities, he would phase right through the obsidian door and on the dirt below the door. Sighing, Kanki stared at the 8 other running figures before breaking into a regular and mundane human-like sprint, blending perfectly with the pitch-black obsidian wall. Render manifested all his corrupted objects before leaning downwards. To fit inside the small hole separating him from the vault, he had to lie down on the top portion of the obsidian hole and slide through. Feeling the cold and hard material pressed against his chest, which was exposed as his clothes tattered during the purple orb explosion, Ren sighed. Pushing himself forward was a daunting task, considering the wall was upward sloping, but Ren somehow managed. Like a snake, Ren slithered on the floor, ducking his head down so that his chin touched the obsidian wall as he approached the floor. Behind him, Lily was the first to reach the top of the obsidian wall as her movement ability was best suited for short sprints like these, unlike the others whose abilities thrived during marathon-like fights. Also, seeing the hole in the obsidian door, Lily hesitated to lie down on the obsidian floor. Simply standing still on the top portion of the obsidian wall, Lily looked around for a second, making sure nobody was close enough to hear before saying, "If you're here, say something." Confused, Ren ignored Lily's schizophrenic talk and continued slithering forward. Just to make sure, Ren turned around for a second and glanced around, and even with his enhanced eyesight, He could see no one there besides Lily. Was she perhaps talking to him? Seeing absolute silence from her question, Lily let out an audible sigh before walking close to the opening. Getting eerily close to Ren, Lily attempted to block the gap between Ren and the vault before opening her mouth once again. Whatever it is you're looking for, it's not there. Catching Ren off guard by her words, Lily took the moment to step ahead and lean down, blocking the gap with her body. Ignoring the silence, Lily continued. There are no weapons or items in here. Just a cell. One single cell. Glancing around, Ren confirmed that the other main cast members and recruiters weren't in the hearing distance before replying in a harsh tone. And how would you know that? Pointing behind her and through the gap into the door, inside the vault, Lily ignored Ren's tone before replying in an equally harsh tone. Because I've been in there. Approaching Lily, Ren stood up and manifested a single corrupted dagger. Holding the dagger so that it was facing the ceiling, Ren imbued the blood-red substance into it, causing the dagger's tip to burn a dark red. Raising the dagger above his head, Ren illuminated the area around him, including him, before waiting for Lily's reaction. However, upon seeing Ren's figure pop out suddenly before her, Lily showed no reaction, simply standing with her arms crossed. Seeing this, Ren hesitated a moment before replying. Why should I believe you? As the other figures began rapidly approaching the two, the blood-red dagger illuminating Ren came into sight. Liam, being at the front of the rushing main cast, pointed at the illuminated figure right next to Lily before screaming, "SHE stalling the robber for us. We have to go." Nodding their heads, the rest of the main cast and Kazuki increased their pace to a maximum, not conserving any energy. Behind them, Kanki could be seen panting for air as he tried his best to keep up with the main cast above him. Looking above him, Kanki spotted Kazuki, who was only a few meters away from him, with his hand stretched out. Staring at Kazuki's stretched out hand, Kazuki alternated gazes between the disappearing figures of the main cast and Kazuki. Seeing Kanki's confused figure, Kazuki smiled before reaching out his hand even further and asking, "What are you waiting for? Grab on, will you? We don't have all day." Not waiting for Kanki, Kazuki took out his spear before placing it between his legs and mounting it, just like he had done last time. After hesitating for a moment, Kanki suddenly realized Kazuki's idea, causing an audible groan to emerge from his mouth. "You do know what happened last time we did this?" Nodding his head, Kazuki continued staring forward before replying. "How could I forget? I had to clean your throw-up off my spears for at least a month after. Although the terrible smell of the spear after it did increase the offensive power of the spear. Grasping Kazuki's hand, Kanki also mounted the spear, staying a safe distance away from Kazuki's back. Seeing Kanki mount the spear, Kazuki began to make the spear levitate before turning back and saying, "Don't you dare throw up on me." Pointing at the distance between their bodies on the spear, Kazuki furiously replied, "Let's go already." As Kazuki began laughing, the spear suddenly burst forward with an incredible amount of speed, almost catching up to the main cast within a few seconds. Back next to the gap entrance to the vault, Ren leaned his head to the side and asked, "If what you're saying is true, then what is in that single cell?" This seems like an awful amount of security for one cell. Looking behind Ren at the approaching spear rides and main cast, Lily took out her wand. Seeing this, Ren tensed. However, he tried his best not to let it show, as if saying that Lily wasn't even a threat to him. Slowly raising her wand, Lily replied, "See for yourself." Manifesting another pair of daggers, Ren glanced around for a moment, not surprised upon seeing the approaching main cast. The most obvious reason why Lily could be here was to stall him, so he was already prepared. Manifesting 6 tentacles, Ren allowed them to emerge from his back before embedding themselves in the part of the obsidian door that was right behind him. Making the tentacles pierce deeper and deeper into the obsidian door, Ren leaned down and prepared to propel himself toward the gap. Calculating the exact angle, velocity, and distance that he needed to go, Ren stood for a moment before confirming that he had everything correct. Angling himself toward the upper left corner of the gap, Ren manifested the corrupted dagger, causing the light within the underground to vanish. Behind him, Alia, noticing the disappearance of the light, yelled. It started. Heeding Alia's words, everyone in the group pulled out their weapons except Kazuki, who was riding on his weapons. Unsheathing his katana, Kanki desperately covered his mouth while attempting to stand up on the spear. Taking out her wand, Irene immediately caused a flying torch that followed her around to light up the space once again. On the other hand, Liam and Kevin raced forward ahead of the rest of the groups with their swords already swinging. Alia, a bit behind the two boys, took out her rapier before covering it in a layer of ice, instantly causing the temperature to decrease. Finally, Kevin, with his battle axe already out, followed behind the Kazuki and Kanki, who were preparing to end their ride on the spear. On the other hand, Lily, upon seeing Ren ready to burst through the gap forcefully, simply stood still. As Ren pushed himself forward, Kazuki and Kanki finally jumped off their spears before joining Liam and Kevin in their dash ahead. As Liam, at the very front of the group, approached Ren and Lily, a slight sound echoed throughout the underground space. Drip, drop, drip, drop. The sound of hundreds of water droplets falling onto the cold obsidian floor caused Liam to halt in confusion. Then, a small bubble suddenly emerged right behind Ren. In less than a second, before anyone could react, that water bubble grew and grew until it finally covered the top portion of the obsidian door. Inside the water bubble, Lily and Ren could be seen standing across from each other. Ren, already in the air, noticed the water bubble but didn't do anything as he immediately added it into his calculations and noticed it wouldn't affect his path through the gap and into the vault. Flying through the air, Ren stared with a confused expression at Lily. The water bubble didn't just block his entrance, on the contrary, it helped him. It prevented the main cast and the two recruiters from reaching him, giving him more time to get through the gap and into the vault. Then, Ren noticed something odd. Lily had completely stepped out of the way, and she was no longer blocking his way into the vault. If Ren had wanted to, he could have just landed, crouched down, and walked through the gap and into the vault with no problems. Staring at Ren's fleeting figure with a blank expression, Lily simply watched as he neared the hole. At that moment, Lily raised her wand, and the transparent water bubble that surrounded both her and Ren suddenly turned black. Liam, who had halted in front of the water bubble, jumped back as the water bubble turned pitch black, preventing him from seeing the robber and Lily. Behind him, the main cast, Kazuki and Kanki, finally caught up and stared at the pitch-black water bubble in front of them. Alia, breaking the silence, approached the water bubble before turning to Liam and asking, "What is this? Does she have some sort of plan? Did she tell you anything? Why did she block us out like this?" Liam, pausing for a moment, recalled how Lily had completely ignored him before turning the water bubble opaque. Was she some sort of secret signal that she had sent him? A secret code, perhaps? But, no, as Liam recalled the scene, nothing came to his mind. Slowly shaking his head, Liam replied, "I don't think so. I might have Who cares?" Interrupting Liam mid-sentence, Kanki stepped forward. Having recovered from his spear ride earlier, with his katana ready. Staring at the rest of the main cast, Kanki continued, "The robber is in that water bubble, right? No matter what your friend seems to be planning, the robber is trapped and can't escape. Let's just go capture him, alright? We can worry about this teamwork and friendship shit later." Leaving the rest of the main cast in silence, Kanki stepped forward with his katana, and then, before anyone could react, Kanki thrusted his katana forward into the pitch-black water bubble. As ripples began to appear and the water bubble fell apart, Kanki immediately backtracked before yelling, "Come back if you don't want to be wet." Regaining their composure, the rest of the main cast and Kazuki followed suit, sprinting down the obsidian door to prevent being drenched with water. Everyone stood with their weapons ready except Liam, who seemed to be shaken or rather confused. Recalling how Lily had not even bothered to look at him before turning the bubble a pitch black, Liam sighed. Regaining his composure, he picked up his sword, staring at the collapsing water bubble. Even though he knew Lily wasn't going to do anything evil, he still felt hurt and somewhat betrayed. She had made plans behind his and everyone else's back. Lily's face wasn't one of surprise or confusion, it was calm and tranquil. She had expected ... or even planned for this moment for a long time. But, unfortunately, that wasn't anything new to him. Pushing the thoughts of Lily out of his head, Liam focused on the only thing that mattered now, protecting the vault and catching the culprit. As the water bubble finally gave in, collapsing upon itself from the hole made by Kazuki's katana, everyone looked on in anticipation. Pop, as a mini rainstorm occurred in the underground space, drenching everything in the vicinity of the water bubble. Kazuki stepped forward with his spear ready. Drip, drop, drip, drop. Liam, being the first one to move, rushed forward, trying his best to keep his balance despite the wet obsidian floor. Behind him were Kevin and Kazuki, who ran side by side with their weapons ready and eyes peeled for the intruder. Finally, Kanki and the rest of the main cast followed behind them, except for the magic users, who stayed a bit further away. As the pitch-black water bubble disappeared, the top portion of the obsidian door where the intruder and Lily were standing previously came into view. Yet, no one was there. Kanki, who wasn't looking forward, just blindly ran forward, but when he finally looked up, he noticed that no one was there. And maybe, worst of all, the gap in the obsidian door that led into the vault was blocked off by a pitch-black substance that was somehow darker than the obsidian material surrounding it. Putting down her wand, Ruby confusedly stared at the plugged-up hole that led into the vault. How was he going to get out? Echoing the same sentiment, Irene and Alia ran forward, dropping their wands, towards the hole. Ignoring the frozen figures of Liam, Kevin, and Kazuki, Alia ran to the very top of the obsidian hole where the wall used to be. Leaning down, Alia tried to clean the gap and reopen the hole with her hand. However, the material blocking the hole was sharp to the touch. As Alia placed her finger on the material to move it, a sudden cut appeared on her fingertip, and blood started rushing out. Regaining his composure, Kazuki headed to the top, where Alia and Kazuki's confused figures stood. Staring at the vault, Kazuki asked in a grim tone. So, the two of them. They're inside the vault, aren't they? Gesturing for Alia to move out of the way, Kanki leaned down and began to examine the substance blocking the gap before nodding his head. Sure, seems like it. Taking out his katana once again, Kazuki immediately attempted to pierce through the pitch-black material. However, the tip of Kazuki's katana couldn't even pierce through the material. The katana simply bounced off the material, not even able to make a dent or single mark in it. Shaking his head, Kanki stood up and dropped his katana before turning to Kazuki. This intruder ... It seems we've underestimated him. As Kazuki stared at Kanki with a confused expression, the rest of the main cast, including Liam and Kevin, approached them. Gesturing to Kazuki, Kanki waited until everyone was next to the gap before explaining. The Jinns, earlier. I don't think our intruder in there with your friend is associated with them. Rather, they were a distraction he used to get by us. After all the Jinns down there are dead and massacred while he's in the vault alive and, most likely, thriving. That entire vault is all his. I find it hard to believe that he would just let his teammates die like that. Recalling something, Kazuki hesitated for a moment before saying, that purple orb attack from earlier that exploded the ceiling ... That must have been him. Then, nodding his head, Kanki replied, I didn't see the attack exactly, but I saw the surprise evident in the expressions of the Jinns I was fighting. They had no idea that was going to happen. Staying silent, the main cast simply listened, not asking questions or making any interjections. Seeing this, Kanki continued. This material of his, whatever it is managing to block off a near S-rank artifact. From that alone, we can assume that our intruder is at least an A-rank villain. Pausing for a moment, Kanki pointed at himself and Kazuki before saying, if you're wondering, both Kazuki and I are recently advanced A ranks. The two of us completed our last dream together around 3 weeks ago. Pointing at the filled-in hole, Kanki continued. Anyways, let's get the real problem at hand. He's down there in the vault, and we're up here. That may seem like a bad thing right now, considering that we can't hurt or do anything to him while he is probably robbing the vault and having the time of his life. However, that also means that in order for him to leave the vault with all his treasures, he has to get through us. Ruby, finally breaking the silence of the main cast, hesitated for a moment before asking, "What if there's another exit from the vault?" Thinking for a moment, Kazuki pointed at the entrance to the underground space before saying, "If there was another exit, that means there would have to be another entrance to the vault, and since he chose to come down here and go through the trouble of getting through us, I doubt he found another entrance into the vault." As the main cast nodded their heads, Kazuki stepped forward with his spear before saying, "Of course, there is just one problem." Before Kazuki could even finish his sentence, Liam spoke from behind, "A hostage. The intruder has a hostage." Immediately, a grim silence enveloped the whole group as everyone wordlessly stared at each other. Kevin, stepping forward, ignored everyone else before boldly saying, "If it gets to that, the life of Lily is much more important than whatever treasure is in there." Nodding his head, Kazuki agreed with Kevin's statement. "Of course, the value of any human life far outweighs that of a magical artifact or item. But let's not get too caught up now." Not missing the implication of Kazuki's last few words, Alia stood back up and said, "What do you mean by that?" Kanki, speaking for Kazuki, took a deep breath before replying, "If we can get both the items and your friend back, it will be the optimal situation." Liam, walking next to Kevin, immediately said in a cold tone, "No shit." Midair, Ren continued his dive into the gap, ignoring the peculiarities with both Lily and the appearance of the water bubble. Worst comes to worst, he could stop time with his ability and find a solution. However, if he didn't get through that gap right now, he might never be able to enter the vault again. Sliding headfirst through the gap, Ren immediately manifested a pile of physical corruption in his hands before turning around. Cocking back his hand with the physical corruption, Ren aimed at the gap, intending to completely close it off. As Ren's feet slid through the gaps and his entire body was now in the vault, Ren rushed his hand forward, ready to release the ball of physical corruption he made to block off the gap. However, before Ren could even let the corruption fly out of his hand, he suddenly saw something filling the gap. Coming right after Ren, Lily was ducking and down, attempting to pass through the gap into the vault as well. "What happens if my corruption hits another person?" Raising his right hand to his eye, Ren paused time for a split second, attempting to discern if he could block off the hole before Lily got through. Unfortunately, after calculating for a moment, Ren came to the conclusion that it would be impossible for him to block Lily from entering despite his time-slowing ability. Lowering his hand from his eye, Ren allowed time to speed back to normal as he patiently waited for Lily to finish getting through the gap. Then, as Lily's feet finally entered the vault and her entire body was inside, Ren let the ball of physical corruption fly out of his hand. In a perfect arc, the ball of physical corruption flew upwards before descending exactly where the gap was located. Then, upon impact with the obsidian material of the door, the corruption immediately spread out, covering every single inch of the gap and preventing anyone else from entering. Not yet looking around the vault, Ren glanced at Lily, who was only a few steps away from him. The obvious thing to do here was to take her hostage and use her to escape from the main cast and the two recruiters. Yet, Ren was starting to have second thoughts about that idea. Lily had stopped Liam from reaching Ren initially, and then she had also created a massive water bubble that surrounded them too, giving Ren the perfect amount of time to escape into the vault. And now, she had even entered the vault right after him. It was hard for Ren to believe that Lily had done all this by accident. So, then, what was Lily's goal? Was she finally turning to the dark side like Ren? Had she finally given up on that naive wish of hers to save as many people as possible, no matter the impact it may have on the rest of the world? Did something make her realize that, maybe, what she was doing right now with the main cast wasn't the right way to go about saving the world? If only. Putting the brakes on his wishful thinking, Ren manifested a dagger before staring at Lily, who also had her wand out. Drip, drop, breaking the silence inside the vault. The sound of water droplets from Lily's clothing hitting the floor echoed through the massive space. In fact, It wasn't just her clothes. Lily's hair was completely drenched, losing its normal texture and becoming completely straight. Showing no reaction to the water covering her body, Lily sighed before turning around and staring at the now filled gap. Hesitating for a moment, Ren manifested a corrupted sweatshirt before throwing it over to her. Right now, as far as Ren could see, they weren't completely enemies. Actually, if Ren only considered the last few minutes, they would actually be considered allies, as Lily had helped Ren get into the vault. There was also the bond of origin that the two of them shared. However, Ren didn't pay too much mind to that part. Liam would be really pissed if Lily came back from the vault with a cold ... and Ren had no intentions of testing Liam's power as the protagonist. What if he saw Lily coughing and suddenly got an insane power-up that allowed him to completely destroy Ren within a second? Laughing at his own thoughts, Ren threw the sweatshirt at Lily, allowing it to land flat on her wet hair. Ren had already pissed off Liam more than humanly possible, so it honestly didn't matter what he did to him anymore. As Lily turned around, the sweatshirt suddenly fell even further, completely blocking Lily's vision. ... Why am I blind? What kind of ability is this? Make him. Chuckling, Ren coughed before replying. On your head. Silently, Lily raised her hand to her hair, feeling the cold and hard surface of the corrupted sweater. Yanking the sweat off her head, Lily stared at it for a moment before not putting it on but using it to wipe her regular clothes. As Lily dried her clothes with the corrupted sweater, Ren stood still and glanced around, taking in and memorizing everything. It seems like the principal is a minimalist. In all honesty, Ren had expected one of the vaults where it was filled to the brim with gold coins and magical artifacts just lying around randomly. Oh, is that a stat-boosting potion lying around? Don't mind if I do. Oh, a perfect emerald gemstone. I can't wait to make a magical artifact with this. One where you could quite literally swim in the pool of gold coins and treasures. Unfortunately, Ren's cartoon vision of the vault is broken when he realizes that it is quite the opposite. There were shelves all over the place, with labels marking them and various tools lying on them. Everything was so well organized. But that also meant that the massive space was almost completely empty besides the few shelves lined up against the wall. Staring at empty space ahead, Ren simply waited for Lily to finish wiping all of her clothes. It wasn't like he was in a rush for time. After all, he, of all people, should never run out of time. While Ren did fear the principal's potential presence and her being an obstacle to his escape, a plan was already in motion to counteract that. Taking out his smartwatch, Ren scrolled for a second in messages before immediately typing. Ren, did you two find the tunnel I made at the very bottom of the island? Raven, yep, Zengd found your hole, which goes straight upward, after a couple of minutes of swimming around. Ren, and what did you do during that time? Raven, oh, me? I've just been standing on the raft and watching Zeng swim around like a mermaid. It's actually quite calming. Thanks for asking, boss. How is your day going? Ren, nothing too big. I'm just chilling in one of the most valuable and secured spots in the entire world. You know, just the regular. Raven, and you didn't invite me? Lily, who had finished wiping her clothes, turned to give Ren back his sweatshirt but halted upon seeing him laughing like a toddler. Was there some kind of joke she was missing? As far as Lily could see, Ren had just risked his life to get into this vault, yet here he was, not robbing it but ... laughing at his smartwatch. Recalling how her mother had always told her that the new generation was too obsessed with technology, Lily nodded her head and made a clicking sound with her mouth. The attention span of this new generation is unbelievable. They can't sit still for even a second without their precious telephones. Regaining his composure, Lily showed no caution as she simply walked up to Ren with his sweatshirt in her hand. Ren, hearing her footsteps, curiously looked up from his smartwatch. Instead of taking the sweatshirt back, Ren simply demanifested it, watching Lily's expression change as the sweater disintegrated into nothingness in her hands. Finally breaking the awkward silence between the two, Ren pointed at the tens of shelves lined up against the wall before saying, I believe you said earlier that there was nothing here besides a single cell. Nodding her head confidently, Lily stayed silent and simply walked forward, leaving Ren behind. Approaching one of the shelves, Lily grabbed a hammer-shaped item before throwing it to Ren. Catching the hammer-shaped artifact in his hands, Ren stared at his for a moment before boldly declaring, "A hammer." Weighing the object in his hand, Ren quickly realized that despite its abnormal appearance, it possessed no mana in it. Staring at the hammer-shaped object in his hands, Ren's expression rapidly changed as he furiously muttered, "It's not a magical artifact." Interrupting Ren, Lily replied from a distance, "No, it definitely is a magical artifact." Recalling Lily's inherent ability to perceive mana particles as a magician, Ren curiously questioned, "So you're telling me this thing had mana particles that I can't detect?" Although it wasn't impossible, Ren highly doubted it, as he had grown quite used to detecting mana due to his constant use of it in his abilities. Even inside his body, Ren could perfectly control the ocean blue mana so that it interacted with the blood-red substance when necessary to create a blood-red and ocean blue wing. His expertise in mana control and detecting mana was at least B rank at this point, maybe even higher. However, instead of answering Ren's question, Lily simply turned around and began walking further into the massive vault. "Put the hammer back and follow me, will you?" Following Lily's instructions, Ren approached the shelf before beginning to place the hammer on the rack. But, mid-action, Ren stopped for a moment before saying, "And why should I listen to you?" "Wow, you really are a distrustful person." "Oh, blame me for not trusting someone who has basically been my arch-enemy up until now." "Ah, you consider me to be your number one enemy?" "I hate to break it to you, but you're not exactly my number one." "I'd be willing to give you my number two spot, though, if you asked nicely." Letting his curiosity get the best of him, Ren put down the hammer before following Lily, who was heading towards another shelf. Stopping at the shelf, Lily picked up a bucket-shaped object before once again throwing it over to Ren. Catching it, Ren examined the bucket once again, closely looking for any mana particles that surrounded it. Yet, only after a couple of seconds, Ren put down the bucket before grimly saying, "Not a magical artifact." Not even looking at Ren, Lily continued moving toward another shelf before saying, "On to the next." Then, repeating the same notion once again, Ren put down the bucket-shaped object before receiving a saw-shaped object from Lily. And once again, Ren could not detect a single mana particle within the saw-shaped object. As Lily motioned to him and began to move toward the next shelf, Ren sighed before admitting, "None of the items here are magical artifacts, are they?" Shaking his head, Lily retrieved the saw-shaped object from Ren before once again relying, "No, they are all magical artifacts, I'm sure." Furious at the fact that his vault robbery may have all been for nothing, Ren harshly replied, "Then, where is the mana?" Smiling, Lily ignored Ren's yellow before suddenly adjusting her path ahead and saying, "I've been waiting for you to ask that, you know. If I simply told you from the start, you'd never believe me. I had to use this roundabout strategy just so that you will come to the conclusion yourself and believe me." Following Lily, Ren watched as she approached the back wall of the vault. Turning around, Lily motioned for Ren to come even closer before asking in a calm voice, "Do you feel it?" Confusedly, Ren stepped ahead, standing side by side with Lily, before placing his hand to the back wall of the vault. As Ren's hand made contact with the back wall of the vault, Ren suddenly felt an immense energy surround him. Feeling the energy enter his body, Ren immediately controlled the pitch-black substance in his body to make a barrier to prevent the unknown substance from moving forward. Limited to Ren's hand, the unknown substance rapidly swirled around, causing Ren's right hand to start shaking rapidly. However, as Ren gazed at his trembling hand, he suddenly noticed something. It's shining blue? Indeed. His entire right hand was shining an ocean blue. Immediately, Ren sighed before demanifesting the barrier and allowing the mana to enter his body and flow around. Within a few seconds, all the mana that Ren had used to sneak into the vault and more was recovered. Normally, this process of recovering maximum mana would take up to 3 days, but Ren had just done it in a minute. Unfortunately, Ren couldn't gain any more mana as his mana capacity stat was already maxed out for his rank. Taking his hand off the wall, Ren stayed silent for a second before turning to Lily and saying, The mana ... It's all here. The mana from all those items from earlier ... It's over here. Not showing any surprise at Ren's revelation, Lily simply nodded her head in agreement before saying, all the mana from all the objects on the shelves in this room are here. Confused, Ren shook his head, glancing around at the countless shelves in the room. There were at least 20 items on each shelf in the room, and there were around 25 shelves in the room. Unable to fathom the amount of mana gathered here, Ren shook his head before cautiously asking, but what would need so much mana? Smiling upon hearing Ren ask the question she had wanted to answer from the very start, Lily eagerly replied, a seal. All this mana is required for one single seal. Tilting his head to the right, Ren confusedly repeated, a seal. Pointing at the wall, Lily hesitated before saying, did you just turn your ears off when I speak? I already told you that this entire room is a prison cell, didn't I? Nodding his head, Ren answered, yeah, basically. Ignoring Ren's jab, Lily put her hand down before stepping back from the wall, which Ren now knew was actually a magic seal. Pointing at the plugged-up gap that led to the outside of the vault, Lily sighed before asking, is that enough for you? There's nothing here worth of value that you can take. Staying by the wall and carefully examining it, Ren replied, you do know what I'm going to ask you, right? What my favorite color is. ... Regaining her composure, Lily stood side by side with Ren before looking at the wall and saying, a mythical beast. That's all I know. Intrigued, Ren continued studying the wall while also placing one of his hands in his hoodie where his cat was sleeping. Maybe he could finally figure out the true identity of his time-traveling cat. Was it a mythical beast as well? Mythical beasts, or S-rank creatures, hadn't been spotted for over 100 years now, although their impacts had been visible. Over half of the water ecosystem had been wiped out during the fight between the two kings of the sea, Leviathan and Kraken. The effect of that fight, despite having happened hundreds of years ago, on the sea could still be seen today as the ocean was vastly underpopulated by fish and other water animals. You're probably thinking that something this important should have been mentioned in the book, aren't you? Indeed, you don't just come across a mythical beast, especially when one hasn't been spotted in hundreds of years. Even if this was the principal's vault, a mythical beast still far surpassed Ren's expectations. Not just because of the pure rarity of the beast but also because of the safety concerns that would be caused. This mythical beast could wipe out the entire capital city and the academy within a single minute if it wanted to. And the principal, or for that matter anyone else in the world currently, couldn't even stop it. In history, only one mythical beast had been slain, and not by a human, but by another mystical beast. That was what separated the brawl between the fight of the giant serpent, Leviathan, and the purple squid, Kraken, from others in history. For there to be a mystical beast in this vault, that would have to have meant that someone in this world had managed to defeat it. Not only that, but the person had also managed to, instead of killing it and being the first human to slay a beast, lock it up in a cell. Looking around at the countless shelves filled with items, Ren just couldn't believe that this seal would be strong enough to contain mythical beasts. Seemingly reading Ren's thoughts, Lily said, based on what I've learned, it's been severely weakened. However, it seems it cannot be killed by anyone yet. Nodding his head, Ren sighed at the failure of his mission before turning back. Although he didn't completely believe what Lily was telling him, the risks were far too high. If Lily was telling the truth and Ren broke the seal to look for magical artifacts, the entire world, alongside him, would be exposed to a mystical beast. Walking away was the only option here. Seeing this, a smile appeared on Lily's face as she followed Ren towards the gap in the wall. Stopping for a moment, Ren decided to throw a question. Just curious, how does one come across this knowledge? Lily's familiar connections and noble background couldn't entirely explain how she knew about this vault. She had known every single detail about the vault before even entering, from the tools being used for a magical seal to the sealing of the mystical beast. If people knew that there was a mystical beast sealed below the academy and still alive, chaos would ensue. Pausing for a moment, Lily stood completely still before looking at Ren and replying, "No idea. It just appeared on my desk today. Not expecting to get a real answer in the first place, Ren simply nodded his head upon hearing Lily's obvious sarcastic words. After all, their alliance could be short-lived, as once they both exited the vault, they would be placed on opposing sides once again. Their ideals were fundamentally different. Lily wanted to save as many people as possible without any care for the constant death flags and plot changes she would be making. Ren wanted to save the world as a whole, and for him, there was only one way. In the book, there is a happy ending, and the world is saved. So, in Ren's eyes, as long as the book is relatively followed, the world has a 100% chance of being saved. Of course, he was fine with minor plot changes, some even caused by him, but the relative chain of events should remain the same. However, as shown by his acceptance of Aryan as a hero when she was a villain in the book, Ren didn't care too much about the characters but rather more about the proceedings of the events and incidents. On the other hand, Lily's method didn't even guarantee the saving of the world. So how could Ren trust it? Looking at Lily, Ren decided to do something that he had completely forgotten about since the first few weeks of his transmigration. He had always said that talking it over with Lily would be impossible, but perhaps they could come to some sort of compromise. But this was before Lily knew of his transmigration into this world as well, so there were some risks. If their talks failed, Lily would basically gotten the information that Ren was also from Earth, while Ren would have gained nothing. Now, though, things were different as Ren had nothing to lose by trying to negotiate or talk to Lily. After all, if he had learned one thing from this entire robbery, it was that he and Lily weren't so different. Leaning against one of the nearby shelves, Ren looked at Lily with a serious expression before asking, "Do you know why we're even enemies in the first place? You know I'm not just some psychopath who gets joy out of seeing people die and ruining your plans, right?" Nodding her head, Lily took a seat on one of the racks on a nearby shelf before answering in an equally serious voice. "Well, I would consider you a villain as you keep trying to ruin our plans. Whether it was on the cruise ship or even right now, you've always been on the opposite side of us." Nodding his head, Ren agreed, confirming that what Lily said was true, before replying. "Even thought about why?" Pointing upwards at the ceiling of the vault, Lily seemed to think for a moment before saying in an anxious tone, "Earth? You want to go back there, don't you? How would I fighting against you and your posse take me back to Earth, though?" Shrugging her shoulders, Lily looked at Ren before responding in a curious tone. "To that, I don't know." "But does the reason even matter in the end? Time and time again, you've shown yourself as an opposing force to us, manifesting a book." With his corruption, Ren began flipping through the empty pages for a moment. Seeing this, Lily confusedly stared at him, prompting Ren to turn the book over and reveal its title, which said, "Welcome to the Magic Academy." Confusedly, Lily stared at Ren, wondering why he had made a copy of the book their current world was based on. Ignoring Lily's confused expression, Ren continued flipping through the empty pages, slowing down as he approached the last few pages of the book. Reaching the very last page of the book, Ren stopped for a second before carefully flipping it over and handing it to Lily. Taking the book from Ren, Lily immediately looked at it. However, her curiosity turned into confusion as she saw that the entire book, including the last page, was empty and without any words. Seeing this, Ren asked, "Whatever major events happen in the book are guaranteed to occur in this world, right? We can both agree on that since we've seen it time and time again, right?" Nodding her head, Lily looked up at Ren for a second before saying, "Major events, yes, but minor events are subject to change." Nodding his head in approval, Ren once again confirmed, "The things that go on in the major events are subject to change, but the major event itself isn't." For example, the invasion of the Elven Tree was guaranteed to happen, but the way it was fixed was different from the book. "You agree, right?" Thinking over the words for a few seconds, Lily agreed. "The events will always happen itself, but how the event is resolved or what happens as a result of the event are not the same. The cruise ship incident was going to happen no matter what, but what happened before, during, and after it is subject to change." Seeing Lily on the same page as him, Ren stayed silent for a moment, thinking about how to word his next few sentences. If he was too harsh or cruel, Lily's ideals could fall apart, and things could escalate. But if he was too vague and kind, Lily wouldn't grasp what he was saying. But, before Ren could speak, Lily suddenly said, "However, that won't always be true in the future. The changes we make right now could change future primary events. For example, Irene's future attack in the academy is a big event. However, it won't happen anymore. What you're saying has been true in the past, but it likely won't be true in the future." Raising his hand, Ren said, "That is ... if we make too many changes to the plot. As you said, Irene's future attack on the school won't happen, but that is only because you made a change to the plot with Irene. Other future events should happen regularly if changes are not made, right?" Mulling it over, Lily replied in a half-questioning and half-confident tone. "Possibly." Breaking the silence, Ren hesitated for a moment before pointing the open book on Lily's lap and asking, "What happened on the last page of the book?" Thinking for a moment, Lily stared at the blank page of the book I had given her before finally saying, "Like any other fantasy novel, there was a happily ever after where the world was saved, and the heroes were fine." Nodding my head, I began drawing together all the answers she had given me so far to make a new question. "So that means, if we make minimal changes to the plot that allows the main and major events to stay intact, the book will be guaranteed to have a happy ending where the world is saved, right?" Looking away from the book, Lily made eye contact with me before stretching her hands upwards and saying, "So that's your strategy, isn't it?" "That's what you've made yourself believe." Shaking my head, I replied, "From your previous answers to my questions, you've said it as well, just in a more indirect and roundabout way." Cocking her head, Lily replied, "Nothing is guaranteed, even your happy ending from the book you're hoping for. Even if you follow the book to the T, there's no real guarantee that things will turn out how the book ends. This world is based on this book. How do we know there's not some random divergence point somewhere? What if this world suddenly stops following the plot of the book for some reason? Then what?" Sighing, Ren shook his head, not having an answer to Lily's question. From what he had seen so far, the plot of the book would turn into what happens in this world. But what would happen if all of a sudden, that just stopped happening, and the world stopped following the plot of the book? Breaking Ren out of his silence, Lily got up before walking towards Ren and saying, "Even if there is no divergence point, and from start to end, this world follows the plot of the book, the happy ending is not guaranteed." Grasping Ren's internal problem, Lily continued, "You're too concerned with the long-run outcome of this world, and because of that, you fail to realize what happens around you. Nothing is ever guaranteed. You've just convinced yourself based on your biased perspective on the world, and the book that this happens to end. That occurs in the book will happen here if you follow the book's plot." Understanding that refuting Lily's verbal criticism would be impossible, Ren decides to attack Lily's strategy. "And is your strategy of saving everyone you come across with no regrets better?" "At least, my plan is based on some evidence, even if that evidence is somewhat faulty." "You're just doing things on a whim without any regard for the outcome." "Sure, I'm too obsessed with the long run, but you're too focused on the short run. You fail to consider what impact your actions will have on the outcome of this world. You just do whatever you want, saving people and killing enemies without any thought." Strolling over to Ren, Lily stood right in front of him before looking up into his eyes. "On Earth, was a happy ending ever guaranteed? At any moment, our world could have been destroyed by some unknown force like aliens or some other creature in outer space. But did that stop you? When you were living your life on Earth, did you focus on how your actions would impact whether the world survived or not?" Taking Lily's words seriously, Ren recalled how he had spent his last life solely studying and doing work, only caring about his future rather than the future of the world. Continuing, Lily took advantage of Ren's silence to add in, "Earth was our world then, and this is our world now. I'm not saying live exactly as you would have on Earth, but realize that, just like Earth, this world is random and full of possibilities. Even if you think you know more than anyone else because of your knowledge of the book, you are just as clueless as everyone else in the world in the end. This world is random, no matter how fixed it may seem. This a real world with real people and real things. That means people here will not act exactly as they did in the book, as their emotions are random and only controlled by themselves, not the book. And because of that, this world isn't fixed. Because the people, or characters in the book, can change them. Therefore, your happy ending at the end of the book is only guaranteed if the people in this world act exactly as they did in the book, which simply will not happen. They were made by the book, but they don't have to act according to the book. They are people with minds of their own and will sometimes act abnormally, throwing the plot of the book off. Letting Lily's words take place inside his brain, Ren let out a sigh before asking, "So your plan then is to live one step at a time? Solve one problem at a time? Finish one and then do another new one?" Nodding her head, Lily's eyes sparked as she replied, "Just like how I acted on Earth, I do what I want. I do what my heart tells me to do, and that's it. This world isn't a book in my mind anymore. This is a real place with real people, who are not robots made by an author but real people who have their own minds and brains." Nodding his head, Ren realized why their ideologies and ways of doing their things were so different. Their lives on Earth, as Ren could tell from Lily's words, differed greatly. Perhaps one day he would figure out how Lily lived on Earth. As for now, he had more important things on his mind that he needed to sort out. He wouldn't be solely swayed by Lily's words, but he would take them in and decided for himself if what he was doing was truly right, or if something needed to change. Returning back to reality, Ren found a curious and excited Lily waiting in front of him, impatiently waiting for his reply. Clearing his mind, Ren responded to Lily's excited expression with a monotone voice. "I'll think about it." She had won this debate, and it wasn't hard for Ren to see that. But she hadn't won over his mind just yet. Seeing Lily's expression turn into one of agitation, Ren pointed at the filled-in gap that led to the outside before asking, "Shall we go?" There was nothing left to be done in this room. Ren had no intentions of releasing a mystical beast capable of killing millions of people into the world. And, if he wanted to take a magical artifact from one of the shelves, he would have to weaken the seal that was trapping the mystical beast. Accepting his loss, Ren turned to Lily, who was nodding while walking towards the gap. Scratching his head, Ren halted mid-walk before saying to Lily, who was ahead of him, "Any chance you can put in a good word for me? I'm pretty sure this exit is guarded to the brim, and if I even step foot outside, my head will go flying off." Turning back to face Ren, Lily said in the most monotone voice she could manage, "I'll think about it. Really? My life is on the line here, you know." Walking backward toward the hole while still facing me, Lily tilted her head before replying, "You asked for it, though." "You drilled through the obsidian door and completely knocked it over, not even mentioning that giant hole you made in the ceiling." Avoiding Lily's gaze, Ren sarcastically replied, "Oh, what did you want me to do? Just walk up to you and ask for the vault key, and then be on my way? I mean, that would have work." "Oh yeah, I was just supposed to know that you were going to take me on a personalized tour of the vault and actually help me." Shaking her head with a smile, Lily turned back to face the gap before saying, "Don't try to act so nervous and scared. You must have some sort of escape plan." "How would you escape with the magical artifacts if they were actually here?" Taking out his smartwatch, Ren nodded at Lily's words before opening up the messages application. "Ren, you two done yet?" "Raven, boss, you better brought back some damn good treasure." "I did not spend more than 3 hours in the cave with Zeng, just tunneling for you to show up handed. I better see the most powerful and vicious magical artifacts on you." Looking up from his smartwatch, Ren glanced at Lily before saying, "You're sure there are no magical artifacts here I can take, right?" Pointing at the shelves of random objects behind, Lily shrugged her shoulders and sarcastically replied, "I mean, you can take them, but the seal holding the mystical beast will weaken. If you're willing to take that risk and allow it to escape, then don't let me stop you." Sighing, Ren turned back to face his smartwatch before awkwardly typing, "Ren, you won't believe what I got." This vault definitely lived up to its name. "Raven, you only type in all caps when you're lying or being sarcastic." "Ren, can't I be excited? I mean, I would snap you a photo." But I'm kinda in a rush, you know, a bunch of people just waiting for me to exit so they can kill me. Raven, you can spend a second taking a picture. Ren, where's the tunnel? Raven, the coordinates. Raven, where's the picture, boss? The insane magical artifact you have. As Lily approached the gap and turned around to face Ren, waiting for him to dismiss the material blocking their way out, Ren rapidly typed. Raven, my life is on the line, don't do this right now. Raven, here's a puzzle with the coordinates. Multiply the number of days in a year by the number of countries, then add the total number of sides on a hexagon and octagon. Combine the position of E in the alphab. Raven, don't bullshit me right now. Raven, 25.5 degrees N, 14.1 degrees E. Oh yeah, that really fucking helps. If only I knew how to calculate coordinates when I'm underground in a vault. Raven, right above me, there's a massive crater in the ceiling. Do you see the hole in the ground from my original tunnel? Raven, it's a couple of meters south from me. Using my enhanced eyesight, Ren had already memorized the exact layout of the underground space outside the vault. Visualizing the underground space in his head, Ren used Raven's details to calculate exactly where the new hole was. Then, Ren plotted a line between where the gap in the obsidian wall was and the entrance to Raven's tunnel. After calculating the slope of that line to find the average speed, Ren finally rubbed his head and let out a sigh. Walking up to Lily, Ren said in an eerily calm voice, "I'll have to go first." Patting Ren on the shoulder, Lily replied, "I'll try to get everyone to go easy on you if you're caught." "Thanks a ton." Leaving Lily with his parting sarcastic words, Ren scaled the wall until finally he reached the filled-in hole. Placing his hand on the physical corruption that filled in the hole, Ren took one last glance at Lily. Feeling the blood-red substance gathered in the chest, Ren carefully maneuvered until it finally made contact with the ocean blue liquid mana. Since he had just replenished his mana, it would be more efficient for him to use an ocean blue and blood red wing instead of a pitch black and blood red wing. Ren hadn't used the two different types of wings enough to discern if there were any differences in them besides the color, but he had always preferred to use the pitch black and blood red wing as he always had more corruption inside his body than mana. Feeling a sharp pain throughout his entire body, Ren turned around, seeing an ocean blue and blood red wing hanging from his right shoulder. Below him, Lily stared in amazement at the blue wing, wondering what Ren's escape plan would be. Raising his hand, Ren confirmed the speed he would need to travel to reach Raven's tunnel before angling himself accordingly. Slowing his perception of time, Ren took one last deep breath before recalling the corruption was blocking the gap. As the corruption disappeared, Ren took a single peek through into the underground space, memorizing every last detail. Then, with his perception of time still slowed, Ren immediately resummoned the physical corruption, blocking off the gap once again. Pausing, Ren recalled the image he had taken with his eyes of the underground space. It was nothing. The gap was small and facing the ceiling, so Ren couldn't even spot any people or any details that might help him locate them. Returning his perception of time to normal, Ren took one last glance at Lily, who was waiting below with a curious expression. Shaking his head, Ren manifested a thin layer of physical corruption before surrounding his entire body with it. Putting back on his mask, Ren raised his wing before recalling the physical corruption blocking off the gap one last time. Swoosh, swoosh. Flapping his wing once, Ren disappeared from the vault, traveling at an unprecedented speed through the gap before reappearing midair in the underground space. Angling himself downwards, Ren flapped his wing 3 times in succession, disappearing from the air and appearing on the ground around 27 meters away. However, as he landed on the ground, Ren immediately noticed 2 figures, one in front and one in behind. Behind him lay a figure who was simply standing still with a spear in their hand, and in front of Ren was a rapidly approaching figure with a katana. Flapping his wing once, Ren appeared 10 meters upward in the air before using his remaining mana to create a green bird. Throwing the bird upwards into the air, Ren waited until it touched the ceiling before allowing it to pop. Lily would tell the main cast and everyone else that Ren was the robber of the vault anyway, so it didn't matter if Ren used his skills. Of course, there would be no evidence besides Lily's words, so there wouldn't be any massive consequences for Ren. And the vault wasn't even robbed in the first place, as nothing was even taken. However, this set it in stone that the main cast would know Ren's part in the robbery, as Liam would definitely be able to identify the robber as Ren from the green bird. As the bird flashed, temporarily blinding everyone, Ren flew right over the figure with the katana, landing on a nearby wall. Spotting his original tunnel hole, Ren glanced to the right, seeing a small head peeking out of another hole a couple of meters away. However, before Ren could react, a familiar figure appeared at the entrance to the underground space. Astrid, turning to look behind her at the entrance, screamed out, "Reinforcements are arriving!" As Astrid's voice echoed through the cave, Ren flapped his wing once again, appearing right above the hole that Raven had created. Not so fast. However, blocking Ren from the hole, a spear flew right at Ren this time. No figure was riding atop the spear. Having experienced the strength of the spear magical artifact firsthand, Ren didn't dare to try and deflect it. Instead, he simply flapped his wing once again, taking detour away from the entrance to Raven's tunnel. Back at the vault, Lily calmly exited the vault through the gap with her wand in hand. As she exited, two figures suddenly dropped down from the ceiling, landing on Lily's right and left. Staring at the curious Liam and scared Alia, Lily shrugged her shoulders and said, "Some things can be solved peacefully." Liam, completely ignoring the fight between Kazuki, Kanki, and Ren, immediately questioned, "Then why couldn't you have told us?" Shaking her head, Lily easily responded, "If you knew, it never would have happened." If Liam knew that Lily was planning to have a secret and alone meeting with Ren in the vault, he would insist on coming. However, if Liam came along with them, the entire meeting would be ruined. Lily and Ren had talked about the book countless times and their lives on Earth, so no other being besides the two of them could have been in that vault for it to have happened. Interrupting the two's conversation, Kevin walked forward, staring at Lily for a second, before turning away and saying, "Lily's fine, so we can talk about this later." Liam, pointing at the floating figure with an ocean blue and blood-red wing, Kevin continued, "Let's catch the robber." Appearing behind Lily, Ruby surprised Lily with a tap on the shoulder. "So who is he, the robber, and what happened?" Grabbing Ruby by the shoulder before Lily could respond, Irene appeared before saying, "Didn't you hear? We'll talk about all that later if you didn't know. We're actually in the middle of a fight right now." Being dragged away by Irene, Ruby had no choice but to pull out her wand and follow Kevin, who was already running to help his brother in the fight. Ren, trying his best to avoid eye contact with Raven's tunnel to prevent his two attackers from hiding out at his destination, floated in midair, waiting for the perfect moment. "Everybody's here, oh wow!" Interrupting Ren's train of thought, a sudden and unknown voice echoed throughout the underground space, drawing everyone's attention. As Kazuki accusingly looked upward at Ren, he quickly shook his head and raised his head. "Not me." Looking for the source of the voice, Ren glanced upwards and examined the ceiling. However, there were no speakers visible. Was there someone else in the cave with them? Was it one of the reinforcements that Astrid had acted for? Different characters, travelers, and game changers ... all in one space. As those words echoed throughout the underground space once again, Ren once again frantically searched for a person or sound-making device, but nothing was present. Interrupting the silence and drawing everyone's attention, a sudden sound echoed throughout the underground space. Bang! Astrid, waiting right below the entrance, glanced up to see if the other reinforcements had arrived yet. But, as she glanced up, she realized that the entrance was completely blocked off. There was a huge metal slab preventing the reinforcements from entering and stopping Astrid and the others from leaving. Staring downward at his two enemies, Kazuki and Kanki, Ren noticed that both of them were still staring at him. Before Ren could even say something, the katana-using opponent said in a smug voice, "Nice try at trying to distract us. Getting desperate, are we?" Listening to the katana-using figure's words, Ren sighed and stayed silent. No matter what he said, they wouldn't believe him, and rightfully so. He was their enemy and had attempted to rob the vault. However, Ren did throw a hopeful glance at Lily. There was a problem, and a big one at that. Another person was in the cave, simply hiding and speaking to them from afar. If this person had the ability to avoid Ren's enhanced eyesight while speaking so confidently, they could be a true danger. Snapping back to reality, Ren spotted another figure joining the fight as Kevin, with his sword, sprinted towards Ren. Make a formation. Within a couple of seconds, the katana-using person, spear-using person, and Kevin had created a formation to combat Ren's winged transportation. There were no jinns for Ren to blend in, and there were no dark places for him to hide as the main cast had taken precautions. Irene had placed countless magical torches all around the underground space, lighting up the usually dark area. Only a straight-on fight or a 1 versus 3 awaited him. Taking a glance at the hole that led to Raven's tunnel, which was around 20 meters away from it, Ren closed his eyes. Thankfully, Lily seemed to be stalling the other members of the main cast, so, for right now, it was only a 1 versus 3 instead of a 1 versus 9. And, Astrid was standing still. Maybe she's still waiting for her reinforcements. Ignoring the stationary Astrid, Ren manifested 2 corrupted daggers alongside a bow and a quiver full of arrows. Flapping his wing 10 times, Ren zigged and zagged throughout the formation of the 3, narrowly missing his sword slashes and flying spears. Leaving behind speed mirages as he flew around, Ren halted as he approached Kevin, equipping his 2 daggers. Swinging his daggers twice, Ren sent 2 night black sword slashes at Kevin before flapping his wing once again. However, Kazuki seemed to have known that Kevin was the weak link in the formation as, within seconds, he was there with backup, while Kanki stepped forward and took over Kazuki's spot. However, Ren wasn't planning to escape the formation. Taking out his smartwatch as he flew, Ren rapidly typed, "Ren, as soon as your head pops out, I'm going." Wait a second, then immediately cover the hole. Flapping his wing a couple of times, Ren avoided a couple of attacks while simultaneously sending dagger slashes and arrows at them. Hovering exactly 10 meters above the ground, Ren moved around, maintaining his exact distance from the ground while using his enhanced eyesight to monitor every change on the ground. But, before any change occurred, Ren suddenly felt an ominous presence approaching him. Looking at the source, Ren saw the katana-using figure standing with his sword raised. However, countless layers of pitch black surrounded the katana, and it seemed to be slowly absorbing them. The spear-using figure and Kevin, on the other hand, ignored him and continued sending attacks at Ren, forcing him to stay on his feet. Taking a deep breath, Ren held his breath as he saw part of the floor below him beginning to weaken. Raising his hand, Ren ignored the katana-using figure who seemed to be absorbing more and more of the pitch-black clouds. Feeling his perception of time slow, Ren patiently watched as a hole in the ground slowly formed, revealing Raven down below with a pickaxe slung around his shoulder. Not wasting a second, Ren angled himself right at the hole's entrance before flapping his wing once. As he sped through the air, the katana-using figure suddenly began swinging his sword in slow motion. But it was too late. Before whatever attack the katana-using figure could hit Ren, he had already entered through the hole in the ground. As Ren appeared in the hole, he immediately felt himself being pushed towards the wall as there was not enough space for both Raven and him. On the other hand, Raven seemed unbothered as he counted to 1 on his figure before swiftly grabbing a pile of dirt with his shovel and filling in the hole. Grabbing Raven's pickaxe, Ren dug to the right, hoping to find more space. However, he was immediately met with the face of a familiar figure. "Zang, boss?" Interrupting the two, Raven's casual and emotionless voice sounded from behind. "So where's all that loot, boss?" "Raven, why do you ask questions that you know are going to disappoint you when you find the answer?" "Ren, why did you ask us to risk our lives and spend our days hard at labor just so you can come back here with jack shit?" Letting out a sigh, Ren gestured for Zhang to move forward so they could finally escape. Above the ground, Ren could already hear the sound of weapons stabbing into the ground and walls as the figures above searched for him. The speed of his wing, combined with his slowed perception of time, made him so fast that they hadn't noticed him going underground. But then again, there weren't many places Ren could escape to in this underground area. Ow! Snapping back to reality, Ren bumped face first into Zheng's back as he suddenly stopped moving. And then behind Ren, Raven bumped face first into Ren's back, letting out grunt upon impact. "Why did you stop, Zheng?" Rubbing his nose, which had bumped straight into Zheng's back, Ren inwardly cursed before staring at Zheng. After staying silent for a moment, Zheng simply pointed forward before awkwardly replying, "I don't know. It's like I can't go any further than here." Confused, Ren manifested a dagger before infusing it with the blood-red substance, illuminating the underground tunnel. As Ren gestured for Zheng to demonstrate, he promptly stretched his hand out, but Zheng's hand couldn't reach all the way forward, as if there was an invisible wall blocking the way forward. Proving his point, Zheng raised his foot and attempted to move forward. However, his foot was stopped midair from moving any farther. Looking at the peculiar situation where Zheng couldn't move forward, Ren couldn't help but mutter. Discrimination? Had the principal set up a barrier around the academy to prevent any jinns from exiting? Considering the fact that the principal knew about the vault robbery in advance, it was possible she would do something like this so that no jinns escaped. Was she discriminating against jinns specifically? As Zheng turned around with a disappointed expression, and Raven looked confusedly at him, Ren said, "Let me try." Nodding his head, Zheng moved towards the walls, allowing Ren to squeeze right by him and be at the front of our line. Looking at the exact area where Zheng's foot was forced to halt midair, Ren raised his foot and attempted to stop forward at full speed. Ow! However, as Ren stepped forward, his knee suddenly burst into pain, as if it had just bumped into a brick wall. Clutching his knee, Ren stretched his hand forward, confirming that there was, indeed, some invisible wall blocking them from moving forward. As a sudden wall stopped Ren's hand from moving any further forward, he sighed before turning to Raven. "We're digging down." If they couldn't get out one way, they would have to find another way out. At least that was the plan. Manifesting 3 corrupted shovels, Ren handed them to both Zheng and Raven before also beginning to dig down himself. He couldn't use any over-the-top abilities or dynamite like last time to dig, as the main cast above ground could still be searching for him. So, it was back to the basics. Watching Zheng and Raven begin to dig downwards, Ren recalled how he had done the same exact thing with Jin and Han in the Battle Royale not even a week ago. Shaking his head, Ren picked up his own shovel before digging downward himself, until another invisible wall appeared. Zheng started first and was the most efficient in digging downwards, so he encountered the wall first. Picking up his shovel like normal, Zheng slammed it downwards, trying to embed it in the ground. However, instead he was only met with plain. As the tip of Zheng's corrupted shovel made contact with the ground below the corruption bent. Yes, the corruption that Ren treasured for its resilience against almost every material, including the obsidian on the door protecting the vault, broke. Dropping his shovel, Ren stared at the broken, corrupted shovel in Zheng's hands for a couple of seconds, rubbing his eyes countless times to make sure it was real. Following in Zheng's footsteps, only a couple of seconds later, a shriek could be heard as the tip of Raven's corrupted shovel made contact with the invisible wall. My corruption. After repairing the corrupted shovels of Zheng and Raven, Ren sent the two in opposite directions, hoping to find a way out from this invisible wall. However, after 10 minutes, both of them reported back with alarming news. "It's also blocked off this way." "Blocked off over here as well." Manifesting everyone's corrupted shovels, Ren sighed before staring up at the ceiling. Had the principal taken precautions to prevent anyone from escaping through the underground? No. Raven and Zhang had managed to dig their way up without encountering the invisible wall, so that couldn't be the case. The manifestation of the invisible wall had to have been more recent, between when Zheng and Raven finished their tunnel and when Ren arrived in the tunnel. What suspicious things had happened during that time frame? The voice. Recalling the strange and unknown voice that had sounded twice earlier, Ren realized that it definitely had something to do with the invisible walls. It didn't want them to escape. Above the ground, the main cast and 2 recruiters were spread out all across the cave, staying completely silent. Each other, with their ears ready, held weapons facing downward that were ready to fire if the smallest sound appeared. After a couple of moments, Kazuki shook his head before saying, breaking the silence. The robber has to have been gone by now. He must have had some plan set up. Nodding his head, Kanki seemed oddly happy, even though they had just lost, as he walked over to the main cast. Don't worry. We'll find the robber eventually. Pointing at his katana, which was still covered by a bunch of pitch-black clouds, Kanki added, he'll make sure of it. Putting aside Kanki's odd words, Kazuki glanced at Lily before asking, did anything happen? While you and the robber were in the vault? Shaking her head, Lily pointed at her uninjured body before saying, he was just planning on using me as a hostage. So he didn't do anything. Although Lily wanted to tell the truth and talk about how Ren was involved, she wanted to wait. Wait for his response. Even if there was no evidence, Lily would be putting a target on Ren's back for the rest of his life if she exposed his identity. Robbing the principal's vault would put Ren in trouble, not only with the principal but also with the academy and all its powerful alumni. Once she exposed Ren's identity as the robber, there was no going back. Everyone would know about it. That's why she decided, for now, she was just going to tell the main cast, who she trusted, not to say anything to anyone, and not the recruiters. Nodding his head at Lily's answer, Kazuki sighed before asking, how much did he take from the vault? Approximately. It was time for damage control. As all eyes shifted towards her, Lily thought for a moment before finally answering. There was nothing to take. Of course, everyone looked at Lily for specifications, but she just shook her head and replied, nothing was taken from the vault at all. I'm 100% sure about it. Hearing this, Kazuki's expression immediately changed as he realized that, technically, he might not have failed his task of protecting the vault. However, Kanki didn't care about the task as his curiosity overwhelmed him. What do you mean by that? What was in the vault? Stopping Kanki mid-sentence, Liam stepped forward with his hand raised and said, you can ask Principal Serafina all of those questions, not Lily. Recalling something, Alia hesitated before saying, speaking of the principal. Was that voice earlier her? Shrugging his shoulder, Kanki replied, didn't sound like her. And I doubt she would ever speak like that, as everybody recalled the unknown voice that had sounded earlier. Silence emerged in the underground space. Nodding his head, Kazuki sighed before announcing, so, nobody knows who the owner of the voice is. Immediately drawing his weapon, Kevin stepped forward and asked, does that mean there's another person in this space, here with us? Immediately, everyone turned around and began glancing around the underground space, looking for any clues. And they did find someone. Just not who they were looking for. Right by the entrance to the underground space stood Astrid with her wand in hand. Seeing them make eye contact with her, Astrid nodded her head before approaching them. Not allowing them to speak first, she immediately pointed at the entrance to the underground space before saying, the reinforcements are blocked off. There's some metal slab preventing anyone from leaving or entering. It appeared right after I jumped down into the space, so I was left there alone. As the flames lighting the cave began to flick, Irene immediately questioned, does that mean we can't leave this space? Nodding, Astrid answered, yes, for now. There is no way out unless we make one ourselves. If worse comes to worse, we can just use our powers to make our way upward and then leave this place. As Irene calmed down, Kanki roughly bit his lip, causing blood to leak out and stain his face. Wiping his mouth, Kanki glanced at the blocked entrance to the underground space before saying, if that were true, then the reinforcements would have arrived by now. They definitely have the power to make a tunnel down here. Yet they haven't. Something is preventing them from making tunnel downward, and therefore, we are also being prevented from going upward, or, in other words, we are completely trapped in this space. Immediately, Kanki turned to Astrid and asked, when did it happen? When exactly did the metal slab blocking off your entrance appear? Pausing for a moment, Astrid thought before replying, right after I came down. Or when that voice spoke. Rubbing his head and scratching his hair, Kazuki muttered, that voice. It was the robber, right? He was the one. Everyone nodded their heads in unison, but two figures remained outwardly stressed and anxiously glanced around. Lily and Ruby, both of them knew the true identity of the robbers, so they knew that voice couldn't have been Ren. Lily, calmly considering that a voice could have been a part of Ren's distraction to escape the vault, looked around for any signs of Ren. This was an enormous problem. If that voice truly was someone else who was not associated with Ren, that meant there was another figure in this underground space. And the entrance to the vault was completely open and unprotected. The vault containing a mystical beast capable of destroying the entire capital city and academy was open for taking. Not wasting another second, Lily ran up the obsidian door, immediately casting an artificial waterfall to cover up the entrance to the vault. But was she too late? Seeing Lily sprint up the obsidian door without warning, the main cast immediately followed while the two recruiters confusedly stayed behind. Standing atop the obsidian door and next to her artificial waterfall, which was covering the gap into the vault, Lily said, "The vault is still open. If there's an intruder, we have to be alert." Hearing this, the two recruiters immediately came to their senses as they realized they had completely forgotten about the vault's open entrance. Soon, the main cast and Lily were all standing beside the gap with their weapons drawn. Breaking the awkward silence, Lily pointed through her waterfall and into the vault before saying, "We should go in. It'll be easier to protect the vault from there." There was also the chance that the owner of the unknown voice was already inside the vault. Raising his hand awkwardly, Zack asked, "I mean are we allowed to?" "Last time, the principal said we shouldn't go in." Shaking her head, Lily replied, "That voice if it isn't the intruder, that means there's another person inside here with us. And this door has been left unprotected for over a minute before we came back. It's possible that there's already someone else inside the vault." Confused, Kenki waved his katana around and replied, "I thought you said there's nothing to take in the vault." "I mean, the last robber didn't take anything." Sighing, Liam shook his head and stared at Kanki. All the anger that had accumulated as a result of Lily betraying the main cast and not giving them a full story, combined with the fact that the vault's robber hadn't managed to get away, suddenly burst out. "Man, if there's nothing to take then what the actual hell are we doing here?" "Of course, there's something there, or else we wouldn't risk our lives." "You think we fought a whole horde of jinns to protect nothing?" Within seconds, the entire underground was plunged into an awkward silence as Liam glared at Kanki. Waving his hands up and down, Kanki paid no attention to the awkward atmosphere and replied in the most cheerful and happy voice known to mankind. "Geez, ever heard of sarcasm? You son of B." "Liam, stop." "Liam, don't let him bait you." Kevin and Zack, both stepping up, each restrained one of Liam's hands, desperately holding him back from reaching Kanki. Meanwhile, Kanki was almost on the floor dying of laughter, with Kazuki shaking his head and staring at him. Irene was desperately covering her mouth, and beside her, Ruby and Alia simply stood in awe of the whole scene. It wasn't that often that you saw the first-ranked student in the entire academy and a famous hero almost getting into a fight. On the other hand, Lily stood in the corner, next to the gap, with an expression grimmer than death itself. There was a chance that a mystic beast was going to be robbed and set free today, but her entire group was fighting amongst each other or dying laughing. Leaning down and looking through the waterfall that she made, Lily muttered, "Maybe Ren was right." However, she failed to notice that Alia was right beside her, leaning down and looking through the artificial waterfall. "What was that, Lily?" "Nothing." Ignoring the mention of a very familiar name, Alia sighed before asking, "Are we going inside the vault or not?" "I understand that the principal might not want us to see the inside, but you're right, there is a possibility that an intruder is inside." Nodding her head, Lily dismissed the artificial waterfall, and then, without any hesitation, she crouch ran through the gap. Jumping off the gap and landing inside the vault, Lily disappeared from the main cast's sight within seconds. Following right behind her were Alia and Irene, who more cautiously walked through the gap before slowly climbing down. As the argument between the boys calmed down, they finally all turned around, noticing that almost all of the girls had disappeared. Looking at the open gap, They quickly regained their composure before also equipping their weapons and crouching. Unable to fix his massive battle axe through the gap, Zack almost shed a tear as he left her flying on the obsidian door outside. Finally, the two recruiters, Liam, Kevin, and Zack, all followed, with Liam at the very front and Kanki at the very back. That left just one person. Ruby, staying silent and in front of the gap, secretly took out her smartwatch before rapidly sending a text message. Ruby, hey, that voice. Was that part of one of your schemes? The random voice that spoke like a minute ago. Rin, it wasn't. Rin, don't do anything yet. I'm coming up. Rin, wait, do not go in. Rin, I'll be right there. Wiping the sweat off his face, Ren stared out at his smartwatch with Raven and Zeng right beside him. There was someone else inside the vault. There had to be. The entrance to the vault that Ren had made had been left completely open during his fight with the two recruiters. Normally, Ren wouldn't care. But if the wrong person got inside the vault, the entire academy could be destroyed within a matter of seconds. If a mystic beast got free, not even the principal would be able to stop it fully. She would need to call at least two other top rankers to put down the beast, and even with that, there would be massive amounts of destruction. Peeking his head above the ground, Ren watched as Liam, Kevin, Zack, and the two recruiters entered the vault. And right beside the entrance was a familiar figure with jet black hair and blood-red eyes, who was awkwardly glancing around the underground space. If the owner of the unknown voice had already freed the mystical beast, going into the vault would guarantee your death. So, Ren wasn't going to enter until he was certain that the beast hadn't yet been freed. As Ren climbed up from the tunnel before helping both Zeng and Raven, one thing really started to bother him. Why had the owner of the voice spoken? If he hadn't spoken, no one in the underground space would have noticed him. He would have been able to slip right into the vault and do whatever the hell he wanted without anyone knowing in the slightest. Yet he had decided to speak, notifying everyone in the room of his presence. Something was clearly off. If this voice's owner had wanted to rob the vault, he would have done it silently. The owner of the unknown voice wasn't after what was in the vault. He was after something else. Perhaps the life or lives of people in this room. But, even with that knowledge, Ren couldn't do anything. If the beast hadn't yet been freed, he would have to enter the vault and protect it to prevent the mystical beast from killing everyone in the academy, alongside himself. However, that would mean that Ren would be doing exactly what the owner of the mysterious voice wanted. Ren couldn't leave the underground space and escape to somewhere far away to save his life. He couldn't just stand still as the unknown voice would obviously go to the vault and release the mystical beast. Ren only had one choice. And it was no coincidence. Clearly, the owner of this voice had forced Ren into this decision. Yet Ren had to comply. There was no other choice. Standing on the dirt with Raven and Zeng, Ren speed-walked towards the obsidian door before climbing it. With his two partners by his side, Ren ran to the top of the obsidian vault, waving his hands as he approached a familiar figure. Letting out a TSK sound as Ren approached, Ruby pointed at the gap before asking, "Before anything happens, I need to know what down there is so important." Surprised that the usual trust in Lily hadn't told her yet, Ren glanced at his two partners behind, making sure they were out of hearing distance, before replying, "The vault is not a vault. But a wall. A wall defending a button that has the ability to kill over 1 million people. Could you be even less ambiguous if you tried?" Shrugging his shoulders, Ren smiled and replied, "You get the gist." Before Ruby could respond, Raven and Zeng finally arrived, immediately looking at Ruby with confusion. Pointing at the two boys by Ren's side, Ruby curiously asked, "So, you're not a lone worker?" "Did I give off that impression?" Replying from behind Ren, Raven emotionlessly said, "Yes." Alternating glances between the two boys, Ruby peered into their hearts before muttering, "Money and self-improvement." What a trio they were. The desire to survive, get money, and improve oneself. Looking through the gap in the obsidian wall, Raven deadpanned before looking at Ren and sarcastically imitating him. "It'll be a quick in and out mission, I swear. You won't have to fight or do anything besides dig." On the other hand, Zeng peered through the gap with interest, seemingly attracted to something in the vault. Leaving the two boys behind, Ren crouched downwards and stared through the vault, attempting to confirm whether or not the beast was free or not. Eventually realizing that the vault was untouched and clean, Ren sighed and looked up at Ruby. "Well, I honestly have no idea what to do now." He needed to go into the vault. Ren needed to help protect it from the possible intruder, or the mystical beast would be set free. Yet if he entered the vault with the main cast, the two recruiters he fought earlier, and Astrid, things would get violent fast. He couldn't enter with his mask or create another one, as they would know he was a robber, and obviously, he couldn't go as Ren. Crouching down beside Ren, Ruby also stared through the gap for a couple of seconds before asking, "You want to go inside so you can protect the doomsday button inside, but you can't go inside because all of them are in there, right?" As Ren nodded his head, Ruby let out an agitated sigh and complained, "You know, 1 second, you're robbing a vault, and the other, you're protecting the world from a button. You really are a hero villain." Recalling his answer to Ruby's question from the bet, Ren smiled and glanced at her. However, behind them, Raven interrupted with a depressed voice. "I hate to interrupt, but what is this about a button?" In unison, both Ruby and Ren replied, "It's a free money button. Oh really?" Unable to comprehend why his boss was attempting to enter the same vault he had just escaped from, Raven also crouched down. Breaking the silence, Ruby suddenly muttered, "Well I do have an idea." Slightly afraid to ask, Ren sighed before saying, "And what is that idea?" Putting a single finger over her lips to gesture for Ren to be quiet, Ruby grinned, catching Ren completely off guard. "Did Lily teach you that?" However, instead of answering Ren's question, Ruby stayed silent and once again placed her finger over her lips. PFFT. Hearing someone break into laughter behind him, Ren immediately turned around and glared at the chuckling Raven. Waving his hands up and down at the fuming Ren, Raven desperately tried to cover his mouth before saying, "And nothing, I just thought of something really funny." Before Ren could come up with a fancy retort, Zheng suddenly stepped forward and in front of Raven. Staring at the crouching Ren and Ruby with a deadpan expression, Zheng asked, "Boss? Is that your boss? Do I have to follow the orders she gives me as well?" PFFT. Ignoring Ren, who was visibly shaking at this point, and the laughing fits of both Ruby and Raven, Zheng continued in the most serious voice possible. "She told you to be quiet. And you listened, so I just thought." Tapping Zheng on the shoulder, Raven fully covered his mouth as he spoke. Zheng, that's enough." Using every ounce of self-control in his body, Ren slowly turned to Ruby, who was struggling to hold her laughter in, and a wide grin spread across her face. A mystical beast capable of destroying cities and killing millions of people could be on the loose right now, but Ren's teammates are laughing at him and cracking jokes. Every second counted. If there was already a fight going on down in the vault, and Ren arrived late, the mystical beast could be free. Yet here, his trusted teammates and friends were laughing. Slowly opening his mouth, Ren articulated every single syllable as calmly said, "So Ruby what's that plan of yours to get me in?" Regaining her composure, Ruby hesitated for a moment before pointing downwards. Following Ruby's gaze, Ren immediately spotted the dozens of Jin's bodies all sprawled out across the ground. Seeing Ren notice the Jin bodies, Ruby said, "Their clothes." Some of the Jins just wore straight black clothes to help them blend in with the darkness of the underground space. However, some Jins, in particular, were wearing different types of clothing. A very familiar type of clothing. Fun fact, the uniforms for academy students, academy professors, and academy executives were all very similar, so if you weren't paying attention to the person's age, you could mistake them for each other. Donning the uniform of academy executives, the Jins lay most near the entrance to the underground space. Not wasting a second, Ren nodded his head before sprinting down the obsidian door and jumping onto the floor of the underground space. However, on the way, Ren also grabbed the collars of both Raven and Zheng, dragging them along with him. Within a couple of seconds, Ren stood in front of Jin bodies, who all donned the school executive uniform, with Zeng and Raven behind him. A small number of Jinns even had the Academy executive uniform on, and among those, some had their clothes stained with blood. So, finding a couple of suitable corpses took Ren a minute, even with his enhanced eyesight. Within a couple of seconds, the three boys had each found a suitable body. Raven, Zeng, for the next couple of minutes. We are the good guys now, not the bad guys, all right? Scratching his head innocently, Zeng responded. Weren't we always the good guys, though, boss? As Ren was at a loss for words due to Zeng's naivety, Raven walked up to him and patted him on the shoulder before saying, Zeng. The only reason this company was founded was because your boss blackmailed me. If I didn't agree to help him, I would be a corpse lying around in the black market. The only reason you joined the company is because you had two options when Ren found you. Either join or die. Do you see a pattern here? Sighing, Ren ignored the two's talk before pointing to the fully clothed corpses on the ground. And right now, we are about to loot clothes off the bodies of dead people. Raven, trying to think of the reason why we needed the uniforms, shook his head before asking, Boss, are we going to infiltrate that group from earlier with these uniforms? On the other hand, Zeng, without any hesitation, began undressing and unclothing the Jinn's body. Using his physical corruption, Ren nodded his head to Van's questions while simultaneously creating a large wall of corruption that surrounded the three of them. Thus, all of them, looking in opposite directions, put on the Academy executives' uniforms. A couple of seconds later, the wall of corruption came down, revealing the three boys in their dirt-stained uniforms. Grabbing the three of them by their collars once again, Ren sprinted towards the top of the obsidian door. Seeing the three of them dressed up, Ruby cocked her head before saying, appearance is one thing. But you also need to act the part. Nodding his head, Ren turned to Raven and Zeng behind him before explaining. We are reinforcements sent by Principal Serafina to assist the students and recruiters in protecting the vault. Recalling the usual smug and arrogant nature of Academy executives, Ren continued. Act as if you are superior to the students inside, even if they are much more powerful than us. Don't show any signs of weakness. Pointing at the now blocked entrance into the underground space, Ren said. The first question we will be asked is how we got in here. Do not stutter or falter when you hear this question. Simply answer calmly and say that we all have movement abilities that allow us to bypass the iron slab that is blocking the entrance. Also, mention that our other comrades are trying to get around the slab and will be with us shortly. Seeing Raven immediately raise his hand, Ren gestured for him to put down his hand before saying, if they ask us for a demonstration or evidence, leave it to me. Simply stand still and do nothing. I will take care of the evidence portion. Keep calm, and I repeat, do not be surprised when you suddenly shift locations. Seeing Raven still have his hand up, Ren sighed before asking, what is it, Raven? Boss. There's a button in there that we need to protect, or we will all die, right? Realizing that there was no point in hiding it, Ren nodded his head, prompting Raven to continue. Say. If a fight breaks out, what exactly do I do? Zeng can probably pull out his sword and get away with it. But I'd just be a walking kill for whoever is trying to press the button. Ren fully understood that Zeng and Raven would be essentially useless in the vault if a fight were to break out, which was likely. However, there were a couple of reasons why Ren still decided to bring them in. First of all, it would be really suspicious if just one person showed up inside the vault as reinforcements, so the main cast might not believe Ren if he showed up alone. With Raven and Zeng by his side, though, he would be more trustworthy in the vision of the main cast and recruiters. And, if it were just one person, Ren would probably be kicked out of the vault and be told to guard the exit because one person wouldn't make enough of a difference if a fight were to break out. But, if there were three people, the main cast would be more likely to accept their help as three people could shift the tides of the battle, depending on their ability. And finally, it was much safer for them to be in the vault with Ren than be trapped in the underground space. With them by his side, Ren would be able to make sure they were safe. Also, reinforcements would break through the metal slab eventually and come through, so Raven and Zeng would be caught in the underground space. Even in their tunnels. Crouching downwards, Ren gestured for the two boys to follow him and pointed at the gap. "Follow my lead from here." Seeing Ruby in front of him, Ren tapped her on the shoulder before whispering into her ear. "You're not thinking of vouching for us, are you?" Surprised, Ruby turned around and stared at Ren for a couple of seconds. "I was going to ... Is that a bad thing?" "Lily and others would be much more willing to trust you, making your plan much easier." Shaking his head vehemently, Ren immediately replied, "What happens if they find out we're frauds?" "Your trustworthiness and rank in the group will drop drastically, and considering the severity of this situation where millions of lives are at stake, you could possibly be kicked out." "Didn't I already tell you? I'm not that attached to them." Ruby's friendships with other humans could be counted on two hands, so Ren didn't want to risk decreasing that number. "We'll find a way, all right?" Seeing Ruby still not convinced, Ren continued, "Think of it this way, if your trustworthiness in the group drops or you're kicked out, then you won't be able to help me out in the future when I actually need it. It's an investment." Nodding her head with a smile, Ruby suddenly halted before pointing at the two boys behind Ren. "You never introduced me to your friends, did you?" As they crouched and walked through the gap and into the vault, Ren pointed at Zheng and Raven before saying, "Zheng is the one in the back. He's pretty naive and innocent, which is really confusing, considering his violent background. I recruited him from an evil merchant company, and now, he's working with us. And Raven is the one with a grimace. He's a bit of an interesting kid." Making sure Raven was out of hearing distance, Ren paused before whispering, "But he is dependable and hardworking despite his ugly attitude. Despite his complaints, he always gets everything done on time. You'll get used to him in no time." Nodding her head, Ruby looked ahead before saying, "It's like ... You have a whole different life in and outside of the academy. Different types of people and everything." For the first time, Ren actually regretted keeping secrets. Ruby had been clear with him from the start, exposing her identity as a boss of the Gemstone Order. And, when Ren asked why she had transferred to the academy, she gave him the true answer without a single thought. Even now, she was following Ren's plans and even offering to risk her place in the main cast despite knowing that he was lying and being sarcastic about the Doomsday button. Yet ... Here he was, shamelessly keeping everything a secret when she had been so open. Gripping the golden fruit in his pocket, Ren hesitated before walking a little closer. What was he supposed to reveal? What were the limits? Should he go all out and tell her that Lily and him are from another world? Or just keep it low and tell her what was actually happening right now with the mystical beast? What would she want to know about him? Seemingly reading Ren's mind, Ruby turned around with a dampened smile and said, "When this whole vault situation is over ... You owe me." Without waiting for Ren's response, Ruby sped up and emerged from the gap before promptly jumping into the vault and following the main cast ahead. Gesturing for the boys behind him to stop, Ren peeked out of the gap and into the vault. Thankfully, it seemed that there was no battle yet ... As everything was according to Ren's memory of it from earlier. Leaving the cover of the gap, Ren waited for Raven and Zheng before the three of them promptly climbed downwards into the vault. As the three quickly descended downwards into the vault, Ren suddenly felt a pair of eyes locked onto his back. Readying himself, Ren grimaced before pulling up his dirty school executive shirt, covering his face in dirt and dry blood. And if that wasn't enough, Ren also manifested physical pieces of corruption and spread them across his face to imitate scars. Finally, to cover his most identifiable trait, his blood-red eyes. Thankfully, all Ren needed was a pair of prescription glasses that blocked his eye color from being seen. Putting on the glasses, Ren pretended to stroke his imaginary beard like a true wizard before landing on the floor of the vault. A couple of seconds later, both Zheng and Raven were standing beside him, each of them with their attitudes changed and posture correct. Leading the group, Ren turned around and began walking toward the center of the vault, immediately making eye contact with the recruiter, who was holding a spear. Not faltering, Ren maintained eye contact until, finally, the recruiter asked, "And, who are you three?" Of course, the spear-using recruiter had seen their uniform, so he knew that they were supposed to be executives. Yet, for some unknown reason, perhaps establishing dominance, he had still asked the obvious question. It was like going to a pizza shop and asking if they sold pizza. Of course they did. Shaking his head, Ren showed no irritation at the question and instead emotionlessly replied, "The principal sent us to protect the vault. However, upon arrival, we noticed that there was already a breach in the vault. The top portion of the obsidian door was open and led directly into the vault, so of course, we came to investigate. And here we are, now." Not allowing the spear-using recruiter to ask another question, Ren immediately questioned, "And who might you be?" "As far as we know, nobody is supposed to be in this vault. No matter status or fame." Not trying to hide the fact that he had his hand on one of his weapons, Ren smiled and looked directly at the spear-using recruiter. Twirling around the pitch-blue spear in his hand, the recruiter hesitated before saying, "We were also assigned to protect the vault. However, like you, we also noticed a breach and came to investigate." Pretending to look around at the vault with an awestruck expression, Ren pointed at the main cast, who was a couple of feet away, and asked, "Those students are with you?" Nodding his head, Zheng silently examined the 3 reinforcements from the principal before asking, "Where are the rest of you?" "I doubt the prince would only send 3 people to protect this vault." Having already expected the question, Ren nodded his head before immediately replying, "The 3 of us here possess special movement abilities that allowed us to bypass the steel slab that was blocking the entrance. The others should be here within a couple of minutes, I would assume." Interrupting the 2 conversations, the main cast, Astrid and Kanki, suddenly walked over with a confused expression while pointing at Ren, Raven, and Zheng. Seeing their expressions, Zheng turned around and said, "They say they're part of the reinforcement that the principal sent to protect the vault." As Zheng looked at Astrid with a questioning expression, Ren took the moment and immediately turned around. Ren had to show that they were equals and that the recruiters and students couldn't just order them around. Not at all minding the gazes of the students and recruiters, Ren walked towards the shelves nearby and pretended to explore the vault. Following closely behind him, Raven and Zheng also looked at the shelves and room with a curious expression, not daring to touch anything. As the 3 of them were aimlessly wandering the vault, Kanki kept a hand on his katana while keeping his gaze locked on them. On the other hand, Lily stepped forward without a care for the reinforcements and said, "I've examined the vault's seal, and there's nothing off right now. But keep your guard up. He's managed to sneak into the vault without us noticing. So he could have a way to bypass the magic seal as well." Since Lily had explained that the vault was actually a defense system with a seal to protect something unknown, the main cast and recruiters nodded their heads in relief. Rumble. "Looks like everyone is here. But I'm afraid there's not enough socializing. Perhaps I should do something to spice it up." Unable to hold in his words at the sudden voice, Ren muttered, "Is this guy a game show host or just fucking delusional?" This wasn't some school summer camp where the teachers had to force the students to interact with each other. It was the future most powerful people in the world in a vault that contained a beast capable of destroying the academy and capital city. Creating an image of an insane person in his head and assigning it to the voice, Ren glanced at the main cast. They had completely forgotten about Ren and company. Instead, all of them were huddled up while secretly talking. Gesturing to Raven and Zheng, Ren walked up behind them before waiting for an opening and saying, "Looking at your expressions, I assume you've heard that voice before. Do you have any information that you could share?" The owner of this voice must be an intruder in the vault, so we must take him out at all costs. Kevin, visibly angry at the interruption, glared at Ren before responding, "Screw off, will you?" "We don't end." Before Kevin could finish his harsh words, Alia immediately stepped forward and, in a kind voice, interrupted. Excuse my friend. We are just currently discussing. Once we are done, we'll share our findings and plan. If you could please just wait a moment." Nodding his head, Ren took a glance at the wall with the seal and Lily, confirming nothing was wrong. Walking away from the main cast with his 2 teammates, Ren grimaced as he heard the words bait and dogshit pop up multiple times. Serious, can they at least wait until I'm out of hearing range to start shit-talking me? Grinding his teeth against each other, Ren sighed and glanced at Raven and Zheng in front of him. Touching the sword in his sheath, Zheng confusedly looked around before asking, "Boss, you're sure that a doomsday button is here of all places?" Nodding his head in agreement, Raven continued. "We rushed and sprinted to put on clothes and get in here, but now we're just standing around and doing a whole lot of nothing." Unable to refute their argument, Ren sighed and glanced around. Everybody was in the vault. Right? That was what the owner of that unknown voice earlier wanted, wasn't it? So, then, why wasn't he doing anything? Shaking his reed, Ren attempted to discern if there was another intention that the unknown voice had. Maybe he's just a deranged maniac. Looking down at Raven and Zheng, Ren cleared his throat before asking, "You two heard that voice from earlier, right?" As the two nodded their heads, Ren questioned, "What do you make of it?" Shrugging his shoulders, Raven glanced around before saying, "Seems pretty stupid to me. If that voice guy wanted to rob the vault and get the doomsday button, why did he reveal himself to everyone? He could have just slipped in without anyone noticing." Holding back the words, "Great minds think alike," Ren glanced at Zheng, who seemed to be contemplating. After a moment of thought, Zheng looked up from the ground and said, "Could it be a distraction? I mean, everybody in this room, including the people over there and us, are talking about it. Maybe there's some more important thing that we're just ignoring because of the voice." It was true. Everyone was focused on the owner of the voice and protecting the vault. Scratching his head, Ren asked Zheng, "A distraction for what though?" Seeing Zheng shrug his shoulders, Ren turned back around to see if the main cast and two recruiters were finished discussing. All of them were still huddled up and talking except Lily, who was waiting by the seal. While the seal was important as it was the only thing holding back the mystical beast inside the vault, protecting it was useless. Instead, protection needed to be given to the shelves and various magic artifacts that gave power to the seal. After a couple of seconds, the huddle between them finally dispersed as Alia and Astrid headed over to Lily while the others walked toward Ren, Raven, and Zheng. Readying himself, Ren gestured for the two boys to resume their acting and patiently waited, letting the main cast and recruiters come to him. "Put the hammer down, Raven." Smiling, Raven put down the magical artifact he was playing with while Zheng stopped leaning downwards and stood up straight. At the front of the group were Liam, Kevin, and the other two recruiters, with Zack, Irene and Ruby at the back. Glancing upwards, Ren expected the unknown voice to suddenly sound again as everyone was talking again, but the room stayed silent. Nodding his head, Ren wore a gracious smile as he beckoned the main cast in front of him to speak. In a clearly less friendly voice and expression, Kanki stepped forward and said, "I'm sure, as implied by that unknown voice earlier, there is an unknown presence in this vault that needs to be exterminated." Nodding, Ren smiled and replied, "Indeed, that is the conclusion that the three of us have come to as well. However, we are yet to create a plan to do so." Glancing at Zheng with an odd expression, Kanki hesitated before replying, "All right. Since we've already come up with a plan, I believe it would be beneficial for the two of us to work together instead of using different plans and complicating things in an already confusing situation." Once again, nodding his reed, Ren raised a single finger before saying, "Would you give him a moment to discuss this with my partners?" Seeing Kanki nod his head, Ren gestured for the two boys to come closer before pulling them into a huddle. Zheng, full of energy and eager to start discussing, immediately brightened up and asked, "So, what are we doing, boss? Teaming up them ... or going solo, just like the good old days?" "Just the three of us against the entire world." Seeing Raven about to break into laughter, Ren immediately pinched him before also pinching himself to stop the laughter from coming out of his mouth. After hesitating for a moment, Ren said, "We're working with them." Seeing Zheng nod his head and about to pull away from the huddle, Ren immediately grasped his shoulder and halted him. "Let's pretend to talk for a couple more minutes. We can't seem like easy to get, or else we'll be turned into pawns." Keeping a completely serious expression, Raven said, "Yeah, fuck protecting the doomsday button that could destroy the entire world. It's more important that we seemed cool and hard to get to a bunch of teenagers who could give less of a shit about us." Nodding his head, Ren also assumed an entirely serious expression as he tapped Raven on the shoulder and replied, "See, he gets it." Seeing Zheng and Raven silent, Ren opened his mouth and started talking, but no sounds came out. However, to the main cast, Astrid, Kazuki, and Kanki, who were out of hearing distance, it looked like Ren was seriously talking. Immediately grasping Ren's intention, Raven started silently singing the lyrics to Astrid's song from earlier. Zheng, honestly not knowing what the hell was going on, just started aggressively opening and closing his mouth. Staring at the scene of the three soldiers aggressively discussing, Zack awkwardly scratched his head before saying, "Man. That must be a heated debate over there." Touching the bottom of his chin, Kazuki, also interested, stared at the discussion amongst the reinforcements. "Must be a hard decision for them, you know."